There it is. We are live. Welcome, everybody. It is official. We are 30 minutes away from the start of the NBA draft. This is HoopBall's first ever live NBA draft show. I am your host, Alan Soroki, and I'm going to be with y'all all 3 hours of our marathon tonight as we break down the NBA draft from a real-life perspective, from a fantasy perspective. We're talking trades that are on the precipice here, top picks, all of the good stuff. We are going to give you the first breaking news of all of that here, give you the fantasy analysis that you're looking for. And man, there's so many great people we've got teed up here, and I've got a great co-pilot over here to my right. He is the host of the brand new all rookie podcast over at HoopBall. He is a podcast that covers the NBA draft and then follows these rookies chronicling their journeys through the NBA through their first season. He is William Harris. My man, how are you doing? Are you as excited as I am?
Alan, we have finally made it. It is draft day 2021. It seems like we've been waiting forever, but really it hasn't been that long. Milwaukee just won the championship, but this is just how impatient we are for the next season to begin. I'm so happy today it's finally gotten here.
Yeah, man, it is going to be so fun. I mean, this is one of my favorite days of the year. I mean, NBA draft is always exciting. It's just so fun watching the next generation of stars come through, all the different trades. And man, we've got some massive trade rumors out there that we're absolutely going to hit on, because I know that everyone wants to talk about the possibility of Westbrook in Los Angeles, Ben Simmons in Golden State, what have you. We've got you covered. We'll get to all of that. But of course, like I mentioned at the top, this is a HoopBall presentation. If this is your first time checking us out, or you're all our fans and you are coming back to us, please drop a like on the video and subscribe to the channel. We've got plenty of off-season content teed up. Can't wait to get to all of that as well. But this is the focus tonight. And man, I know that we're going to be doing this for 3 hours, Will. At least I'm going to be doing it. I mean, you're going to be with me for the first round, but then we got this fantasy segment that we're going to hit on afterwards too. That, it's all that to say, we don't actually have a whole lot of time. We kind of have to start, once the draft gets rolling, we're out of there, man. Like, we got to keep going. It's getting fast paced. So for these 30 minutes, call it your pregame show here before the draft kicks off at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Will and I are going to set the table, if you will. We are going to run down through some of the big storylines that we're keeping track of, the big picks and where we expect them to fall. And, once we get to the draft, then it's game time. So, Will, let's just not waste any more time. Let's just dive right into this here. We have, for a while now, had this idea of who the top 3 picks in this NBA draft are: Cade Cunningham, Jalen Green, and Evan Mobley. And earlier today, Adrian Wojnarowski sent out a couple of tweets basically confirming what we have seen in the mock drafts for months now. The Pistons are very set on taking Cade Cunningham at the first overall pick. At the moment, there's no trade possibility there. Though, you never really know, I guess, until the pick is in. And then he said that the Houston Rockets and Cleveland Cavaliers are both trending towards selecting Jalen Green and Evan Mobley, respectively. Again, no real surprises there. It is kind of what we have been seeing in these mock drafts for a while now. But let's start at the top with the Detroit Pistons, who have their first overall pick since 1970. It's been over 50 years since the last time the Pistons have selected number 1 overall. They selected Bob Lanier in that season. Last time they chose in the top 5, I believe, it was Darko Milicic in 2003. So it's been a while for the Pistons. It's been a long time coming here. Cade Cunningham seems to be the consensus number 1 prospect in this draft. Tell us a little bit about Cade. Why is this the guy for Detroit?
Well, like you mentioned, the other prospects: Cade, Jalen Green, Jaylen Suggs, Evan Mobley. There is really no wrong answer. As long as you're in the top 4, you're in a great spot. But it seems to be the consensus Cade Cunningham is the can't-miss prospect. He's the safest can't-miss prospect also. At 6'8", 220 pounds from Oklahoma State, he can do it all. I mean, he did everything. He won just about all the awards. He's just a primetime player. You'll even see some people comparing him to Luka Doncic. I don't quite see that. People got to pump the brakes a little bit. But that's just how excited people are for this prospect to come into the league. I see Jason Tatum in his future. I don't think he'll reach like LeBron, Luka level, but Jason Tatum, still top 20 player in the league. He should have a great career, and Detroit desperately needs a star. There's a lot of talk about Detroit being very interested in Jalen Green because they really think he is a primetime star as well. Cade Cunningham is going to be more of the guy that gets it done for you, but Jalen Green might be on your Sports Center highlight top 10 every night, because he's a flashy scorer and all of that. But either way, they can't go wrong. No, there has been speculation about OKC trying to get that first spot.
I want to talk about them.
Right. The rumor about them trading Shea and the 6th pick to Detroit. How do you feel about that? Do you think that was true, or do you think Detroit was foolish to not do that? What do you think?
That's interesting. I mean, first of all, I don't know if that was really an offer on the table. I mean, right. I don't put anything past Oklahoma City, who, they really have established themselves right now as sort of power brokers of the NBA drafts with their incredible just stockpile of picks. They can really maneuver around whichever way they want to in most drafts. And I would think that, just Shea and 6 overall, if that was really the offer, I feel like they're underselling Detroit. Detroit knows that they can offer more than that. Oklahoma City has more picks and they can literally it's impossible for them to make all the picks that they have at their disposal. Something over the next 5 years, they have close to an entire first round's worth of draft picks. Right. That's just not realistic. But look, it's very difficult when you have the first overall pick to not just take the top guy. Every draft has these we always talk about this possibility that, there's a lot of value to be had if you were to move off of it. But these are franchise defining guys. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is an incredibly talented player. And if Cade Cunningham can get to that level, then he's going to be a successful NBA player. But I think we can all agree, or I think that the expectation is that Cunningham just has this upside that only few players in the NBA have. Whether Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a star of that magnitude remains to be seen. He's very good. We all know that, but very safely can say that. But you always have to go with the unknown. And with Cade Cunningham and all these prospects that we have around him, I mean, I don't know. I cannot imagine a scenario where I would trade off of the number 1 overall pick. It just doesn't happen that often.
Yeah, exactly. But last few years, you wouldn't have been technically wrong to trade that number 1 overall pick. Just like, Philly and Boston, a couple of draft picks haven't really worked out that great. But, we'll see. Even last year, LaMelo Ball was the 3rd pick. He was the rookie of the year. So, but Anthony Edwards has turned out great as well. So the draft can go numerous ways, really.
So let's talk about, so Cade Cunningham, he's consensus number 1. There's been a little debate. All year long in this draft process, Jalen Green and Evan Mobley, they've taken turns as being considered the top prospect as well. But as we've kind of centered around Cade, I'm wondering, taking a look at the last 3 number 1 overall picks, Anthony Edwards, Zion Williamson, and DeAndre Ayton, where would you rank Cade as a prospect compared to those 3 coming in as prospects?
Well, it's different because none of them really play the same position. So just as far as upside, obviously you would think his upside would be higher than DeAndre Ayton. You probably think it's higher than Wiggins because Wiggins is mainly a scorer at this point, but hopefully he can develop into other things. With Cade, he can distribute, but also score, do multiple things. So that's kind of what the league is looking for. Every team is looking for a player like that, is multidimensional, can lead the team, run the team. So you would have to put, him up there with Zion, really.
You think that they were, I remember the hype around Zion coming in here. We're talking purely as a prospect, not as NBA players, just as evaluating these guys as incoming NBA players.
Right. Well, clearly no one probably will ever have more hype than Zion did coming out of school. Yeah. He had the president at his games in Duke. So Cade's not quite at that level, but I think he can have, a compatible career though.
Well, it seems at the moment, again, Cade Cunningham is presumed to be the number 1 overall pick. It seems very unlikely.
Thanks a lot, Woj.
Oh yeah. I agree, but at the same time, are we really that surprised?
Right.
At this point, it's just been, it's Cade time. And we're going to talk once that pick does get made. If he winds up in Detroit, because I will say it seems unlikely that anyone aside from Cade goes number 1. But do not. I'm telling you, let me repeat myself here. Let me be clear. Do not underestimate Troy Weaver. This man is the opposite of convention. All right. Opposite of consensus. He walks his own path. I actually like him a lot. I was definitely, I questioned a lot of the moves like everyone else that Troy Weaver made last offseason. He made some very bold decisions. But let's be real, a year removed from them, it looks like a lot of them have paid off. And he's got 3 rookies last year that in Killian Hayes, Sadiq Bey, and Isaiah Stewart, who all look like they have NBA futures and all have very defining characteristics that will make them very interesting. And it'll be really fascinating to see Cade with that group. That being said, a last-second trade, if any GM in the NBA could be capable of trading off this pick and having everyone in the dark, it's probably Mr. Troy Weaver. So we will find out in roughly 20 minutes from now. That's when the draft will kick off. The Pistons will officially be on the clock then. Let's talk about Houston now. They're in the number 2 slot. We all know about the season that they just had. It was, not great in terms of, just kind of how that whole James Harden situation panned out. They really, when we're looking at the Houston Rockets roster, there's an argument to be had that they are as close to the ground floor of a rebuild as any team in the NBA in terms of just guys that they currently have on the roster. Christian Wood, a guy that they signed in free agency last year, had a pretty good season, I'd say, and seems to be a good piece to continue building around going forward. Undrafted rookie Jayshawn Tate, impressed with his defensive versatility. I really like him. Yeah. But beyond those guys, I mean, this pick right here is going to represent the future for Houston. Now, we were to take Wojnarowski's tweets as gospel here and assume that Jalen Green will ultimately be the guy who goes there. How do you feel about that fit in Houston and him being built around as a franchise cornerstone?
I think it'll be great. I think he'll have a chance to grow and develop with, like I said, Kevin Porter Jr. They even have Kenyon Martin Jr. in there. He played pretty well coming on at the end of the season. Who knows what his role will be? But yeah, Jayshawn Tate, great young prospect. He made second team all rookie. So they have a lot of young talent. And so it's interesting to me that they're not considering Mobley also, just because, you have a lot of guards really, but you really have to think Jalen Green is going to come in there and be that superstar shooting guard for you to pass on Evan Mobley, because it's rare you can get a game-defining, game-changing big man in there. It's easier to find guards than a great big man. So that is very interesting, but you can't go wrong with Jalen Green. It'll be a lot more fun to watch him with Jalen Green, that's for sure.
I feel that there's an argument to be made, though, when you're in a situation like Houston where they're really bare bones in terms of young talent on that roster. A big man of Mobley's skill set, you're right. They don't guys like him don't come around all that often. But there's also, I feel like, if you're trying to find a team identity and trying to put guys in a situation to succeed, you can make the argument that Jalen Green and running an offense through him, the fact that the roster's depleted around him won't hurt him as bad as maybe if you had Mobley without a real point guard around him, without real shooters around him. I don't know. I feel like there's an argument to be had about bigs needing a little bit more around them in order to succeed or be put in the best situation to succeed. And I'm not trying to say anything about which of these guys are going to be better NBA players, because who knows? All I do know is that a big part of prospect development in the NBA has a lot to do with the guys that you are building, you're being built up around with. And it'll be fascinating to see how Jalen Green develops as a pro. And he's going to be the leading scorer on the Houston Rockets next season, pretty sure. I mean, Christian Wood maybe get in there, but let's be real. We think we know where all those shots are going. But again, there is no picks being made yet. Well, you go ahead.
You made a great point about the big man. Hard to win with the big man, but it's also hard to win with the shooting guard as well. I mean, if you look at like Zach LaVine struggling, Devin Booker struggled until they got DeAndre Ayton and Chris Paul. So it's really just a whole team aspect, unless you're like a guaranteed superstar.
And I'm saying more about developing a prospect. Like Evan Mobley if Evan Mobley is going to have an easier time adjusting to the NBA game if he has someone like Darius Garland setting him up as opposed to John Wall and DJ Augustin. Like if you, I'm saying like Jay,
that's for sure. Yes.
Yeah. It's less so about winning, because I don't think Cleveland or Houston are going to be winning teams next year, though. Cleveland does have some chips that they could play. We'll get there in a sec, but
can I address Devin Ellington real quick?
Yeah, I saw Devin in the chat right there. Of course, the host of HoopBall Gaming, one of our many experts in that field. He asked us, we'll just throw this on here. We aren't going to be doing many comments or posting on the show once the draft starts, because we're going to be zipping through. But this is pregame. Devin asked, he's asking about Chris Duarte being chosen after I guess 14.5 under the 15th pick in the draft or so. I don't know. A lot of rumors around Duarte has had him going to Indiana, right? I've seen a lot of that. I haven't really seen him pegged much higher than that from all the reports that I've read. If Indiana doesn't wind up with him, I guess that would be a safe bet. So I don't know, Will. What do you take the reins on this one? What do you feel is on Devin's call on that?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of Golden State at 14. So I think you're pushing it. But if any team would draft him high, I think it would be Golden State at 14. Other than that, the Knicks would love to get him at 19. He'll be a great fit for them as well. Tom Thibodeau obviously does not care about 24-year-olds. He would love a 24-year-old as opposed to an 18-year-old. But, it's possible the Warriors, in my opinion, would get him. I think they probably will.
Well, it remains to be seen. That 7th pick will be very consequential for that portion of the draft for them. But anyway, let's go. We're going to move right ahead now to Cleveland with Evan Mobley. And Mobley has had a very fascinating track record in terms of how people have scouted him and I've certainly seen some wild claims that he's the next Chris Bosh, that he's a mix of Bosh offensively and Anthony Davis defensively. That we're talking about one of the greatest forward centers that the league has seen in the last 30 years with a combination like that. And I'm not saying that he can't hit that, but that is an incredibly high mark. Cleveland's got to be thrilled. I beg of him to please get out of the lottery. I'm sick of seeing Cleveland get top 5.
I know, right?
Will Evan Mobley put that how do you feel about Evan Mobley in Cleveland? Do you think, what's his ceiling to you? Let's start there.
I do think his ceiling is Chris Bosh. I do see a lot of Chris Bosh in his game when I see his tape, but right now I do think he is raw. That's why I have him as the 4th rated prospect in my opinion, which may sound like a slight, but it's not. He's still going to be great. It's just as far as how much will he continue to develop, how long will it take? As long as he has the work ethic, I think he will get there. But he's not a finished product right now. So, will he remain the same and continue to be, a work in progress, or will he hit that peak? I think he probably will get at least close to it, but it's not a sure thing.
No, and again, that is the issue. Like a big man with his skill set, they pan out in very different ways in the draft. To compare him to similar prospects that we've seen coming up, Jaren Jackson Jr., who, to be fair, we have not really seen enough of him yet. He's been plagued with injuries throughout the start of a young career, but he seems to have a similar skill set to Evan Mobley. He's different than James Wiseman, who we saw go number 2 overall last year, who people also threw some Chris Bosh comparisons around. That's kind of interesting that Chris Bosh has turned into this draft prospect archetype. But people were saying that, Wiseman, he could develop a jumper. He had some Chris Bosh to his game. Do you feel that if Wiseman were in this draft, he would go before or after Mobley?
Probably after, because I think Wiseman's offense is not at the level of Evan Mobley's potential at offense. So, and after seeing him for a year, he definitely would go. He might not even be top 10 in this draft.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point. It's definitely a little bit of the I can't call it luster because it wasn't. I don't really know what the word is I'm looking for here, but his rookie season was not ideal. And
we got a lot of Evan Mobley love in the commentary. So they're loving him. There are some finished products coming out of college, though. Not finished. Everyone's going to continue to develop, but Kay Cunningham, Jaylen Suggs, they're ready to go day one. Chris Duarte, it's a lot of guys ready to go from day one. But
so you mentioned an interesting name there, and I want to ask you about it because I took a look at your big board. You released a mock draft yesterday, your last one before today's proceedings, and then you and I talked offline, and you sent me your prospect big board. And one thing that was consistent there, you have Jaylen Suggs as the second best prospect in this draft, and that's not an opinion. You're not the first one to hear that. I've heard that opinion from. I believe Sam Vizinti of the Athletic has said something similar, but really it's just y'all two. Y'all are on and I like that. I really want to know. So what Jaylen Suggs, who's for the record, most people project him going forward to Toronto, and he seems like a very safe bet that he doesn't fall any farther than that. There's a tier of the first 3 guys, and then there's been Suggs, and the consensus conversation around this. What do you see in Jaylen Suggs that makes you believe that he's the second best prospect in this draft?
Well, I'll put it to you like this. I see a little Damian Lillard. I see a little Brandon Roy. So if you're looking for that on your team, I think he's worth consideration. Damian Lillard went 5th in the draft, but it was mainly because of his small school. But you look at Jaylen Suggs' tape, it's incredible. he's developed in every way. And I mean, he was a freshman. So he only can be better than that, in my opinion. If he goes to the right team, gets the right coaching, I see an all-star point guard with potential for more. I mean, he's incredible on tape.
I mean, I'll say this: Toronto is very, very fortunate to have gotten into the situation where they have the 4th pick in this draft. Both because, I mean, for starters, they're a team that, as far as these lottery teams in the top 10, they are probably the most ready to make a leap back into the playoff picture. They have Kyle Lowry, franchise cornerstone, is likely on the way out, so Jaylen Suggs would have a role to perfectly seamlessly jump right into. And I know that there's a lot of talk about his fit next to Fred VanVleet being a really good one. So Toronto fans are very excited about that, and we'll see if really, to me, it's just a matter of whether or not Toronto's at the 4th pick, because who knows, maybe they trade out of it. And that is my, I guess, a little on the nose way to segue into this last bit that we want to address before the draft kicks off in 9 minutes now. Trades. We are talking trades now. We have had a few deals go down already, but I think everyone wants to talk about the deal that is, I'd say, is 95% of the way there based off of the reporting. Adrian Wojnarowski and Shams Charania of The Athletic, Woj of ESPN, but y'all know that. They reported that the Los Angeles Lakers and the Washington Wizards are engaged in serious discussions for Russell Westbrook to be sent to the Los Angeles Lakers. The Lakers would, in return, would send back Kyle Kuzma, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Montrezl Harrell, and perhaps the 22nd pick in this draft. And the last thing I read was that there's some groveling on the Lakers side on whether or not to include that pick.
Wow.
And I mean, let's just start here. Russell Westbrook he's always been one of my favorite players growing up. I idolized his game. He has always been someone who's fascinated me, and he is still someone who I think can contribute to a winning team. I don't know if that's the Lakers. Like that's a very, and I know it's kind of crazy to say, like, you know, adding Westbrook to be the 3rd best player on a team with LeBron and AD. But the Lakers in this proposed deal are going to be sending out all of their role players, who all happen to be floor spacers as well. I mean, except for Harrell. Harrell's just kind of there to, you know, for salary filler. But it's a very strange fit, and it for the Lakers, and it's a very strange decision for the Wizards, because the reporting that's come out in conjunction with this proposed trade is that they are not intending to deal Bradley Beal. They want to free up cap space so they can build out a better roster around Beal. I've seen something from Shams Charania, who about 30 minutes ago, saying that Beal is still adamant that he wants to stay with the Wizards. He's a loyal guy and he likes the organization. A lot to unpack here. There's just, really a lot to unpack. The trade has not been finalized, but I mean, when you follow these reports the way that we do, the language around them is like, this is as close to getting done as it can get. What are your impressions of this deal? Do you think it actually happens tonight?
I think it's a strong possibility it happens, unless, Bradley Beal is on the phone with the team right now. Like, what the are you doing? But, for the Lakers side, I think it is well worth the risk. You may look on the basketball side and say, I don't know if this is going to work out, but LeBron and AD's been very injury prone. LeBron, like the famous meme GIF thing, I'm 36, so he's going to be 37 next year.
Yeah.
Russell Westbrook is the perfect player to come in there, take some of the workload off of his hands. And, I think he can help carry the team through the regular season. In the playoffs, the point guard was a weak spot for them this year. Schroeder was exposed, unfortunately.
Sorry,
Lakers fans turned on him. So, Westbrook, at worst, he's not going to fold in the playoffs. So, especially with LeBron and AD with them.
It'll be fascinating to see if it comes to fruition. I mean,
I have no idea why the Wizards would do this, though.
The Wizards continue to confound me in this part of the equation, because I just can't imagine. Look, I respect to Bradley Beal. I'm not one to advocate for guys jumping ship, but man, that is a bottomed out roster in an Eastern Conference where the Wizards barely made the playoffs as is.
Yeah.
I still am of the opinion that a Westbrook trade most likely ends in a Bradley Beal trade as well. But, I can only go with what the reporting says out there. And they say that this is with Beal's future in mind. And look, the 22nd pick in the draft, which, by the way, is happening tonight, if that's a key component of this deal, then we're going to get some sort of resolution on this within the next couple of hours.
Sure.
The show's happening now. Y'all tuning in, you're going to see live reactions to that deal should it go down. Let's move over to Ben Simmons, the other major name on the trade market right now who could feasibly be traded tonight. I'm not talking about Damian Lillard. That whole situation seems like we're a little ways away before there's he's leaving Portland. So we'll just table that for now. But Ben Simmons, we all know the deal there. The Atlanta Hawks, of course, kicking the Sixers out of the playoffs in 7. Ben Simmons has taken on an incredible amount of that criticism, not only from fans, from media, but even Joel Embiid and Doc Rivers. I mean, the situation can only end in one way, and that's Ben Simmons being elsewhere. Tonight would be as good a night as any to send him off with draft picks on the table and teams all at the same time thinking about how to build out their rosters with free agency coming next week. I have 2 questions for you. Let's start here. The first one is, what is a reasonable trade package for Ben Simmons, like for the Sixers to receive for him? Because there's a report that came out today about the Warriors rejecting some proposed deal that the Sixers sent them that would send Andrew Wiggins, James Wiseman, and both of their first-round picks tonight in the lottery, and I think more future firsts on top of that. I think we can agree that that's probably too much for Ben Simmons. So you're Daryl Morey now, and you're twiddling your thumbs thinking about, man, how do I get the maximum amount of value here? What do you think is a fair offer for Simmons?
Well, if that's not good enough for the Sixers, he's not going to be traded. But if they come back to realistic expectations, I still don't think you're going to get much better than that. Orlando's not going to give you 5 and 8. The Rockets are not going to give you, obviously, 2 and 23, 24 or anything like that. So if you really, Ben Simmons stock is pretty low right now. If the smart thing to do is keep him till mid-season and try to trade him at the deadline, in my opinion, because he's going to perform in the regular season. He's going to look good in the regular season. Right now, his stock is low.
Yeah,
it's really low.
It's low. It's going to be real tough to bring Ben Simmons back to Philadelphia next season, though.
He has no choice. He's like Aaron Rodgers. You got to come back. Come on back.
We'll have to find out. I mean, I personally think that it's unlikely that we see Ben Simmons dealt tonight, especially if that's a true offer and that's where Philadelphia is starting from there's negotiations from. Then you're correct. That's just going to be too much. That's not good. Nothing's going to get done. The draft's going to start.
If teams miss out on their guy in the draft, I think after the draft is going to be key. Because Ben Simmons doesn't fit on just any team. It's only a few select teams that he's going to be a perfect fit for. So after the draft, I think his name will start popping up more.
We'll see. We've got about 2 minutes before the draft kicks off and we start bringing in our first crop of HoopBall experts. Of course, we have Jill Adge joining the program and Corbin Ford. He's also going to join hosts of the HoopBall Kings and Roundball Ramble podcast, respectively. I think Corbin's going to be a little late to the proceedings. He is working his way through traffic, so we'll bring Jill in a second. But real quick, I want to ask you, Will, you are a Charlotte Hornets fan. The Hornets completed a trade shortly before you and I came on. Mason Plumlee in the 37th pick in the draft going out of Detroit to Charlotte for the 57th pick in the draft. 57th pick in the draft. A salary dump essentially for Detroit, and for Charlotte, a center, essentially a replacement for Cody Zeller and Bismack Biyombo. What's your take on that deal, and what do you think is the next move for the Hornets? Because there's got to be, we're going to talk more once they get to the 11th pick, but how do you feel about that one?
If we can afford to keep him, that makes it seem like to me we're not going to go for Richaun Holmes. I don't know if we can still fit him in, but hopefully they're looking at, how Mason did with Isaiah Stewart this year in Detroit. They possibly could still draft a center at 11 and do the same type of process where Mason can develop the young center behind him. So, if it's Kai Jones, he's not really ready to go right now, but he could really develop behind Mason Plumlee. And that 37 pick, that's not a throwaway. In this draft, there's about 10 to 15 players that have a case for being first-round picks that will not be first-round picks. So that 37 pick could be a really good pick.
That's a really good point about the Hornets draft plans tonight. That might be a tip of the hat to where they're going. And just quick fantasy tidbit here: Isaiah Stewart's fantasy basketball stock next season going up. That is a big move for that Detroit Pistons center.
Unless they draft Evan Mobley and
shock the world, Troy.
Right?
Shock the world. Well, it is 8 p.m. The NBA draft is officially starting, and we are going to kick off. Breaking on to the program now. Everybody, welcome here. Jill, you're on with us. How you doing? How do you feel? You excited?
I am. And I have to say, I like that Charlotte made that trade because that gives us a little bit more of a shot at hopefully keeping Holmes. So,
yeah, I was thinking.
which we had kind of heard, the last 2 days or so. I think Lowe said it. Stein said it. I'm trying to think if there was anybody else, but they had all said that they had heard, rumblings of Rashawn possibly staying in Sacramento. So to me, that would be a huge win for the Kings if that ends up happening.
Oh,
what else we do tonight, I have no idea, because apparently what we were going to do just got blown up. So
yeah, I'm really excited to hear your perspective on that, but also I'm really sorry if the Kings were sort of rope-a-doped in this situation with the Lakers, kind of keeping, just dangling a Buddy Hield trade to get Montrezl Harrell to buy into that player option and then turn around and go for the Westbrook deal. That is, that's, let's not go. We'll wait.
We're used to being used as Kings fans, so it's
we don't.
Yeah.
I don't want to kick us off on a downer, but that is an unfortunate situation. Perhaps, there is possibility that there's some Dennis Schroeder sign and trade going on here, heading your way to maybe get Buddy Hield to a Lakers uniform. There's a possibility. It does seem like Hield is on his way out, one way or the other, though, be it through the Lakers or some other trade.
Yeah, and it's been that way for the last 2 years. But this is the first time we actually really got to see what somebody actually was offering for him, right? Like was our biggest question was, is there a market? Because we had heard there was, and then, no trades happen. And he'd kind of made it vocal last year that he, wanted out. And prior to the GM change, we had heard that they were going to keep Bogey and not keep Hield. And then a new GM came in and we kept Hield and not Bogey. And so it's, it'll be interesting, but I don't see how you can start the year with Bagley and Hield coming back in after all of this trade, no trade, when the morale is already not there for him necessarily.
Yeah, it's probably in the tank. And we'll find out tonight one way or the other where that's going to go. I'm very interested to see what Bagley's future in Sacramento is too. And we're going to pivot now to the Detroit Pistons, who are now officially on the clock. I'm not watching the ESPN broadcast right now. I see that. Is that on? Is it on behind you, Jill? Is that?
Yep.
Oh,
yeah.
perfect.
So if you need question, it's there.
Yeah.
All right.
I kept it on.
One last note, though, about, and again, we will move on from the Kings after this because I just, we'll have plenty of time to talk about them at pick 9. But I do find it interesting how the proposed deal for Buddy Hield was Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, and I believe it was the 22nd pick, right? They had that on the table.
Yes.
It's pretty impressive. Would you have guessed that the value difference between Buddy Hield and Russell Westbrook was just Kentavious Caldwell-Pope? Because
at all. And
that is the only other difference.
We're shocked by that, right? That is that what does that say about Westbrook, and then what does that say about Buddy? But even then, I don't see how it solves the Lakers' problems. Like, I understand they get the bigger name, but the whole reason they were looking at Buddy, it was to space and stretch out the floor, and you just did the opposite for a lot more money. So we'll see what else they do. But for us, it was just nice that we were going to break up that large salary in addition to getting a draft pick. That was really the seller for a lot of us, was getting that 22 pick. But yeah.
Well, we are.
Well, Jillian, I got to ask, who is that on your shirt?
Halliburton.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
knock on wood. I'm hoping that brings some positivity to the Kings draft today.
I was going to wear a similar Hawks themed shirt tonight. I decided against it, and I regret that now. But if things go well in that department, I will go back to my closet over there and bust it out.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I got my Hornet shorts on.
Oh yeah.
I almost wore. Go for it. Sorry.
No. You go ahead. You go first.
I almost wore our Welcome to Basketball Hell shirt because that's what I wore last year, and we ended up getting Halliburton after falling. But I decided to put his face up instead. So we'll see.
Man, what a trio of basketball fandom y'all have here.
I know.
Atlanta Hawks, Charlotte Hornets, and Sacramento Kings. We are all very familiar with the optimism of the NBA draft and the heartbreak, so you are in very good hands. Now we are just presumably, I don't know, somewhere between 5 to 8 minutes from what we all assume is Cade Cunningham being announced to the Detroit Pistons as the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. Jill, before you hopped on, Will and I were talking a little bit about how we view what Cade Cunningham provides as the top prospect in this draft. I want to ask you, do you feel that is there an argument to be made that someone else is the number 1 pick in this draft, or do you agree with consensus that it is pretty much Cade Cunningham not by a wide margin, but a clear one?
It's him. I mean, and I know we've heard that, the top 3 could be ones than any other one. But like we talked about last night, too, the only way I thought about actually trading out of that was if you were getting SGA back. But I mean, SGA back. But I mean, with the plethora of picks that were apparently attached to it.
Right.
But no, I think he's still consensus. Yeah, that there was a reason he was, number 1 for so long. And as a Kings fan who watched Luka in Europe for years, like that we had prepared for that to happen. Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Just do it.
Yeah.
There's a reason why these guys are consensus for, over a year. Stick with it.
Well, I think we just have received the word. I think that the pick is in. I'm just gonna throw that little fancy thing down there. Y'all on Twitter, you can see it. Shams Charania just tweeted out that Cade Cunningham is the number 1 pick. I will wait until confirmation from the league.
Yeah, on the show they haven't said it yet, but the pick is in.
And I really wanted to use the pick is in rolling bar on the bottom here. Just we're this is an official program and we're going to follow protocol here. But yeah, this is going to be a very interesting. If this is the pick here, I gotta be honest. Detroit is like, I don't know. Let's call them top 5 league pass team for me next season. I love watching Killian Hayes, Sadiq Bey, and Isaiah Stewart play together, especially when Killian Hayes got back from injury last season. This guy is, I mean, I'm sure most people haven't watched because who would watch a Detroit Pistons game? I mean, there's not really many avenues to. He's a really, really fun passer. I mean, really just great court vision. I'm excited to see, those 3 young guys to continue to develop their chemistry alongside Cunningham. And, there's been, one of the things that people have been talking about with Cade Cunningham and his fit in Detroit is, he played point guard at Ohio State. I mean, Oklahoma State. Yeah. OK State. Yes. Thank you. And, it's just, he played point guard. We all know, though, that he has the size and the tools to play several positions on the floor. Will, I'm going to start with you on this one. What are your thoughts on the Killian Hayes, Cade Cunningham pairing, assuming that, again, this is the pick?
Right. Adam Silver is at the podium right now announcing it. So
there he is.
Just announced.
Cade Cunningham is your first overall pick in the 2021 NBA draft. Let's table that question that I had for you, Will, and let's instead give us the breakdown. What should Detroit Pistons fans be looking forward to with Cade Cunningham as the number 1 pick?
Yes. Well, congratulations, Detroit Pistons fans. You got the number 1 player in this draft, Cade Cunningham, 6'8", 220 pound. Could be the point guard, shooting guard, small forward on any team. He averaged 20 points per game, 6 boards, 3.5 assists, 1.6 steals per game. He's an 84% free throw shooter, first team All-American, highest scoring freshman in OK State history, Big 12 Player of the Year, all the accolades you could ask for. He's a great playmaker for himself and others, has that 7-foot wingspan that everyone loves. And if you want to describe his game in one word, I would say smooth. He is silky smooth out there on the court. Great pull-up jumper, can hit the step back. And like we mentioned earlier, I would compare his game to Jason Tatum. If you want to say any negatives about him, I would say he's just okay at finishing at the rim. Doesn't really finish with authority. not really the quickest or fastest player out there on the court, but there are players right now in today's game that are not the quickest or fastest and are still flourishing. So with all his other talents and skills, he should be a great pick for the Detroit Pistons.
Jillian, I'll throw that question I asked Will at the beginning to you. What are your thoughts on the Cade Cunningham, Killian Hayes pairing, and what are your expectations for the Detroit Pistons next season?
It seems like they have nowhere to go from up. I mean, but up, right? That I know it was not pretty last year, but the fact that they even got the production they did out of their young guys, and then you still have a Grant coming back. We'll see what they end up doing after losing. Their backup center essentially right now in Plumlee. But I mean, you just got a future all-star in addition to the other young guys that were coming, and Troy Weaver seems to really know what he's doing.
Yeah.
And if you can get Hayes healthy, right, and the 3-point production that Bay put up last year, you have the spacing, you have the basketball IQ, you have the defense. Right now, it's just getting these guys to grow together, and that's really going to be the biggest piece is seeing how they can grow, and then what pieces they can eventually add to it. Eventually, you're going to want to start looking at adding some vets, around that. But it sure seems like the future is bright there.
And I have to say, on camera, they just compared him to Luka Doncic. I think that is not great for him. If the Detroit
those are
fans
very lofty goals,
right? Very lofty.
Who did compare him to Luka? Just out of curiosity, just real quick, was it?
I didn't see who said it, but it just was across the screen comparison.
I don't get that.
Luka Doncic. That's tough right there.
I actually kind of like Shai better as a comparison than Luka.
Another one I've really enjoyed is Grant Hill. I think that's a very interesting one, and also very appropriate considering where he was just drafted to. Now let's hear the thoughts of our other analyst who is here. He just arrived in the stream, Mr. Corbin Ford, the host of the Round Ball Ramble podcast. Welcome, man. You made it just in time. You didn't miss anything all that
perfect.
Big. Yeah, we knew what this pick was going to be. But hey,
that's true.
Instant reaction. Cade Cunningham to the Pistons. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so can you hear me? Okay, sound good?
Yeah, you sound good.
Cool.
You look
Great.
good. You sound good, bro.
Thank you. Okay, first thing, definitely not Luka Doncic, so I'm with you guys on that. That was hilarious. But no, I mean, solid pick. We know, where he's coming. I see Pistons already making moves, at least kind of clearing the way to kind of go to that full youth movement, more minutes for Isaiah Stewart, having someone like Cade who can do it all, just a solid all-around player. And on a team that, has some you have Killian Hayes, you have Stewart, you have Sadiq Bey, you have some intriguing young players, but it's kind of a blank slate in terms of him just kind of slotting in and kind of leading the way from there. So, I mean, like you said, we've all known this for a little bit of time now. Still just as exciting. Maybe not the comp, the comp is difficult there, but just seeing him in Detroit and kind of knowing the development that he'll be going through with the rest of these guys, they're going to be an interesting team to watch this season.
Oh, I'm very looking forward to it. Like I said, top 5 league pass team for me. They're going to be really fun to watch.
Wow. Okay.
We're still, again, that list is ongoing. We'll find out. We'll see how that develops over time. But we've got to have to truck right along because the second pick has been announced. To the Houston Rockets, Jaylen Green has been selected the number 2 overall pick. Will, give us a breakdown. What should we be looking for Jaylen Green at the NBA level?
Well, first of all, if you've seen his hair tonight on the show, he's got the best hair probably in the whole league at this point. It's incredible. Adam Silver has not technically said his name yet, but you want me to go ahead and go with it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, wait. You said wait. Sorry. What you said for the third pick?
No, for the second pick, it has not been announced yet on TV.
Oh, well, I am just. You know what? That's on me. There have been plenty of reports suggesting as such, and
Twitter is always ahead of the actual draft, which sucks.
Well, I'll not go. I was taking a peek at Jillian's TV back there, and I thought I saw Jaylen Green throwing a hat on. So that one's on me.
Adam's at the podium
Thought you had
right
the
now.
scoop.
All right. Well, let's just sit. I guess we could just sit here.
There goes. He just announced Jalen Green.
Perfect. Great. Jalen Green, second overall pick to the Houston Rockets. Let's start it from the top again. Will, what should we be looking for Jalen Green at the next level?
Right. Jalen Green is a 6'5/6'6" guard from the G League Ignite team. Averaged 18 points, 4 boards, 3 assists per game. Shot 36.5% from 3. Very athletic, great quick first step. He'll put his head down, go straight to the rim, doesn't settle for jump shots, but obviously can hit those jump shots. Has great court vision, finds the open man. Great shooter. That's what everyone's looking for. And he wants to be great. His coach in the G League, Brian Shaw, said, he was there always before practice, after practice, asking questions. And, Jalen Green himself said if he was in college this year, he would no doubt be the number 1 player in the draft. And the G League kind of hurt his stock. A lot of people thought he was going 3rd, but he still ended up going 2nd. So he's a great fit for the Rockets. They're going to be exciting to watch. If you want to say his weaknesses, I would say he just needs to learn to play a team game more. With the G League Ignite team, it was a more of, it's your turn, take the ball. Okay, now it's your turn, as more instead of a team setting where everyone shared the ball and ran plays. So, but it's a great pick for the Rockets.
Well, that's going to have to be the end of that analysis because we have breaking news coming in here. Russell Westbrook has officially been traded to the Washington Wizards. The trade that was proposed earlier or that was reported earlier by Wojnarowski and Shams is the final one. The Wizards will be receiving Kyle Kuzma, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Montrezl Harrell, the 22nd pick in tonight's draft. The Lakers will be receiving Russell Westbrook, a 2024 second-round pick, and a 2028 second-round pick. This is a monstrous deal, one that was very unexpected going into tonight. Will and I, we discussed this trade a little bit at the beginning of the show before y'all two hopped on. And we're just going to kick it to you now. Instant reaction. Corbin, you take this one first. Russell Westbrook in a Los Angeles Lakers uniform. And you strike me, you're a Westbrook guy, right? Like he's
through and through.
He's a Westbrook guy and a Lakers guy. So you are the guy we need to hear from.
All right, Corbin, take it away.
This is like the perfect intersection of like my fandom within my fandom. So I'm all about it. I have many thoughts on it. I guess the first thought I have is actually a contingent disappointment because I was really hoping that the Lakers would acquire Buddy Hield. I figured that shooting is the one thing that I don't think the Lakers have reliably surrounded LeBron James with since he came to LA. 2018, 2019, it was the multiple playmakers, and you had Rondo and you had Lance Stevenson. It wasn't perfect mix. Then you had, the last season where it was really primarily the season they won was primarily defensive focused. Still didn't have it all there. And then this year as well, we saw their shooting woes come to bite them in the playoffs. And so I was really hoping getting a player like Buddy Hield, who I think I saw something on Twitter. Well, I saw it on Twitter. I don't know who did it, so I can't give him the credit. But basically, Buddy Hield made more threes this past year than Russell Westbrook, LeBron, and AD combined, which is wow. I would have preferred dealing for Buddy Hield, which I feel is slander to say as a Russell Westbrook fan. But as a Russell Westbrook fan, I am excited. You have someone who I think, forget the star value, which I'm sure is big for LA. I'm sure was big for Palinka. You have someone who I think can initiate some more attention at the rim in a way that Dennis Schroeder was thought to have provided, but really didn't do it as consistently this season. You're getting the superior player in that regard in Westbrook. Hopefully you are able to get shooters, in free agency for cheap, being a contender and all that can benefit from the gravity that Russell Westbrook will create in addition to LeBron, in addition to AD. We've seen Russell Westbrook work well with bigs, from Steven Adams through Clint Capella, even through this year with the Wizards. So that AD will definitely feast on that end as well. The fit is not by any stretch perfect. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of analysis on that end, especially with the shooting. But I'm going to reserve some judgment there just because right now we barely have a roster with most of those pieces being sent out.
You just traded all the guys
to acquire Russell. So on the one hand, exactly. And we also effectively ruled out anybody he'll trade with all those pieces. Because at first I'm like, oh, it could be a 3-team trade. I was hopeful. But as a Westbrook Laker fan, this is great. He comes home, the storylines write themselves. AD and LeBron apparently got the person they wanted. Russell got what he wanted. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of buzz there. And let the popcorn start, right?
I just gotta say, this is a terrible move for the Wizards. I really don't think it's
yeah. So let's talk about the Wizards side and all this, because again, I am still very perplexed as what is going on there. Again, as of right now, the company line is that Bradley Beal is not on the trade block, and that Bradley Beal wants to stay with the Wizards. Jillian, what do you see here from the Wizards' perspective in this trade?
Probably what the Kings did.
I'm sorry, this must hurt.
You took one large contract and broke it up into multiple pieces while also getting a first round pick on a contract that everyone said was untradeable the last two teams he was on.
True.
Yeah. My guess is breaking up the money. Yeah. Because I do think that if they wanted to move those pieces to eventually dump salary to maybe try something else, they can, or they can also package them together to acquire something too. So,
do you think it? Sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
who knows? I mean, Landry Shamet just went to the Suns, right? I don't know. Maybe the Nets want to get someone like a KCP or something to try and fill in some shooting. I think it gives them, movable assets at worst, right? Otherwise, I think they fill them out. Other than that, the Wizards roster, how it's built right now, doesn't make a lot of sense either. But I think the big piece was just breaking up the contract. Essentially, they broke up John Wall's to Westbrook, and then finally broke up Westbrook's, deal. So I think that was the ultimate move.
It's just going to be, again, the Lakers have a lot of work to do from this point forward. I beyond the big three, I know Marc Gasol is still on the roster. I actually don't know if there's any other players that are still currently signed to contracts. They have Alex Caruso, Talen Horton-Tucker hitting free agency, Markieff Morris, Andre Drummond, Dennis Schroeder. I can't even imagine Andre Drummond playing with those three. It's just there's a lot of questions that have to be answered here, and I mean,
plenty of free agents will take less to play with that team.
I mean, no doubt. As is always the case with LeBron teams, they will find the veterans will come to them. Eric Bledsoe's a name that we already heard that he's going to Memphis and that he's not going to play for Memphis. I don't know if that means that a buyout is coming. If it does, we know that the clutch client is likely heading to the Lakers and playing maybe backing up. Well, I guess I forgot that Westbrook's a point guard and he just went to the Lakers. That's just, I think Corbin, your face tipped me off on that one.
What's crazy too is Pelinka used to be Hield's agent too. So prior to him taking the GM job, so hell of a sorry, buddy.
I gotta
unbelievable. Wow.
I gotta give a quick shout out to Harry Shedler. I hope I said your name right. That is a great point he just had. The Wizards should trade Beal for Simmons and picks now. I mean, that would be a great fit for both teams and make the Wizards make more sense.
Harry, by the way, will be on this show for the 21 through 30 picks. So, Harry, thank you we're looking forward to talking to you soon, buddy. Let's.
Oh my gosh! Hold on. Did you just see who Toronto's selecting? This is going to shake it. This is a shake-up.
Okay. This is
what?
Let's. So that Lakers
and another trade happened as well. Indiana acquired the 31st pick from Milwaukee.
All right.
Wow.
Let's. All right. Evan Mobley was taken by the Cleveland Cavaliers. Start there. Congrats, Evan. That is a fascinating situation for the big man. I am looking forward to watching him play there. I am looking forward to see how Cleveland builds out that roster. Unfortunately, we are not going to really get to discuss him. Maybe we'll find an opportunity with more downtime here coming up. And has this pick been announced on stage yet, Jillian? The fourth overall pick?
I haven't seen it.
No. It will in a second, but there was a trade announced and then that was announced. So it's
Alan looks upset. Like, I don't know what happened.
He looks a little
already ticked. Everything's being thrown askew, but the script is in the trash. We don't. It's oh my god, yeah.
But I think this could, by who wasn't taken and who's kind of fallen now, that could work some additional trades as well.
I'm curious if, well, let's just, you know what? Let's just go ahead. We'll skip ahead here. I apologize to Evan Mobley. I promise we will talk about you later.
You're just really good, Evan.
You're going to be great. No doubt about it. No, nothing needs to be added there. The 4th overall pick, as announced on Twitter by Shams Charania of The Athletic, is not Jaylen Suggs. It is Scotty Barnes out of FSU. That is the announced pick at the moment. We have yet to see confirmation from the league.
I'm not too surprised by that.
I'm incredibly surprised.
I'm shocked.
I thought it was smokescreen.
I'm surprised to hear you say that, Will, considering that you were talking to me about Jaylen Suggs being your second favorite prospect in this draft.
Yes.
He is, but Scotty Barnes has the highest potential in this draft. Can you put the picture of Scotty Barnes back on there for me? I know you're freaking out right now. But
I wound up there, yeah.
Scotty Barnes has the highest potential of any player in this draft, in my opinion. If there is going to be a Giannis-like player in this league, in this draft, it's gonna be Scotty Barnes. He could fall flat on his face, but even him falling flat on his face, he's gonna be Andre Iguodala, basically, and without the shot. But his 6'9" power forward for Florida State. A great defender.
It's kind of significant.
But, he has the over 7-foot wingspan everybody loves. ACC Player of the Year, playing limited minutes for Florida State. Great size, great defender, great court vision, awareness. Can play point. He can play pretty much every position, and he can pretty much guard every position. This is perfect for the Raptors, in my opinion. And you also can look out for the Raptors possibly trading Pascal Siakam now, because he's a good Pascal Siakam replacement. But I think this is a good fit for the Raptors. But I think Houston probably should have went with Jaylen Suggs.
And that's just, I mean, with a move like this, I mean, first of all, Kyle Lowry does not figure to be back in Toronto next season. And the general thought here was that Suggs would perfectly slide into that role. Now they still have Fred VanVleet on the roster, who's been playing shooting guard, but he's a capable point guard as well. It's just, I mean, all right, well, Jillian, where do you, let's talk about, I mean, where do you think this is going? Do you think this is staying with Toronto? Do you think this could be a precursor to a trade? But if it is staying in Toronto, I mean,
well, we've heard about the Philadelphia talks, right?
Right.
If let's see, someone like OG or something like that was maybe included in a deal like that, this is automatically a replacement. If you were to keep Barnes and send OG, or to keep OG and send Scotty Barnes, but they also just love these kind of players too, right? So in that sense, it's not totally shocking. But it is shocking. Consider that it was right. The top 5 was locked. The top 4 was locked, and now nothing is locked.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
wow.
Well, let's talk about Jaylen Suggs then. It's tough for me to imagine him falling much farther than number 5. Corbin, what do you think? Do you think that he's heading to the Magic with this next pick?
He's not.
Jaylen Suggs.
He's not falling farther than 5.
Yeah.
No. Okay. Good. I'm with you. Okay.
Hey, I don't know about that.
I know. I'm telling you, he's not.
Jillian knows these things. She knows these things. Okay. No, I am shocked that he did not go to Toronto. It just felt right. I mean, how much of the draft we've already known up to this point? I mean, like you said, I don't want to say scripted, but like, okay, this pick makes sense here. There was maybe a question if Jalen Green would go second, but Jalen Suggs to Toronto was like from the get. It just seemed like the hand meat glove type of fit in terms of the heir apparent to a Kyle Lowry, the perfect guy to play off a Fred VanVleet and a Pascal Siakam. Now, I mean, that's a wrench in the plans for sure in terms of, I guess, as a fan, it's like, expecting that to happen. Now, if he goes to Orlando, I definitely like that, because Orlando went from having a question of whether they had a shot creator, primary ball handler, initiator, like to move forward with. I mean, questions about Markelle Fultz and Cole Anthony aside, to now, I think you have to take that pick. I mean, you're like, okay. And then you grab it. So for Orlando, that's great. And as Orlando is one of my league pass teams to watch, because I love a good dumpster fire / rebuilding team, I am excited that they might be able to grab him with that 5th pick. It definitely throws some things in flux with that 5 through 8 range, which is always fun for chaos, something I root for. But I am shocked that Toronto passed it up. Like Will said, you do have the potential of Scotty Barnes, and that's great and all. But I don't think, unless you're planning a move of Siakam or OG, that it's like a perfect fit there. And if not, I don't know how I feel, but it's not great.
I mean, look, if you're an Orlando Magic fan, you really got to be over the moon right now. And look, we can. There's questions to be asked about what the Raptors didn't see in Jaylen Suggs, because it was just so universally,
accepted
that this was going to be the pick, and I'll be very curious to see what the line's going to be, that they felt that Barnes was the better player. And look, Barnes is going to be great from everything that I read, and I love the versatility defensively. I love players who can pass from different positions on the floor. I mean, he's a connector type of player, and he's going to be really good for Toronto. It's just, man, Jaylen Suggs seemed like a can't
could have
miss.
went third. So I mean, like,
bro,
Barnes, yeah, I mean, really
over Evan Mobley.
For the Cavs, I think Barnes could have went third. And they could have kept Jared Allen. Like, trust me, I'm telling you. Are y'all hearing me say Giannis
Will about to have him?
That is an incredible. I mean, that is a lofty goal for Scotty Barnes, and I was but I can see the archetype. I see where you're getting at with that. Wow, it's really just incredible.
I'm not sure Orlando should take Jaylen Suggs, even though
the pick. But so who should Jaylen Suggs? Who should the Magic go for pick number 5 if not Suggs?
I would go with the guy with the next highest potential under Scotty Barnes, Jonathan Kuminga.
Wow.
Because they have like 4 point guards.
They do have 4 point guards, but I was in a similar boat about Orlando, and I was convinced that Scotty was going to wind up there, and I was very worried about that fit because Orlando has no shooting. They really just don't. They have guys who can hit threes, but they don't have any knockdown shooters, and it's really tough to develop a guy with Barnes whose offense is going to be such a negative early in his career, surrounding him with a bunch of other guys who can't shoot. They would be having an anemic offense when he's out on the floor.
That is true.
That's not of concern anymore, obviously. He's a much better fit in Toronto than he would have been in Orlando. But so you're going with Jonathan Kuminga at 5. I take it that Corbin, Jillian, y'all believe that Suggs is the pick for the Magic at 5 here. Yeah. Well, we'll find out.
Yeah, but while we wait for that, the Pacers actually made a trade. Right. They sent 54, 60, and 2 future second round picks to move up to 31 with the Bucks. So we had heard that the Pacers were trying to do something with 13 as well. Yeah, so maybe they're working on something with 13 and 31 and dealing there. I know a lot of Kings fans are hoping that it's the Kings they're working with, but
I like that you have a dog. You have a dog with you, by the way.
I do. It's when I'm before this, I was working, and whenever I'm on like Zoom stuff, she hops right up and like has to be. This is Gracie. She likes to be in the center.
Oh,
Gracie, welcome to the show.
When Damien and I do our show, she's always on too.
She's adorable. I love a good surprise dog cameo. And pretty much anything that goes on in my life.
The pick is in.
So that is an interesting trade by the Pacers. 31 in this draft, and in most drafts, really is a pretty valuable is the most valuable second round pick. This is a pretty deep draft, though. It is in this. They could easily have someone slip to them if they choose to hold it. But like you said, with all the rumors swirling about the 13th pick being on the market, it'd be interesting to see if they package those 2 to move up in some capacity. I believe is that the pick is in for Orlando. I believe. So we're going to go ahead and bring it over to you, Will. You are unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I don't know. You were they did not take Jonathan Kuminga. They lined up with Jaylen Suggs, a very shocking fall from 4 to 5 by, I'd say. Most people I think are in that boat right now. So let's talk about it. God, why does this keep happening? I had this in the bag in rehearsal. In the bag, man. All right, let's talk about Jaylen Suggs, who is now the point guard for the Orlando Magic. What can you tell us about him and his NBA future?
Right. The 6'4", 205-pound point guard from Gonzaga averaged 14 points, 5 boards, 4.5 assists. Almost 34% from 3. He has amazing court vision, very clutch player, primetime performer, finishes great at the rim. He battles with bigs under the basket, has great handles, great quick hands in the passing lane, hits step back threes, like it's nothing. Even catches alley oops as a point guard. I mean, when you watch his tape, he pops on film. You know, he's just explosive. You know, like I said, I've been saying it this whole time. I see Damian Lillard. I see Brandon Roy in his game. I think he has huge upside. I don't like the fit in Orlando. As long as they trade a lot of point guards, it's all good. But if they're going to keep 5 point guards, that's ridiculous. And hopefully Orlando will treat him right. But, you know, this guy is full of talent, full of athleticism. He was Mr. Football and Mr. Basketball the same year in high school. He's an incredible athlete.
And I would imagine that Jaylen Suggs here is the presumptive starting point guard for Orlando. I know Cole Anthony was, you know, their guy last year, and Markelle Fultz, before he went down with his ACL injury, was also someone that they had considered building their team around. But I think if we were going to be just looking at the grand scheme here, and look, I think there's still a role for Fultz on this team once he's able to return to health, to get healthy again. And Cole Anthony can also play a little bit off the ball as a two guard as well. But it really does seem like this is going to become Jaylen Suggs' team. He makes a lot of sense here. The Magic is, for as long as I can remember, have been looking for a starting point guard, like a real starting point guard through free agency, through the draft. And this is just an incredible moment for them to have Suggs fall into their lap at this position. Jillian, you were adamant that Suggs was not going to fall any farther than this, and you were correct. What are your expectations for, you know, his rookie season coming up here?
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see how he fits with RJ Hampton. And then you have who was the center?
Mobamba
from Chicago.
Wendell Carter Jr.
Yes, if he stays healthy, that's a team that can run, right? That's a team that can move. And then if Bamba stays, he can run and also stretch. It's again similar to what Detroit's doing. It's going to be a young team, so they're going to have to figure out the kind of bumps and bruises there. But with their new head coach, right, who everyone's praising, and Luka loved,
Jamal
right?
Mosley.
That you heard that's who he wanted. I do think it's a good fit for him because he will have time, right? The pressure is not necessarily going to be there. Where maybe with Toronto, right? Like that pressure to go is going to be there, where he has time to grow. And he even said that this will be the first year where it's all basketball for him. He's never had 100% basketball in his life because he was a multi-sport athlete. So I think this does allow him time to kind of grow into that role and also grow with the team and be a leader, right? This allows him to kind of be the leader in the face.
Definitely.
And let's Corbin, what your thoughts on Jaylen Suggs in Orlando? But by the way, they still have the 8th pick coming up too, so they're not done here tonight.
True.
Nice.
So
Good
I mean,
night.
let's talk about this. Who's of these prospects that we have left on the board? Who do you think would make a great fit next to Suggs with the 8th selection?
Mm-hmm. Well, I was kidding but I said Book Night, but I was kidding. I actually don't think that'd be a fit. It just sounded like something cool to say. No. But like, I piggyback off a lot of what Jillian said. I think I'm a little more.
Who's your thought at 6 right now?
I say Kuminga. I say Kuminga, and then I think Book Night goes after. Like, I don't think the Magic have an opportunity for either of those. Am I wrong? Oh my God!
Jillian saw
literally
it too.
the number 4 pick has literally thrown everything. Like it's now everyone's wanting
nothing
to
but
go
chaos
crazy.
over here. I now 3 different times put up TweetDeck on the screen. And said
It's got to be Kuminga or Book Night. It has to be.
I'm excited now to see what this is. Okay, let me run through. Okay, let me run through my thoughts real quick. So,
no spoilers
okay, we can
for the
get
chat. You and Jillian and I will keep our lips tight on who the 6th pick is here.
I can't do that. I love spoil. Okay, I'll be quick. All right. So for the Magic, I piggyback a lot of what Jillian said. I'm a little more apprehensive because you just signed Markelle Fultz to an extension. He's coming off an injury. Same with Jonathan Isaac, but more in the guard territory. You have RJ Hampton, who's more of a shooting guard. You have Markelle Fultz. You still have Gary Harris on your expiring deal, but still, you have a lot in the backcourt. Now, are they paving the way eventually for Jaylen Suggs? I think we can all agree that seems to be what's in mind. But try telling that to Markelle Fultz right now. You know what I mean? I mean, was the point guard at that time. So I am curious to see how they kind of sort it out. To begin with injuries and everything, I'm sure he's going to slot right in, but it's going to be interesting to see how the Magic take form, especially like you said, with who are their foundational pieces. Wendell Carter Jr.'s extension eligible. I mean, for restricted free agency. And I'm done. Let's get to the next one. I'm curious now. I can't.
Oh,
what's up, guys?
All right, here's the big reveal here. With the sixth pick in the 2021 NBA draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder, who keep this pick, by the way, at least at the moment, have selected Josh Giddey. Out of Australia, point guard forward out of Australia, rocketing up the boards in mock drafts over the last few weeks. People had him pegged in the 10 to 9 range, but this is a little bit higher than that. He is going to Oklahoma City. He will be paired next to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in that backcourt, presumably, in a very, very interesting landing spot for the Australian. Will, give us your breakdown. What are you looking for Josh Giddey at the next level?
I'm going to try to be positive, okay?
Please.
It's going to be fun watching him with Poku, though. That'll be fun. But no, Josh Giddey is a 6'8" point guard from Australia, only 185 pounds, so he really needs to get some weight on him to compete in the league. He averaged 11, 7, and 7 in overseas, has a nice handle, nice floater, very creative and flashy passer. I mean, he'll drive to the rack and even dunk on you sometimes. He controls the flow of the game very well out there. He's just not really a scorer. And he could be too slow in the NBA. I think he will have to pick up his speed a little bit, or he could have trouble out there. And you have to worry about the level of competition he was playing against, if that will translate to the league. He could be a star, but he could be a bust, in my opinion. He always looks small on the court because of his weight. Even though he's 6'8", he doesn't look like that out there. But he's not a good leaper, doesn't get good separation. So, I mean, I don't know how that's going to translate to the league, but clearly OKC sees something great in him. I don't know. Corbin, what do you think?
I'm in shock. I mean, I did not have Giddey this high. I was already not really high on him as a player in general. Like, again, not trying to be negative, but I guess I am. Interesting, good passer. I was worried about his shot, especially in Oklahoma City. Like, what? I don't know. I'm sure Sam Presti has a plan. He is an intriguing guy, one of the best passers from the NBL. Like, there's a lot. There's stuff to like. I thought it was a reach at 6, especially when, we already mentioned, I'm going to say Book Knight again, but him and, Kuminga and Moses Moody, other guys who I thought would be picked definitely before him. That's all I got. Wow. I'm just live reaction. I'm sorry. I'm lacking.
No, look, you are in the same boat as all of us right now. Again, like Jillian said, the 4th pick going to Scottie Barnes has thrown a monkey wrench into everything.
Wow.
And now, I mean, I want to talk about OKC, but this is a pivot point that I feel like deserves a lot of discussion. The Golden State Warriors are on the clock now. Pick number 7. They are one of the most I talked about Toronto being a playoff bound team. I completely neglected to mention the Golden State Warriors with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson coming back next season, and Draymond Green in the fold. So much has been made about how these 2 lottery selections for them are going to define whether or not they're going to be contenders next season. And I guess, Jillian, I have my question is a little bit twofold. Do you feel that these picks hold that? Do you feel that the Warriors should make and keep both of these draft picks? And if they do you feel that is essentially they are going to be the reason that they make it back to a championship title next season?
I don't. To me, with how this draft is gone, I could see them keeping this one and taking Book Knight, just because I think he would be a good backup for what you don't know for Klay. Like, no one knows what Klay's going to be coming back as, right? Between a knee and an Achilles. Like, you just don't know. And I think that can give you a scoring pop. But I can also imagine the trade scenarios that are probably being thrown to them right now, which is why you're not seeing anything leaked right now, which everyone was already leaked before.
Very good point.
There's
discussions about trades, but we will.
Okay.
Yeah, we will.
I don't know what's going to happen, but
so they have a possible pick, but they're also discussing trades.
I've seen conflicting reports about that.
They know who it is. Yeah,
it appears that their pick has been submitted. We will wait to see until it's announced before. I mean, again, it seems like a situation where there could be a trade here. But let's talk about Corbin. In your opinion, who would you take if you're the Warriors if you're keeping this pick? Unless you just got it spoiled for you.
I feel like I didn't. I feel like Moses Moody would be a nice fit.
Yeah.
I mean, Kuminga has potential. And I hate to sound like Will there, but like he has like the next high potential in my opinion. But like if you're the Warriors right now, you're looking to win now. I think Moses Moody is someone who's like low utility on offense, can space shoot the floor. He probably has a little more value to be kind of fleshed out in terms of putting the ball on the floor and making something happen for offense. But you got someone with length, play good defense, shoot the ball well. I think that's what you need. Another kind of player who could slide right in. Look at what the Suns did with I'm forgetting his name now. I just said it. Thank you. Cam, exactly. Cam just a couple of years ago. I think this would be a similar type fit for a team that is probably even more well equipped than the Suns were at the time for like a win now type of prospect.
Will, same question. Who would you go with here?
That's a great point he said about Kuminga because with Moody, because with the Warriors he's more ready to go now. But I would take Kuminga. It's incredible that he has fell to number 7. OKC, that would have been a great pick for them. I mean, he would have had time to develop with OKC, could have turned into a star. The Warriors at this point, he's not ready right now exactly to go, but he's too good to pass up on at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, where we're at right now, there has been a confirmed pick that has been submitted to the league. At the moment, there's still trades that are being discussed around it, so it's possible that if the Warriors make this selection, they may not necessarily stick around, but announcing there on the stage right here, we do have a selection. This is, of course, the pick that was acquired from the Timberwolves in the D'Angelo Russell trade. But the 7th pick in the NBA draft is Jonathan Kuminga from the G League Ignite. He is, a very polarizing prospect in this draft class. A lot of people have talked about this incredible upside that he could possess, all the tools athletically, but he just wasn't able to put it together in his first season playing in that G League. So, Will, real quick, what do you? I mean, you've already given your thoughts on Kuminga, but clearly this is who you thought the Warriors should take. So I assume that you're satisfied here.
Yeah, and I mean, he has on the Warriors colored full 3-piece suit on right now. He's looking nice out there with the beads in his hair and everything.
He knew.
6'8", shooting guard / small forward from G League Ignite. A lot of people said he had a down year with the G League, but he still averaged 16 and 7 and 3 assists per game. I mean, he shot bad from the free throw line, shot bad from the 3-point line. So a lot of people are worried about that shot translating. So he drastically needs to improve, but teams will just have to trust that it can because he shot it great at the combine. So will that translate to games? Hopefully. And he still has time to develop. But he's definitely going to have to get more skillful, but he's just 18. And with that potential he has, who knows? This could be a Kawhi Leonard type of player in the future if he continues to develop. Great pick for the Warriors.
Yeah, go ahead, Corey.
I'm sorry. No, I got a props to Will. When he goes for these comps, like he is swinging. Like, yo, you know what, dude? I admire it. Wow. I mean, I could kind of see in the future, but I'm just saying I love the confidence there.
Well, let's stick with you for a second here, Corbin, because the Magic are coming up at number 8. There is a pick that has been submitted, but we'll get there in a little bit. I'm curious though. So, one of the big things with James Wiseman on the Warriors last season, he was often criticized for just not being quite ready to step into a winning basketball situation. The expectations were too large. There were reports about how that weighed on him mentally, especially being pulled in and out of the lineup. And what we see here in Jonathan Kuminga strikes me as a very similar story, where we have a guy with all these questions about, his ability to play right away at the NBA level. And again, we all knew that this was going to be the case with these draft picks, but for Kuminga specifically, even though he might have the most upside of all these guys left on the board, do you have similar fears that he could be heading into a mentally taxing season with these title expectations and ability and a desire for him to be a contributor for it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's coming from the G League Ignite team where, Will already kind of expressed that was kind of a your turn, my turn situation. So he was kind of used to like just taking shots. Obviously, making them was the issue. Hence, the issues on his scouting report coming in. So now you're going to a team that is, all about as far as his offensive flow and the intuitiveness of the way they play. And he's not going to just slot in as a 3-and-D guy or really any type of person outside of having potential to be, a massive star or kind of like a jack of all trades type of player, but not really any where is he going to come in and just play his game, because I don't even think he knows what his game is. It would be nice for him to have a team where he can just kind of have his room to grow and figure out what that is. Whether it's a season of him saying, okay, he might be able to be a primary offensive initiator, or no, he's going to play alongside somebody who is. Right now, he's on a team where it's like, oh, Warriors are trying to win a championship. What can you do to help? And that's the same thing Wiseman was in. He's in a younger situation. And I think unlike Wiseman, who could at least, Wiseman was a big, he's going to play that position. Whereas Kuminga slotting in as a wing alongside, I don't know. Potentially I like it if the Warriors were like, let's say they were confident in their veteran core and were drafting, in Wiseman and Kuminga, the succession, to the dynasty that they've had, the next plan. And then I feel a lot more confident in this. They could kind of take their time, develop and grow along. But you want to fold them, bring them into the fold and have them produce. And with Kuminga, my question is, what exactly right now?
It's going to be a fascinating situation for him as we go forward here. And the Warriors have another pick coming up. Jillian, I'm going to kick it to you here, and we're about to, the 8th pick has been announced on Twitter, but not in the draft room yet. I assume that you might have taken a look at it, but I mean,
yeah, well, because that's who everyone thought the Kings were taking.
Exactly,
so
and that's why I wanted to kick it to you.
I have no idea now how this is gonna.
So this is I was very much looking forward to this section of the show.
We could have book night. We could have Moody, Sangoon. Like there's so many options now.
Wow.
This is. We're going to dive right into the next pick. So I want to reserve time for you to give us our Sacramento Kings breakdown with the 9th pick. So let's just talk about who the Magic have been reported to have selected here.
They just selected him.
They just selected him. Well, perfect timing. It is the small forward out of Michigan, Franz Wagner, is going to the Orlando Magic. A fit that is very, very interesting to me. The Magic walk away from tonight with Jaylen Suggs and Franz Wagner. They got to be over the moon. Will, give us the rundown on him real quick. And then
absolutely no one had the Magic going home with Suggs and Wagner, but they have them, I'm not a fan of Franz Wagner. I'll be professional. Okay. 6'9" power forward / small forward from Michigan. 12.5 points, 6.5 boards, 3 assists, 1 steal, 1 block per game. Yeah. Made the All Big Ten team. Could possibly play multiple positions and defend multiple positions. He's a good hustle player, gives great effort. Shot 34% from 3. That's the shooting the Magic can use. He should be a good system player, in my opinion, a role player. He's not explosive, so he can't really get his own shot. His potential.
Stop.
Corbin,
take it. I don't know why they.
I'm gonna pick it to Jill.
Hold on. Before you go, this is how the Kings fans felt about this. So one of our ABC 10 guys said, Kings fans inside Golden One Center loudly cheered Orlando's selection of Franz Wagner. That's, I mean,
that tells you everything you need to know.
This has been a rough night for y'all, and
wow.
I mean, because Kings fans have been in love with Moody since, that's been kind of our guy for forever, at least fans wise. They're all about the Moody Mafia. Just because our defense is so bad. Our defense is so bad that you have a legit 3-and-D guy right there. Yeah. But they could take 2 offensive people in Book Night and Sangoon. So
this is the perfect opportunity for the Magic should have took Book Night. That would have been perfect.
Well, we'll find.
Wow.
The Kings have options at this point in the draft, and again, it's been a very up and down night for them with the Buddy Hield trade rumors, and that event ultimately falling through. Maybe they'll reemerge at some point here. Jillian, this is my favorite stretch of the draft because we got the Kings coming up, the Grizzlies pick after that, and then the Hornets coming after that. We have the Grizzlies guys coming on next, and then of course, Will, you're a Hornets fan, so this is like my water drinking portion where I can just let y'all. we're gonna clear out and let y'all take over. Give us the rundown. What should the King? You start with Moses Moody here. He seems to be your favorite for the 9th pick. What do
defense.
You feel? Yeah. So go ahead, take it away. What should be? Yeah. What are the Kings focus here?
Defense and if you can find defense and shooting together with also a guy with like a bulldog mentality like Moses Moody, that's the Kings are lacking a player on their roster like that. And this is coming from a team that had thanks to the last stretch where they played OKC twice, they didn't finish as the worst defensive team in NBA history from when they started keeping track of this stuff. So it's as a fan, we want to see defense. And if you can get a guy that still spaces the floor with Fox, right, and Halliburton, and if you can keep a Rashawn Holmes, which, we're kind of hearing, and also maybe the Charlotte move helps that out a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty exciting spot. But the other one that has been mocked to them literally the last 2 days is Sengun. And I get it, because that's kind of a swing pick right at 9, which I totally get. You have an 8-year-old MVP from across the seas.
Yeah.
And he actually the Kings were his first workout when he came, and all people are saying is that what a great workout he had.
Right.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
They went defense. They went defense.
So we have we do have an announcement. We can wait a little bit before we get into the pick itself. But this is a defensive-minded selection here, and we are also there's so much is happening here. You know what? Why don't we just dive right into it? Because I know we're about to reach the point where we move on to our next set of posts, and I want to be able to give y'all an opportunity to close out before the Grizzlies make their selection at 10. We're going to talk about, though, the man who will be going to the Sacramento Kings at number 9. He is fresh off of an NCAA title. Davion Mitchell is the 9th pick for the Sacramento Kings.
Wow.
Will,
I'm
very quickly, your scouting profile on Davion, and then Jillian, your impressions on the pick.
I will say I love Davion Mitchell. I absolutely love him. Why Sacramento? I have no clue. That sounds like they're going to trade De'Aaron Fox or something. Like, I don't think you can play Davion, De'Aaron, and Tyrese Halliburton together. I don't think it's going to work. But Davion Mitchell, an incredible player, 6'2" from Baylor. Average 14, 3, 5.5 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals per game. He's a hustler, very good defender, great handle, great passer. I mean, he does everything on the court. Defensive player of the year, shifty. Donovan Mitchell-like potential. They just got to see it in the league, see if it'll translate. Shot 44% from 3 this year, but his previous years was not great. So teams will say his weakness is his age and his size. But we got to see if his shot is for real, but I think he could be great.
Jillian, your impressions on this as a Kings fan?
Please. Wow.
To me, this seems like a trade down, but I don't I don't know.
This is his range.
I get the defense, but I wasn't expecting it, being that they have Fox, Halliburton, and Wright. So I could see, I know the Pacers were someone that was brought up in trade talk, and if they're going to lose TJ McConnell, that could be a replacement there, and maybe there's some sort of deal, and that maybe the Pacers were looking at him, and I'm kind of shocked right now, honestly. They needed wings, and there was a lot of wings on the board, so it just doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't.
I get your defense, but you need wing defense, and you need size defense, and this doesn't fit any of that.
I mean, again, when you look at Sacramento's makeup right here, the only real constants that you can point to on where you build the team from are it's the guard spots, De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton. There's not really many scenarios that I can envision these three playing together at the same time. And it does seem like, this could be a trade down situation. Again, we've yet to see any I think, surprisingly to this point, we haven't seen any picks traded in the first round. None of these picks have been traded down. We've seen second round picks switching hands. And of course, I guess we did see the Lakers pick go to the Wizards here, but this is a very surprising pick too. I mean, we're going to have to take stock at the end of the night and figure out which pick is the most surprising. I still think it's Scotty Barnes at 4 for me, but this is a shock. Corbin, is there anything else that we should talk about here with Davion Mitchell, or do you feel like there might be something more going on here?
I agree. I think that I really would hope that there is something else going on. I just feel like such an odd pick. I don't think I don't know Sacramento, man. I don't know. Like you're not. I'm sorry, Joey. I'm with you. I just have no clue. Like
I'm with you. I don't get either.
What are you doing?
We need defense, but not at that position.
If anything, I don't know. Yeah, it just you had De'Aaron Fox. I don't think he's going anywhere. You bring in Tyrese Halliburton. You saw the year he had. Like already, it was like, oh, that's kind of weird. You have De'Aaron. They played together. It worked okay. Why would you bring in another guy to play the same position when you had not only a clear need but a clear fit to said need available? That would have slid right in. Plus, he would have the awesome nickname Moody Mafia. I don't know about a Davion Mitchell nickname. I don't think that there is one out there. I don't know. I don't like it. I think that's the simplest way of saying it. I hope there's more to it because I'd be puzzled as to if not.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's
this now. Like people, sorry, like it's the next. Like none of this is making any kind of sense.
There's
got to be trades coming. Like you heard Memphis was trading up, right, for certain players.
Yes.
And the player that they were supposedly trading for was there, and they did not take them. So there's got to be stuff coming.
We're going to move on and just to discuss this 10th pick that has just been announced again on Twitter. The Memphis Grizzlies, they traded Jonas Valanciunas the other day, and the 17th pick to the New Orleans Pelicans for Steven Adams, Eric Bledsoe, and this 10th selection right here. And according to Shams Charania of The Athletic, they have elected. I got to scroll down on my. I got to scroll a little bit down here on my prospects list. A little bit. I mean, just by the order of how I was anticipating this to go. Yeah, I mean, just a little bit more. The 10th pick in the NBA draft is Zaire Williamson.
Oh my God!
Zaire Williams out of Stanford. Right here, boop. Zaire Williams out of Stanford. He is he's very much been considered this work in progress type of prospect, but I don't know, man. This is a very interesting selection for the Memphis Grizzlies. Will, actually, before you give your breakdown, this is the pivot point where we have to bring on our next section of coach. So I just want to kick it to you, Jillian and Corbin. I mean, first of all, thank you to both for coming on.
Thank you.
Breaking down these.
Thank you.
I know.
Sorry,
this,
Jillian.
You're welcome.
Jillian, I'm so sorry that this is coming out.
Sorry I need more help, but I'm like genuinely shocked. Like this was not someone I had like on the radar unless they were trading down. Like this wasn't. Sorry, guys.
Well, go ahead and tell everyone where they can find you, all the great work that you do for the website for the Sacramento Kings beat. Where can people follow you and find your work?
So at Jilladge, JILLADGE, and that's where you can find me, as well as on HoopBall Kings. And I don't know. I just hope it works.
Hey, look, me and Jillian just had a podcast.
I love talking to you guys, though.
We talked about it was great. We talked about the Kings for like an hour. We never mentioned Davion Mitchell, not once.
To this moment, he is still on the team. There's been no announced trade.
Right. Well, and we had heard, like the Kings had said they weren't going to announce who was working out with them, and so we were forced to like check social media and all that kind of stuff. And he was one that we never got confirmation on either. So maybe he worked out for them and blew him away. I don't know. Or I still think it could be maybe a trade, but I don't know.
We'll have to see on that front.
Man.
Corbin, thank you again. I appreciate you making your way onto the program here. Tell everyone about the work that you do.
Roundball. Yeah. At Corbin NBA. First name, NBA all together on Twitter. Roundball Ramble, I will, just talking basketball, I probably have the easiest area because I don't have to focus on any one team. So we'll have a lot of Westbrook gushing later while ignoring carefully all the negative aspects of that and maybe puzzling at the rest of the draft. So that should be fun. But Corbin NBA on Twitter and Roundball Ramble as the podcast. Definitely make sure to check it.
Everybody check them out. Again, Corbin, Jillian, you guys were great. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Enjoy the rest of the draft. We will check in with y'all later. And
thanks, guys.
Got so much more.
Thank you both, y'all. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
Sorry, Corbin. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Just cut him off, Alex.
I'm so sorry. We're moving right along here at blistering speeds. And
We are
the Memphis Grizzlies pick right here, and we have our next two guests. They are the co-hosts of the HoopBall Grizzlies podcast, Mr. David Williams and his co-host, Mr. Isaac Simpson. Fellas, thank you for joining us. Let's just get right to it. Your impressions on this pick, David? I can see it on your face.
I wish I could see your face, Isaac.
This is so. I understand the swing it upside, right? The Grizzlies have played it safe since Kleiman has taken over, and there was talk early on that Zaire Williams was going to be a guy that they were looking at, but his college game, his game in high school, he was elite athlete, explosive. I understand he's a smart kid because he's playing at Stanford. There were a lot of outside circumstances that affected his numbers at Stanford. But if you watch his college tape, there's nothing there that jumps off the table at you. And so all the talks of Moses Moody, there was talks of Moses Moody going to Memphis, and then James Bouknight. He's been my number one guy for the Grizzlies since a while ago. I can't tell you the exact date, but this is just unbelievable to me. I trust our front office to a certain extent, and I know Taylor Jenkins is great at developing talent, like he's proven that, but I don't think they had to trade up to get him. I feel like this is not a great pick, just to be honest. I don't want to be too negative, but like I'm not happy with this at all.
Isaac, same question. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, man, I don't get this, man. When they made the move up, you're thinking that they're going to take a swing. They're trying to go bigger. I mean, me and David have talked about Zaire Williams at length, and we weren't even a fan of his at 17, let alone at 10. And you look at the board, the way the board felt like it was perfect for the Grizzlies. I mean, my guy Josh Giddey went 6 to Oklahoma City, and I liked him at 10 if Moody and Bouknight were both gone and all the guys and Wagner was gone. He was kind of the guy that I liked there at 10. He goes at 6, and I'm thinking, okay, well, looks like some of the guys that I had above him might be there. And you have Moody and Bouknight sitting right there. I think guys that would really fit in with this team. And you take Zaire Williams, man, a guy like I'm honestly to me, I probably wouldn't even take Zaire Williams in the first round. I mean, it could have been late 20s, man. I wouldn't even take him in the late 20s. I mean, it's with him, it's all about upside. I mean, he just didn't have a production. I know they said he had some off the court stuff going on. Stanford had a tough year with COVID, and they had some games missed. But I don't know. I mean, just like David said, this front office has been hitting home runs. They haven't given us any reason not to trust them so far. But this one right here is kind of head scratching when you look at who's on the board. I just really don't get it.
And David and I, David, you and I were talking offline. Like I'm in the same boat. Your front office has always nailed it with these types of things, and I have a lot of faith in what. I mean, their plan and their vision for all these different. I don't know, just their whole plan in general. And I'm curious, in your opinion here, do you feel that there was an understated element about wanting to move off of Jonas Valanciunas before his contract was up? Do you feel? I mean, now in retrospect, that we see this pick, do you feel that had a little more to do with why the deal ultimately went down?
I don't know that that's it, honestly. Like I feel like this front office, they're very methodical, and so when they made this trade up to 10, it's because they thought that Zaire Williams was not going to be there if they waited. Yeah. So, like I'm sure that getting value in return, because you're not going to re-sign him after that. You're building for the future. Everybody, there were a lot of Grizzlies fans that were super upset about that trade because of the love for JV, and they're looking at it as it's just JV and Steven Adams. And that's not it at all. Like, that trade was about the future. And so moving up the spots to get the guy that they wanted, again, like I said, I don't think that they had to move up to get him here. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see anybody from here on, like the rest of this draft going down. I don't see anybody that was taking him before it got to them at 17. So I wonder if they couldn't have got more value with a different trade partner.
It's really just it confounds me a lot. I mean, y'all have been following along. This has been a night full of surprises in the draft. A lot. More than memory serves, this is where the mock drafts have been. I mean, consensus has just been kind of off on a lot of these selections so far. Scotty Barnes letting it off there at number 4 was a shocker. The Franz Wagner at 8, and then Davion Mitchell at 9 going right after there. I mean, really 3 picks in a row here. really just shaking up the draft board. And now we have a couple of guys who have fallen a little farther outside the top 10 than was initially anticipated. James Bouknight out of UConn is definitely as one of them. Sengun is still on the board too. A lot of people had penciled him in for a top 10 pick. So we've got a lot more to go here. The 10th
well, look,
pick
Alan, look, that was very depressing. Okay, this whole segment. So, let me chime in with a little positivity. Okay, I love the selection for Memphis. I think they took a big swing. In my opinion, Zaire Williams has the third highest upside of anyone in this draft. I think he could be the steal of the draft. I think he's got the size, athleticism. He can even shoot it pretty good. Most of the Scotty Barnes and Kuminga can't shoot. Zaire Williams can shoot the ball pretty good. He has the length, athleticism. I mean, you possibly could be getting a Brandon Ingram, with a year or two of development. So I think this is a great pick for you guys. I mean, if you wanted to be safer with a great pick, I think you could have got Moody or Bouknight, but Zaire is a big swing, and I think John Morant will love that pick.
Man, I get it, but I just think I don't think you have to move up to 10 to get him. That's the thing. Yeah. I really do think he would have been there at 17. Mm-hmm. I mean, I see the upside that people see. I mean, the size. He looks the part. Like when they say when you get off the bus, he looks like a star basketball player. He just has all the intangibles that when you look at the size and the shooting upside, it's there. But
don't be dancing. You can't be happy. You got my guy in
I'm so happy right now.
Don't be dancing.
Man, it's rough, man. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that here in Memphis are not going to be happy with that, giving up JV to move up to get Zaire Williams, especially, again, with Moody and Bouknight on the board. I think if those two guys were gone, it might not have been as bad, but
right.
Man, that's man.
But I will say the last few days, Zaire's name has been rocketing up the board. So I don't think he would have been here
based on this kind of intel that this is why Memphis made the trade.
Yeah.
By the way, David, Isaac, formally welcome you to the program.
Right.
These guys are the hosts. We needed a vent session there. I knew you guys needed to get right to it, and of course, there's going. I mean, I'm sorry that you're going to have to go through these next 9 picks with us with a little bit of a down note.
Yeah, man.
These are our hosts of the HoopBall Grizzlies podcast, a fantastic show of our many team coverage shows at HoopBall. Please give them both a follow on Twitter and definitely follow that show. We've got a long list of guys to get to now, and I believe the 11th pick has been submitted. For your Charlotte Hornets. Will.
Yeah.
So I'm going that clear out that we just gave for David and Isaac. I'm going to go wait in the corner. Dave, if you want to get into the dunker spot here, we're going to clear out for Will. We're going to break down the 11th pick of the NBA draft. I want to hear your thoughts both as an analyst of the draft and then as a Hornets fan here. The Charlotte Hornets and I'm sorry, I'm bearing the lead here, but the Charlotte Hornets have selected James Bouknight out of UConn.
Man, just twist the knife. Twist the knife.
I'm sorry. I do apologize that you guys have to sit here through this one too. But Will, I think you're thrilled about this, right? Like this is a great pick for Charlotte.
Absolutely thrilled, Alan. It was no way in my mind did I ever think we had a chance at Bouknight or Moody, honestly. So James Bouknight, the 6'5" guard out of UConn, averaged 19 points per game, 6 boards, 2 assists, 1 steal. His issue is shooting the three. He only shot 30% from three last year, but the year before he shot 34%. So he's probably somewhere in between there. But he's a tremendous scorer and driver to the basket, great shooter all around. He can shoot the three, so I don't think that will be a problem in the league. He has the total package. In college, he was the main guy on the offense. And he was double teamed a lot, but he still couldn't be stopped by the teams out there. So I think that affected his percentage being doubled a lot. And in the league, he will not be doubled like that. So that bodes well for him. If you want to say weaknesses, it would be turnovers and just having a more consistent shot and defense. But this is incredible upside for him. I think he could potentially be Devin Booker like. So this is a great pick for the Hornets.
Now, it's interesting, too, that the Hornets going into first of all, LaMelo Ball and Terry Rozier make up their starting backcourt. They also have Devontae Graham and Malik Monk hitting free agency, both restricted, I believe. Maybe, actually, I'm not sure about Graham because he was a second-round pick. But I believe they're both restricted free agents. Will, in your opinion, is Bouknight here to replace one or both of those guys? And if so, which one?
He really could replace any of the three, including Rozier. This makes Rozier movable now You could keep him around to help Bouknight develop for a year, but I mean that's going to be Bouknight's job. He's the future. Him and LaMelo are the future of the Hornets, and Devontae Graham. I can't even Malik Monk. I can't even think of his name because he's not going to be on the team. But they're not necessary anymore. This is incredible, and I guess this is why. I guess it worked out that we got Mason Plumlee as a big, who's not great. I would have loved Alperen Sengun in this spot, but when you have James Bouknight with this talent falling to you, you have to take him.
That's a very good point. I thought Sengun was a really a good fit for the Hornets at this spot. Isaac, I'm going to kick this one to you. Now that we are 11 picks in your opinion, who is the most valuable guy left on the board? Who do you feel has fallen the most with the Spurs now up on the clock at 12?
I think you got to say Moody. I mean, he's a guy that was thought to be a top 10 pick for sure. He's still on the board, and I think he'll be a good pick for San Antonio. I wouldn't be surprised if that's who they take. Sengun is a guy that I really like as well, and I thought for about a month that would be the pick for Charlotte. I thought he was a good pick, just like you guys said, for them, that they could use a guy like that inside. But it's just been an interesting draft all night. I mean, you start off with Scotty Barnes going to Toronto. You got Josh Giddey going a little bit earlier than you thought to Oklahoma City. You got Davion Mitchell going to the Kings. I didn't see that happening. And, of course, our Grizzlies take Zion Williams. Definitely didn't see that one happening. So it's been a wild night, man. And I think Charlotte –
and it continues.
It just got a little wilder. I don't know if you just saw who the Spurs have selected.
Who did they take?
We're going to throw this one on the board. Will, I'm going to kick it to you, and I'm just going to preface this. I don't have a graphic prepared for this man.
Wow.
I was not able to get down to him in time before the draft. The Spurs have selected Josh Primo.
Wow. Oh, my God. I love Josh Primo.
A very interesting prospect. Yeah, he's risen up boards recently, but to the degree that people were talking about him as a late first. Not a lottery pick. This is a shock. I mean, we keep saying the same thing over and over. Shocking pick after shocking pick. This might be the most shocking to this point. I just based off of the intel that we came to tonight with.
This is crazy.
Will, give us the rundown here. What do the Spurs see in Primo to make him the 12th overall pick in the NBA?
They see his age. He's 18. And he's an incredible three-point shooter. His size is good too. He's 6'6" guard from Alabama, average 8 points per game. 8 points per game. And 3 assists.
Not a typo. It's not a typo.
The 12th pick in the draft. Wow. But he's a great shooter, great spot-up shooter. Made a ton of spot-up threes, which is much needed in today's game. 38% from three. But in my opinion, when I watch him on tape, I see Nick Young.
Okay.
That's what I see.
Do you see Nick Young in like a similar style of play, or is it like that's his NBA future? Because if I'm going to be real, if Nick Young is the NBA future, then this was a misfire for the 12th.
I agree.
It's like, okay, so we are talking like that's where okay.
Yeah, I mean he's 18, so he could develop, he can blossom, but he's Nick Young right now. I saw him as a second round pick. A lot of people saw him as a first round pick. I didn't see him as a first round pick. 25, 30, none of that. He's in the 40s in my opinion. But they're banking on his age as 18 and what he can turn into.
Yeah, I think Tankathon had him at 39 coming into the night, and I love it. I mean, I watched him a lot. Really young, like you said, might be the youngest player in the draft. I mean, he's only 18, 6'9" wingspan at 6'3". He's a guy I think that'll be able to guard the 1, 2, 3. Can really shoot the basketball, but I mean, it's all upside. He's going to be a guy I think that's going to have to take some time in the G League to kind of groom a little bit. And you didn't have to take that guy at 12, man. I don't know what's going on tonight, man. It's been some wacky stuff going on, and it continues, man. Some value still on the board. Looks like Duarte is going to be the next pick here.
It's like someone, it's like someone who came to these teams from the front office and say, "You're not allowed to trade down this year. None of you are allowed to trade down at all."
Yeah, no trade down.
You got you pick where you're at, and you just go from there. And exactly like you just alluded to, Isaac, the 13th pick appears to have been, and this has been rumored pretty much all week, for the Indiana Pacers, who at the moment, they've been involved in trade discussions. It does not appear that they are trading it. It appears that they are keeping this draft selection and are going with Chris Duarte out of Oregon, the oldest player of the draft, going right after the youngest player in the draft. 24 is an exceedingly old age for a draft pick. I'm going to watch that out there because I'm at the point now, like, you know, I'm not trying to say anything. Like,
ages, man, ages.
Hey, you know, maybe, but this guy Duarte here. He's had. Let me get his graphic up on the screen for you, Will. I mean, you give us the breakdown. No, I'm not the draft analyst here. I'm just a lowly host. What do the Pacers see in Chris Duarte at 13?
I mean, I think this is a great pick. I had Duarte mocked at 14 to the Warriors, so this is not a reach or anything, in my opinion. He's a 6'6" guard from Oregon, averaged 17 points, 4.5 boards, 3 assists, 2 steals, 1 steal, whatever. He won the Jerry West Award, first team All Pac-12, and the first team All Pac-12 defense. Shot 42% from 3. That's incredible. And not only is he shooting it great from 3, he has a beautiful shot. He can drive to the rack and finish in the paint. He can do everything well on the court, offensively and defensively. It's a little Klay Thompson in his game, a little Chris Middleton in his game, and a little bit of Dylan Brooks in his game. You know, you Memphis guys will love that. But the only knock about him really is that he's 24, and people think there's no room for upside. He is what he's going to be, but what he is now is still really good
NBA player.
Really good.
Yeah. Still, like he is not a guy that you're looking at. This is out of the last few picks that we've had, we've seen a lot of swing for upside, and this is not a swing for upside guy. But he's proven that, you know, he's going to be able to come into the game and be effective day one. And I would say not a high upside, but he's got a very high floor. You know, he can initiate offense if you need him to initiate the offense. He can operate the pick and roll. Plenty of great tools. And for a team in Indiana that, you know, you would think with the new head coach and everything, the playoffs, that's their goal. This is a guy that is a really good fit that can come in right out of the draft and have an impact day one.
Yeah, I mean, he was. But when we thought we were picking at 17, he's been my number one guy at the top of the list for the Grizzlies for a while. Who needs upside when you're already really good? I mean, I think probably the safest floor in the draft. I think no doubt that he'll be able to come in day one and contribute to the Pacers. I mean, 6'6", can really shoot the basketball. I mean, he's ultra competitive. You can see it on the floor. He's always plays with a fire and a passion that you don't see from a lot of guys. You see that. I mean, and one thing about these guys that are usually labeled as scorers or shooters, they usually don't have that same value on the defensive end. And think about Duarte is he plays on both ends. I mean, he's a two-way player, 3-level scorer. I mean, they get a really, really good pick there. And I wasn't worried about the 24-year-old stuff because I'm thinking, especially if you're picking 17 in the middle of the draft, if you can get a guy that you know is going to come in and contribute for you, I mean, I'm taking that guy, and that's why he was at the top of my list for 17 if the Grizzlies had stayed there.
And we are now, you know, hitting towards the end of the lottery here. And this draft has just been going at a blistering pace. There's so much to still talk about just, you know, there's so many implications that we've just had to gloss over from everything. And of course, for y'all tuning in now, we do have a segment at the very end of the first round where I'll be joined by Rhett and Travis of the Punt Intended Dynasty Basketball Podcast. We are going to break down all the fantasy angles of all of these picks and the massive Russell Westbrook trade to the Los Angeles Lakers that took place earlier tonight. So stick around. We still got a lot more to go. Piggybacking off of that, the Warriors are now on to their 14th pick. And this is a pretty significant one here for the Warriors, who took the project in Jonathan Kuminga at number 7.
That's scary.
Which, I mean, it is. But now they have, I'd say, a couple of guys who could be ready to go right away that are still on the board. Will, you're now Bob Myers. Who are you looking at now with the 14th pick?
Yeah, I think they really got undercut by the Pacers there. I think they really would have loved to have Chris Duarte. Keon Johnson is a guy that's been mocked to them. Corey Kispert would be a good fit.
Moses Moody is still on the board.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Moses Moody is still on the board. I forgot about that.
Hell, he might be there for the Hawks. I'm looking forward to this 20th pick, man.
Right. Like, I'm looking down my board and I'm forgetting Moses Moody is there. They have to take Moses Moody in my opinion. I had for them at number 7, them mocked to get Alperen Sengun. He's there too.
Yeah, but they like Moody though. I know and his media availability the other day I was in there and I think they worked him out twice. I think he had a private dinner with the Warriors. He was even talking about his fit next to Steph. So they like him a lot. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's their pick.
Yeah, and I want to clarify something on the Kuminga when I said that's scary. He's not scary as a prospect. I like Kuminga. I have no issues with the pick. I have an issue with the fit because you can look back to what the Warriors done last year with James Wiseman.
Yeah.
And their ability to develop talent is scary. And I hate to see somebody like Kuminga go there with a ton of upside. And I'm not you cannot convince me that there's somebody on that staff that can develop him, because the way they handled Wiseman last year was awful. I'm under like the injury, that's bad. I hate that for him, but I just the entire season when he was healthy, the in and out of the lineup, like just crushing his confidence. And I think that's just shows. Well, I'm not going to say what I think it shows, but it just like there's not anybody there to develop talent from my standpoint.
Yeah, and I was going to say, out of a lot of the guys that have gone, he's one of the guys that probably needs development the most. I mean, he has super upside, but I mean, you look at him, he could be Jeff Green or he could be Kawhi Leonard. I think he's going to be a guy that's going to take some time to develop. And like David said, we saw what happened with James Wiseman, Steve Kerr didn't seem to want to have really anything to do with James Wiseman. And they're taking two rookies here. That's just a weird situation. I know they probably wish they didn't have to make those picks because they couldn't find a requisite trade. But, yeah, I mean, Kuminga going there, that's going to be interesting. Now, as far as the fit, if he develops, I mean, that could be crazy. But I think it's going to be a while, and guys are going to be older. I don't think he's going to be a guy that's going to come in day one and have a huge impact. But we'll see how it works out. But like David said, it is going to be interesting to watch out there on the Bay.
No, it's a precarious situation given how the whole Wiseman dynamic unfolded last year. And, again, I think it's a shock to a lot of people that the Warriors couldn't find a trade for either one of these two lottery picks. To that end, the 14th pick of the draft is in. The pick is on the board, and I'd say that all of your prayers have been answered. Moses Moody is heading to the Golden State Warriors at 14.
The team name would have been different.
For Moody personally, I know that y'all are still a little bit burned from pick 10 earlier, but Will, two questions. One, the same setup I've been giving you all night. What is your take on Moody at the next level? My follow-up, though, are the Golden State Warriors the early winners of the NBA draft?
They are most definitely the early winners. They are the luckiest team in the NBA. I mean, other than their injuries, as far as acquiring talent, it's just been tremendous. It would be hard for me to trade these two picks if I'm the Warriors. I know a lot of teams are going to come knocking. I think the Blazers, the Sixers, a lot of teams are going to be like, on second thought. But Moses Moody, 6'6" guard / small forward out of Arkansas, averaged 17, 6, 1.5 steal, 1.5 assists, 1 steal, almost a block per game. Rebounds involved very well. Good defensive player. Great three-point shooter. Great spot-up shooter. He's kind of a slower, old-school, methodical player. Shot 36% from three. Has that huge 7-foot wingspan. When you've seen the viral photo of the guy touching the floor and the top of the door, that's Moses Moody. So that tells you all you need to know. He reminds me a little bit of Sadiq Bey, a little bit like a young Rudy Gay, but I think he'll have a great career in this league, especially to fall to 14 is ridiculous. But if you want to say he has a weakness, it's probably he doesn't really create his own shot and he's not that fast. But that's definitely not going to be an issue on the Warriors.
Well, we're going to circle back around to the Warriors once we get towards the end of this draft because I know we're going to have a lot to cover. I mean, that team from both a dynasty perspective and from just a redraft league perspective, this is going to be one of the more interesting fantasy teams to break down. But now we're kind of at a slow point in the draft. And I swear to God, we're 2 hours in now. This is the first moment that I actually feel like we can breathe here for a second. So let's take stock where we're at. The lottery is now ended. We have a bunch of guys still left on the board. I'm going to pull up your big board here, Will, while we're talking about this. But let's start over with the David. I'm going to start with you. In your opinion, who are the next three players that you feel should be heading off the board with our picks coming up with who we got at 15? The Wizards, then the Thunder at 16, and then the Pelicans at 17.
Well, it's crazy to me that Alperen Sengun has not been drafted yet. Same thing for Kai Jones, full of the upside. Jalen Johnson. Those are three great prospects, that top 10 talent that are still on the board. But even after that, it's still a lot of talent left on the board. But those three really stand out to me. They just got to find a team with the right fit.
David, what about you? What do you think?
Yeah, Corey Kispert is another guy that was mocked in the lottery in a lot of places. I kind of saw him slide a little bit recently, but he one of the better shooters in the draft. I feel like he's going to be going pretty soon. Outside of that, the guys that Will was talking about, I really figured prior to the Plumlee trade, I thought that Sengun was going to be going to Charlotte, so I wouldn't expect him to be on the board much longer.
Well, sorry.
No, go ahead. You're good, man.
Well, I was going to say that you are either you have something in your ear from Tommy Shepard, the Wizards front office, or you nailed it here. The next pick in the NBA draft going 15 is Corey Kispert out of Gonzaga.
I thought you were going to say Sengun. I was like, what?
I was going to say that the notification came up as he said his name. I got the notification.
Literally, it was exactly that. It was very well timed. Will, what are your thoughts on Corey Kispert at the next level? And then Isaac, what are your thoughts on the Wizards not only taking him here, like keeping this pick despite everything that's happened tonight, but I mean his fit in Washington's long-term plans? We'll start with you, Will.
It's interesting. I had him mocked to the Wizards in my first mock draft, but then I realized I was like, they have Davis Bertans. Would they really want Corey Kispert? So that's going to be interesting. And they have Denny Avdia. They have a lot of the same type of players right now. But I love Corey Kispert. His college tape is incredible. 6'7", small forward from Gonzaga, averaged almost 19 points per game, 5 boards, 2 assists, and 1 steal. He was the West Coast Conference Player of the Year, shot 44% from 3, arguably the best shooter in this draft. He can shoot the ball brilliantly, but he also can take it to the rack. So he's not just a spot-up shooter. He can do just about everything offensively in college. Hopefully that will translate to the league. But he's also a great team player, and he'll fit pretty much on any team. My comparison to for him is, are you ready for this? It sounds bad, okay?
Oh, man. Here we go. Who are you tying up here, man?
This is the opposite end of the spectrum. I've been aiming high. I'm aiming low on this one. But in college, you see Jimmer Fredette in his game.
Man, that's not a good endorsement.
But,
no.
But he's 5 inches taller than Jimmer Fredette. And the game is different now. So I think he still will translate to the NBA. And I think he has a chance to be really, really good. But in college, I mean, Jimmer Fredette was incredible in college, guys.
Hey, man, he's scoring 70 overseas right now. I see he's up there scoring 75 points and stuff over there, man. So.
I think Kispert will be fine in the league. He just needs to, if you say a weakness, he's not a great athlete, could struggle defensively.
Who's he going to guard? I think that would be like my biggest question. Like if Bradley Beal, the talks of the night with the Westbrook trade is that Beal is likely to stay there. They're doing this to make cap space so they could put a team around Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal's not the best defender in the league. You got to have guys around him that can play defense. And if you've got Bradley Beal and Corey Kispert on the floor at the same time, your defense is in trouble. And that's, maybe he's a big enough positive on the offensive end that he can make up for that gap. But, it's for me, that's a little bit scary. And that was, that was a guy a lot of Grizzlies fans liked early. And that was an issue that I had for him as far as fit with the Grizzlies, is because Ja Morant is not he's not a plus defender. So you need guys that are going to be able to defend well around him. So we'll see how Zaire Williams does.
Yeah, I didn't like him in the top 10 for Kispert, but I think he's good value here where the Wizards got him. But, I mean, you do worry about who can he guard. I mean, elite shooting ability, it's like Will said, has some playmaking ability, can take it to the basket. But the foot speed is going to be the thing. Can he guard anybody? And if you can't guard, it's going to be hard to keep him on the floor, even with that shooting ability. So we'll see. But they do have some guys, like you said, Bertans is a guy. Dimi Avdija is kind of a similar guy that forward that shoots the basketball. So the fit is kind of questionable, but I think at 15, with him still being on the board, I'm not mad at him for taking that value there.
And yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised, and one of y'all, chime in if you feel that this is also a little surprising to you. I mean, the Wizards don't have a point guard right now.
Yeah,
and there's some interesting point guard prospects on the board that they could have gone towards with this pick. And look, I know I'm a big fan of Corey Kispert as a prospect, and I think that you've all made terrific points about his, immediate impact in Washington. But with there's I feel like there's just another shoe to drop in Washington in terms of like some of the pieces that they brought back in that Lakers trade that maybe we'll get them to that point.
But there have been sorry, I don't mean to talk over.
No. Go, please, go for it.
Of Dinwiddie, right? So the Kuzma and KCP that they may go after Dinwiddie. Maybe that's the guy that they see running their offense. But yeah, that's an excellent point. There were definitely, Jared Butler out of Baylor as a point guard that I think would have been a great fit there and would have filled a need. I think maybe he's even a better fit than Kispert. Yeah,
I mean, and again, the Wizards' plan with retooling this roster around Bradley Beal is ambitious, and it still confuses me. And it's you give credit all to Beal because he wants to make it work there, but this is a tough spot for the I mean, we're just I'm sorry if there's Wizard fans tuning in right now. We're dumping on everything that's going on here, but it's just it's going to be a very fascinating to see how this team starts retooling as we get towards free agency in about a week here. Now, we are at a point in the draft where there is a pause in remembrance of Terrence Clark, the prospect from Kentucky who tragically passed away this past summer. It's a really nice gesture by the NBA. And again, it's just a really sad situation for Clark and his family. So we're wishing them all the best. And of course, it is a very, this would have been a big night, but this is a very, it's a touching moment for the league and all the players in it as well. So kudos to the league for taking this time for that. And we are now at this point, we're now at the halfway point of the draft. And we are, again, by the way, this is a HoopBall presentation. Welcome. This is your first time popping in. We now are on the clock here with Oklahoma City. They have their pick right here is from the, let me take this off the board real quick and pop this one on. The Oklahoma City, they traded for Kemba Walker earlier in this offseason, about a month ago, and now have this pick. There is been a lot of talk about this potentially moving on towards in some sort of trade package, either to acquire a salaried player, to acquire future picks again. It's still really surprising me that Oklahoma City to this point has stayed pat and are, again, maintaining their bevy of draft picks. David, let's start here with you. If you're Sam Presti here, or you're in his ear, do you feel that this is there someone that you would rather have at this pick than trading it off? Or do you feel that this is a type of thing that you should, I don't know, like what would you do with this selection?
I mean, they got a lot of young players. And so, what he has done a great job of is pulling people in, and like Chris Paul, he got Chris Paul in there and then flipped him for assets. And then, I feel like he's going to do the same thing with Kemba. There's a lot of interesting names on the board right here. Going back to the Giddey pick at 6, he seems to like the foreign players. And so, you got Usman Garuba, Alperen Sengun is still on the board. But, still looking at those two guys, they have players, young players at that position. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do here.
Well, I promise when I asked you that question, I did not see this message beforehand, but the Thunder actually just traded the 16th pick to the Houston Rockets. There's no word on what the transaction is.
They probably give it 23 and 24.
That would make a good deal of sense, wouldn't it? Because the Houston Rockets do have those two picks back to back in the later half of the draft. Wow. And we do have an announcement on who the Rockets have selected here. And I'm honestly pretty shocked that Oklahoma City did not stick around here and take them for himself. He was another guy that we've talked about dropping through the boards. Alperen Sengun. Wow. He's now heading to the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, that is great. That's great for them, man.
An incredibly interesting fit. This is probably the best center prospect in the draft outside of Evan Mobley, who, they have Christian Wood in Houston, but now they have Sengun coming in who will compete for that job. I mean, maybe Christian Wood moves to the power forward alongside of him, but a really, really interesting pick to pair with Jalen Green here for Houston. We might have been a little quick on jumping the gun about the Warriors winning this draft right now. I'm sorry. I'm, again, not very unhostly of me to be making these kinds of calls. What do you think about Alperen Sengun selected here at 16 for the Houston Rockets?
Well, you nailed it. I mean, this is incredible. It was well worth it. Whatever they gave up, more than likely, it was well worth it. You would have loved to have picked 23 and 24. They could use all the talent they can get. But to get Alperen Sengun, who I have mocked at number 7, at where we at pick 16.
16. This is the 16th pick.
And he's the second center off the board. This is incredible. He's a 6'9" big man from Turkey, averaged 19 points, 9 boards, 2.5 assists, 1 steal, and almost 2 blocks per game. Super skilled big man. Has great touch, runs the court well, can block shots, has a great post game, great touch, very smart, instinctive player. He was the MVP of the Turkish league at 18 years old, and that's considered one of the top 3 international leagues. This is incredible, guys. He's terrible at shooting threes. That's the knock on him, but I mean, he's a center, so I mean, he can get better at that, or he can stay well within range. His defense and speed and athleticism can be considered a weakness, but this is a steal for the Rockets.
Houston Rockets.
I'm like, okay, see, Memphis.
Whoever it is.
Yeah, it's definitely a steal for the Rockets, because you think about up at pick 2, there was some thoughts that they could take, whether they go Evan Mobley or go Jalen Green, and the fact that they come back here and get Sengun, second best center in the draft. I mean, that's tremendous.
Tremendous.
And Sengun, I mean, for one of MVP of the Turkish league, playing against older guys at 18 years old. I mean, footwork in the paint is like super advanced for a guy his age. I mean, I think he's going to be really good. And I think there's some shooting upside there. He didn't take a lot of threes in the Turkish league, but if you look at his free throw shooting and you look at his form, I think he's a guy that eventually be able to knock down some 3-pointers for you. I don't know if he'll be a floor spacer, so to speak, but I think he'll be a guy that's capable of shooting threes. So I think they got an absolute steal. There's some dudes here in the middle of the draft. I mean, they're just getting lucky here, man, with some of the picks that they made early in the lottery.
Yeah, there's some big names falling, really. I can't believe that he dropped this far. You know, the 3-point shooting, it looks awful. His percentages are bad over there. But Isaac and I just talked about him on our most recent episode, and the free throw percentage is generally what people look at for shooting upside. And he's an 80% free throw shooter at, I think it was pretty close to 7 attempts. It was between 6 and 7 attempts a game. So, you know, I think the shooting can come. Like Isaac said, he's probably not ever going to be a true floor spacer, but I think that he can develop that outside shot enough to, you know, if you leave him wide open, he can take it.
And by the way, the announcement here, Houston is sending Oklahoma City 2 future first-round draft picks.
Yeah, they paid for it.
They still have 23 and 24 in the
draft.
My
God.
They could be walking away with 4 picks in the first round.
Listen,
you know what I mean, this could be shaping up to be a giant night for Houston. And then again, there's also the possibility that those 2 picks could be on the move to another situation now that they have. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. It'll be interesting to see which of those 2 picks Houston is dealing out. But for the time being, they have got to feel pretty great about what's happened so far. They have gotten their man in Jalen Green and Alperen Sengun, a guy who most people projected to be a top 10 pick, falls to them at number 16. I mean, that, and by the way, based off of that stat line that I just pulled up on that graphic right there, I'll be very interested to hear the Dynasty guys' perspective on him and Sengun as a fantasy asset, not only, you know, in Dynasty, but even next season, if he's going to come out the gate playing a big role for this Rockets team that, like we discussed at the top, Will, this is a bare bones operation that they're working on here. This is a rebuild from the ground up. A lot of different things to assess in that kind of deal. But anyway, we're going to move on now to pick number 17. We have the New Orleans Pelicans.
We are a little bit ahead of the real draft.
Yeah. Well, no. So we're going to take our time with this one now. We finally we were sprinting to catch up, and we ultimately ran past our benchmark a little bit. But we're going to slow our roll here, and let's talk about. And this is a great place to do it because Grizzlies guys, we are now on the Pelicans, the pick that was formerly held by y'all at number 17. And I'm just gonna go round robin on this one. I'm gonna go with you, Will, then to Isaac, then to David. How do you? I mean, what is the right fit here for the New Orleans Pelicans? And more so than that, the Pelicans are a fascinating team, just in terms of like their direction in the immediate future. There's clearly a sense of urgency for this team to be competitive. So, who do you think they select here? And do you think that this is a pick that they're going to be prioritizing for, I mean, I don't know, best available or ready to contribute?
Yeah, New Orleans is a very interesting team. I had them mocked to take Corey Kispert at this spot because they need shooting. Mm-hmm. That would have been a great fit. So at this point, probably the next best shooter is Trey Murphy. People might consider that a little high, but, you know, he's kind of in that range. But, I mean, with the way this draft has been going, they're going to pick somebody that we do not expect and that they don't need. So I have no clue where they're going with this pick, honestly. What do you guys think?
and I don't necessarily like the fit of these guys, but if you go in BPA, best player available, Keon Johnson and Jaylen Johnson are still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Those
Jaylen
two
Johnson
guys
is still on the board. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I was going to say ESPN actually.
We'll see.
Yeah, ESPN actually has Trey Murphy as the third best available. That's kind of different than where he was mocked. Now, I love him. He was a guy that I like for the Grizzlies at 17, but he would make a lot of sense there. If you're looking for a guy with size, 6'9" wing that can shoot, I mean, you pair him with Brandon Ingram. I mean, I think he'd be a tremendous fit there because they gotta get some shooting down there, man. I mean, they're just anemic shooting the basketball. They acquired Jonas Valanciunas, and they're calling him a floor spacer. I don't know if that's exactly what he is. He can go out there and knock down a three, but I don't know if I'd call him a floor spacer. So they definitely need some shooting down there in OKC. So Trey Murphy would make a lot of sense, but if I was them, I would probably take value, and I would probably go Keon Johnson here.
David?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to be on the same page as Isaac, but to me, they're pretty good in the point guard position. You never know, like with the cap space that they freed up, they may or may not re-sign Lonzo Ball. But, just as far as need for the team, they need a guy that can shoot the ball and that can play the two. And I think Keon's super athletic. That's two guys, you got Alexander Walker and Kira Lewis down there that are both guards. So to me, I think that he is probably the best fit. I don't mind Jaylen Johnson there. The JV trade is kind of weird. I don't know what they're going to do. I think they're just going to probably let him expire and walk away. So maybe they're looking at a guy like Alperen Sengun, or not. I'm sorry, Usman Garuba. I apologize. I'm going to twist it up there. But, there's plenty of good talent here for them to choose from. My goodness, man, I'm struggling.
No, bro, you are. Hey, look, we're 2 hours into this thing here. There is no judgment.
Cam Thomas is another guy that's a little bit further down the board, but like as far as somebody that can get his own shot, I think that a lot of times you hear teams talk about needing shooting, and to me, creation is greater than shooting. Not that you can have a team of entirely shot creators and nobody that can shoot the ball. But if you look at how well Reggie Jackson done for the Clippers in the playoffs, and Jordan Clarkson for the Jazz, guys that are able to get their own bucket are extremely valuable. And there's not anybody on the board that's better at that than Cam Thomas, with the exception of, I mean, you could probably argue Bones Highland at this point. But, that's another guy I think that they should definitely take a look at.
Yeah, Cam is not the most efficient guy, but he's a scorer. I mean, a guy that can really create. And I don't worry about his shooting numbers because you look at the way that he scores. I think he'll be fine shooting the basketball. I think he was at like 30% maybe, but I think he was taking like 8 attempts a game. And he has the ball in his hands a lot, and the defense keys in on him. Kind of the same thing with Bouknight. I think he'll be better percentage-wise from three in the NBA because he's not going to be seeing those double teams that he saw at UConn. And I kind of think the same thing with Cam Thomas. So he would make a lot of sense here because he's a guy that I really like, can really score, put the ball in the basket, and they need more scoring and more shooting down there in New Orleans. So I think he would be a fit. I don't know. It's a little early to take him, but I mean, if he's your guy and you like him, go ahead and take him.
Well, I will say Keon Johnson, I don't like him at all. his offense is years away. Mm-hmm. But I mean, everyone else loves him and they love his potential. He's one guy that I don't love his potential, but
I think some of the concern with him, guys that are Vols fans, they talk about it of him being misused in college. And so, maybe that is or is not the case. I can see, like where you would not be a fan of his. There's plenty of guys that you all talked about earlier in the show and that we'll probably talk about here as the draft goes on, that people are pretty high on that I am not. So, yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that in Keon Johnson.
Well, y'all were on the right track when you were talking about the need to add shooting. In particular, Isaac, I think you mentioned Trey Murphy as a good fit for New Orleans. And you, sir, are probably correct. At least they would see that from their perspective. Trey Murphy from Virginia. He is the 17th pick in the NBA
they did
draft. He has just been announced as the pick heading to New Orleans. I know that is someone that is of interest to our friend, HoopBall Hawks host Brad Harden, also a New Orleans Pelicans fan. He and I were talking about Trey Murphy as a fit for Atlanta, but he will be heading to New Orleans, and he does fill a need. Will, how do you feel about this spot here for Trey?
Yes. With Corey Kispert off the board, like I said, yeah, he was the next best shooter and all-around player. He's similar to Moses Moody a little bit. He's 6'8" from Virginia, averaged 11 points, 3 boards, 1 assist, shot 43% from 3. I mean, he has highlight reel dunks. His highlights are incredible. He has a prototypical size. He's a versatile swing man, and he's an efficient scorer. So, I mean, and he's also a really good defender. So he's a great prospect, has great size. His form is bad on his shot, but he's still a great shooter. So they should not mess with that really, unless he can't get it off in the league. But he can be a 3-and-D guy, shot around 40% from 3, and he has a good athleticism. If you want to say he has weaknesses, it will be rebounding and assisting the ball. But I think he can easily develop that.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have – his shot is not pretty, but he has a high release on it. That's what I like about it. At 6'9", it's going to be hard to block. One thing I think the biggest weakness with him, if you're going to say a weakness, he's not a guy that can really create for himself. I think that's an area that he needs to work on. But, I mean, for his catch and shoot, he's probably one of the best in the draft. I think he shot about 44% on 5 attempts per game down in Virginia. And a lot what we and David have talked about, you kind of have to evaluate those Virginia guys different. The offense that they run with Tony Bennett down there is not for individual production. It's a team-based offense. So the numbers are never going to jump out at you with those Virginia guys. I think Sam Hauser was their number 1 scorer, and he only averaged like 13.8 a game. I think Trey Murphy is a guy that if he had went to another school, you probably would have saw him going a little bit higher than this. I think he would have been up in the lottery if he had went to another school. So he's a guy that I think that has a different level that he can get to, maybe some things that we didn't see at Virginia. And I just hate it because it's another guy that we got to deal with in the division, man. A lot of size at 6'9", shooting, man. I hate it, man. But we'll see. Maybe Zaire Williams turns into that guy for us. At 6'8", 6'9", can shoot. So we'll see. Maybe this front office sees something in him, man. I mean, you look at all the measurables and everything like that. Passes the test there, man. We just haven't seen the production with Zaire Williams. But, man, go down to the G League, get some time to develop, and maybe we'll strike gold.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sorry if this is too much of a vindictive question, but I think you just sort of answered it. Would y'all have just preferred to have not made that trade at all and just swap draft picks in the situation? You have Trey Murphy heading to the Memphis Grizzlies and Zaire sticking with the New Orleans Pelicans at 10.
Yeah, I would.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
No. Zaire is a much better prospect than Trey Murphy.
There are guys on the board right there, still on the board right now that I'd rather have over Zaire Williams. I'd rather have Garuba over Zaire Williams. But
no.
Yes, man, I would.
Oh my God.
I'm fully prepared.
Usman Garuba is my least favorite prospect in this whole draft. He should not be a first round.
Wow. I mean, he's gonna be good defensively, man. I think day one he'll be able to come in and defend. The offense, I think he's gonna have a ways to go on that end, but I think defensively he's gonna be really fit. The Grizzlies could use that. I mean, we saw what happened with Valanciunas in the playoffs in the pick and roll. We need a guy that can defend in the paint because Jaren is not really that guy either, and they're thinking about maybe playing him at center. We could have used a guy that can play some defense inside, so I think he would have been a fit there.
I hate Garuba.
Oh my God.
We're at pick 18 and Kai Jones is still on the board.
I know, man. That's our guy. That's our guy, man.
A lot of people think that he's not a great prospect because he's so raw, but I see full of potential. I think he's a great prospect.
On both ends. I think so on both ends. I mean, he'll really be able to guard the pick and roll. I mean, he can move. I mean, he has some shooting potential. I think he very small sample size, but I think he shot like 37% from 3. He didn't take many, but a guy that size that can shoot with the defensive potential he has, I think he has the potential to be a complete prospect. I think upside wise, he's one of the best players in the draft.
I would think that Kai Jones makes a lot of sense for Oklahoma City coming up here with the 18th pick. Again, not to take the spotlight away from y'all in terms of analysis here, but I mean, think about this team in their situation, both in the spot they are in their rebuild and their just wide gaping hole at center after trading Horford and
Moses,
yeah,
Brown,
Moses Brown. Yeah. This seems like this would be a logical landing spot for him. Of course, though, Garuba would probably fit that profile too. I'm leaning big man for Oklahoma City here. What do y'all think?
This is a place where I could see Keon Johnson going, just because he will have the time to develop. But what do you think, David?
Keon is not a bad pick here. If we're talking big man, Isaiah Jackson is another guy. You know, we mentioned Kai Jones, but Isaiah Jackson out of Kentucky is a guy. When you watch video on this kid, if he's in the vicinity of the play, he is trying to block the shot. He's swinging at everything, which can lead to foul trouble in the NBA. I think it led to a little bit of foul trouble in college for him, but going to a situation where he has time to develop would be great for him, because right now, you know what he's going to bring to the floor defensively. Offensively, he's extremely limited. You know, he's not going to be. He reminds me a lot of Mitch Robinson from the Knicks. You know, like has that type of defensive capabilities, but just no type of offensive bag. And somewhere like OKC, he would have time to develop because they're not trying to win right now.
Yeah, well, with OKC, I think they're just in mode right now. They're just collecting talent and see where it lands. I don't think there's really you have to look at a fit or anything. They just need guys on their team, because I don't think they have any idea what direction they're going or anything, or how they're going to build this thing. There's talk that they might try to move SGA. I don't think they know what they're doing. So just get a guy, whoever you think is the best player, I think is kind of direction they need to go. If you look at that bigs, I like Kai Jones because I think the potential on both ends is higher for Jones offensively. Isaiah Jackson defensively could be better than Kai Jones, but I think the offensive game, I don't know if he'll ever be a guy that can really do anything outside the paint. I mean, he'll be a guy that can score around the basket, but anything outside of that mid-range or outside shooting, I don't know if he'll ever be that guy. So if you're going to go between those two guys, I'd go Kai Jones, but defensively, I think Isaiah Jackson probably has a higher ceiling.
So we are now kind of at another lull here. Again, this draft has really slowed to a crawl, considering how fast those first 10 picks went. And let's just I want to take stock for a little bit here, and let's talk about really the big move of the night. I mean, we only were able to spend so much time on it, but the Russell Westbrook trade to the Los Angeles Lakers is still, it's still settling in here. And in particular, the Washington Wizards, again, like they're announcing their press conference right now, and Bradley Beal is still a member of the staff, and Tommy Shepard is talking about how Beal specifically is pleased with the Corey Kispert pick, which is kind of a weird thing for I feel like a general manager to be just talking on behalf of his players, like, oh yeah, he's real pleased about what we've done. Like, he's like in some back room, like putting his hands together here. I'm just trying to make sense of just, at what point is there going to be the breaking point for this Washington Wizards relationship with Beal? I mean, I'm sorry, I know I'm fixated on it, but this is also the biggest implication move in terms of, obviously trades for like the contending teams next season, like the Lakers, but in terms of fantasy too, it's worth talking a little bit more about just like the main fantasy impact that we have here. And David, what do you feel from that perspective? Let's start with like Westbrook on the Lakers. Is this a guy that you're going to be looking to target in, I don't know, any round in fantasy drafts coming up next season?
I mean, there's certain places where he's going to have value, right? But it's going to be a lot further down than what he's drafted. You have to think he's going to get rebounds. Like Westbrook, he's just an excellent rebounder. He's going to score. You're probably going to see that drop a little bit, but I wonder about the assist. How much is he going to have the ball in his hands? How much of the offense is LeBron going to allow him to run? And we've not really ever watched Westbrook play without the ball. He's not a great shooter. He's definitely, maybe you see percentages go up and turnovers go down because he doesn't have the ball in his hand so much, but he's not a guy that I'm targeting in fantasy because I think there's just entirely too many question marks whenever it comes to, I'm not concerned with the fit working. Like there's been plenty of stars that have went like combined on teams and we're like, oh my goodness, how's this going to work? I think they're going to figure that part out, but fantasy wise, there's just too many question marks for me to take a risk on him. If he's sliding somewhere, if he's sixth round, maybe I'm taking him there, but I don't even know if at that point, like he may just be a do not draft guy for me.
And conversely, there's this giant, usage hole opening up on the Washington Wizards side of things. And obviously Kispert's not going to come in and take all that from Westbrook here. And you assume that there's going to be some of these Lakers players that have been traded over that will be sticking around. Maybe Kyle Kuzma is among them. Is there someone who sticks out to you as a clear beneficiary of this deal, or are we still too far away to really kind of make a point on that yet?
And I'm going to pull up their depth chart because I just there's a guy that I'm thinking of, but his name is elude me right now. So I'm going to pull it up.
I was going to say, I personally don't think it's going to work. I think it's going to be one of those situations where they say we're going to try to build around Bill, and I think in the end he's still going to end up leaving. I just don't know what the direction is right now. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, but I got a feeling that he's still not long for that roster. But as far as Russell Westbrook in L.A., I mean, we know how talented Russell Westbrook is, but I don't like the fit. I worry about their spacing. As David said, we've never really seen him play out the ball. Can he get his shooting percentages up? I think in order for him to be ultra effective within that offense, I think he's going to have to knock down three-pointers. We just haven't seen him do that consistently, and I think that's going to be the issue. And I think him and LeBron are going to kind of get in each other's way at times. And I don't know. I mean, they'll be fine. I mean, you got 3 all-stars on your team, all-star level players like that. They'll find a way to make it work. But I think at times, especially when you get deep into the playoffs, I think they might have some issues.
You guys are negative Nancy's, I'm telling you.
I think they're going to make it work. Fantasy-wise, a guy that I think could see a huge benefit from this is Raul Neto, and he was not the guy that I was thinking of. Yeah. But maybe they traded him and I missed it. But like per minute guy, he was pretty decent last year. And if he, it's him and Cassius Winston as only 2 true point guards on that. Well, Ish Smith, but if they're going younger, I think that Neto, is he going to be able to fully run that offense? I don't know. Is he going to be a high usage guy? Probably not. But if he's playing more minutes, I think that you could definitely see value from him in fantasy. And efficiency, like in a points league, I would maybe look at Kyle Kuzma and 9-cat and 8-cat. If he is high volume, I don't like his percentages.
Yeah, if they do make that move, if they do make the move to get Dinwiddie, I think Dinwiddie would have a monster season with that team. I don't know why.
Sorry, Isaac, I gotta cut you off because we are now a couple of picks have just come in, including a trade that we should probably get to now. They kind of came fast and furious during that conversation. First of all, at the bottom of the screen, as you can see here, Trey Mann, point guard out of Florida, was selected by Oklahoma City. They got their guy as a bench gunner. Perhaps maybe someone who could start alongside Shai Gilgeous-Alexander down the line. But we're going to have to move right past that one. We'll be able to evaluate it later when we're talking some post-game of this draft because the New York Knicks have traded the 19th pick to the Charlotte Hornets.
Whoa,
and they have made their selection here.
Not on TV yet.
Not on TV yet?
Not yet.
Well, all right. Well, let's just start with this here. I'm going to take a look. I mean, the trade has just been announced. It's the 19th pick to Charlotte for a future first-round pick. That's all that's been reported by Wojnarowski. The pick is in. There is a player here. And Will, you're the Hornets guy. Who are you taking here? Give us your best guess before I announce the pick here on the show.
I'm going to say we're probably going to get Kai right here.
Yeah. You think you sir, know your team?
Yeah, you cheated.
You either cheated or you know your team.
I really didn't.
Kai Jones heading over to the Charlotte Hornets.
Wow.
The 19th pick. And a very smart selection for this team. We were talking about back at 11 how they might be going with Alperen Sengun at that spot, but Kai Jones, he's a developmental project. He will probably start exactly like we talked about how the Detroit Pistons last year had Mason Plumlee and Isaiah Stewart backing him up. Mason Plumlee's probably penciled in as a starter in Charlotte next year with Kai Jones backing him up. It's going to be very interesting to see how this dynamic plays out. But Will, your impressions of the Kai Jones selection here for your Charlotte Hornets?
I'm tweeting right now my excitement. I'm so happy. This is incredible. I did have Kai Jones mocked to the Hornets at 11.
Yeah.
So to give up a future first,
easy.
Whatever. Take whatever you need. This is great. He's the 6'10" big man from Texas. Only averaged 9 points, 5 boards, 0.6 assists, almost a steal, almost a block per game. But he didn't play a full complement of minutes. So those numbers would have been higher if he wasn't on a Texas team that was loaded with big men. He's a great shot blocker, very instinctive on the court, offensively and defensively. He can even shoot threes, even some step-back threes. I mean, this is a rare type of player right here. He's very athletic, fast. He can dribble the ball. He has a quick first step. He shot 38% from three, it was a limited amount, but still. He played great defense, even guarding guards. It was one possession where Cade Cunningham was at the perimeter trying to go by him. He picked his pocket. I mean, this is a center stealing the ball from Cade Cunningham. So, I mean, He has a tremendous upside. I can't even compare him to anyone. I don't know what he could be, but it's good that we have Mason Plumlee so he doesn't have to be thrown in at center from day one. He can develop like Isaiah Stewart did in Detroit. And this is incredible. Him and LaMelo Ball, oh my God.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is an incredible moment for the Charlotte Hornets. You guys have had a fantastic draft. We are now approaching the 20th pick. The Hawks are on the board. And beyond that, unfortunately, Grizzlies guys, David, Isaac, it's been great having y'all on. We're about to transition to our next batch of hosts here. But real quick before y'all head out, what are your thoughts on the draft thus far? And who do you think? What is the big takeaway from what we've seen? And the Atlanta Hawks pick is in, by the way. I'm very excited to share that as soon as y'all, once we get to that point.
A lot of surprises, honestly. A lot of swings at upside. I think that trade for the Hornets was a no-brainer, honestly. Like, that is – I already watched them a little bit on League Pass because of LaMelo, and now I don't know how much time we will see Kyle on the floor next year, but that's going to be a very interesting team to watch with this draft so far. So a lot of surprises. I'm really not happy with the Grizzlies right now. I'm praying that there's a trade into the first round and they pick up a guy like Josh Christopher, but who knows? I don't know what's going to happen in this draft. It's madness.
Yeah, they definitely need to do something to make me feel a little bit better, man. Hopefully we get something here late in the first. They move up from that 40th pick and get back here in the late first round. There's a lot of guys. Bones Highland is still on the board, which is the guy that I really love, that I think would fit in as a microwave guy off the bench for us. But it's been an interesting draft. I think throw your mock drafts away, man. Next year, I'm not going to take these mock drafts. I mean, this has been completely different than what we expect. I think the Houston Rockets are big winners to get Jalen Green and Sengun. I think it's just a tremendous haul for them, building team. I think that's going to set up a good foundation for them. I think they're going to be a team that's going to be on the rise, because those are two guys that I think are going to end up being in the top 5, top 10 players in this draft, no doubt about that, in years to come. So I think they had a really good draft, and that's kind of my takeaway. Not happy with the Grizzlies pick, but maybe 2 or 3 years down the line, we'll be happy, like Will is.
Well, I'm sorry that y'all had such, the night wasn't what it lived up to for it to be for y'all, and I understand. You've had enough draft success, though, in my personal opinion, so I think you'll be able to move on.
Right.
But
imagine that, a Hawks fan being a hater.
We addressed the Atlanta Hawks, and David, I know you were waiting for this part. I know this is you were really excited for this section here. The Hawks, of course, they're on the clock, fresh off of an Eastern Conference Finals appearance. They building that team through the draft. Nice top 10 picks hit here and there. And they have a nice history too of hitting on picks at this spot. 19th overall, 2017 and 2018. They walked away with John Collins and Kevin Huerter. And this year, they might have just done it again. The Atlanta Hawks at pick number 20 have selected Jalen Johnson out of Duke. That's the wrong one. There we go. I am very excited about this pick. I think that this is a really interesting fit in Atlanta's grand scheme of things here. I mean, they were never looking for someone for fit, in my opinion. They were looking for a guy who could develop around the pieces that they have. And Jalen Johnson, in my opinion, is a guy who can take his time to develop a very interesting skill set for a big man. The passing acumen is very reminiscent of another former Atlanta Hawk who played power forward here, Josh Smith. He, I don't know if that's the comparison that you would go with, Will, but I mean, what are your thoughts on this selection for Atlanta?
Well, with the Grizz guys here, I would like to say he kind of reminds me of Brandon Clark in college. Do you guys see any of that before I go into my breakdown?
I think he is a better playmaker, passer than Brandon Clark.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
He's if you mix Brandon Clark with Kyle Anderson, some of the things that he do at point forward, I think that's kind of what he is. But at that size, I mean, I think that's tremendous value to get him where you got him. I mean, he's a guy that some people had going in top 10, top 12. So to get him there is tremendous. I mean, coming from Duke, he's been well coached. And I think he's going to be a really good player, added already to a really good team. Like you said, coming off the Eastern Conference Finals, man, you guys are just loading up on talent, man.
I'm excited, and I know that we're gonna have some more excited people coming up here in a little bit. We are have to unfortunately say goodbye to y'all. You've been great. I know that you two put in a ton of work into studying for the draft. And I can't thank you enough for giving your time to share your insight on all these prospects. Again, like, it's been awesome talking to y'all. Where can the listeners find your podcast and follow y'all on Twitter?
Go ahead, Isaac.
Well, first off, man, I apologize for the camera situation. Having trouble with my laptop, so I'm working off a cell phone. That's the reason why I'm not on camera. But, man, yeah,
No,
thanks, man. Thanks for the shout out, man. We appreciate everybody for following HoopBall Grizz, man. We've been grinding, man, putting in work on this draft. We got a lot of great stuff coming up. But you can follow me on Twitter at Isaac_Rivals. It's ISAAC_Rivals. And, of course, follow it HoopBall Grizz, man. We really appreciate it.
Yep, I've had my Twitter handle under my name the entire time. It's at DWill2111. You can get the podcast anywhere that you find your podcast: iTunes, Stitcher, Dash Radio. If you want to listen to it there, it's on there. So pretty much anywhere you can find it. Thanks again for having us. It was great. Enjoyed it. I'm still mad that your teams have a better draft than mine. But, it's not over.
I know our
I hope it's
is
not.
only growing from here, man. Look, this was, again, really enjoyed having y'all. We're gonna be doing more video projects in the future, and I hope that y'all will be happy to be a part of those. Looking forward to hearing more from you. Fantastic podcast again, guys. Go follow them at HoopBall Grizz. We will catch you all next time. It is time to bring in the next set of hosts here. We're going to start here with first time making his debut for HoopBall. He is working alongside me in the HoopBall video division. Harry Schedler. Sorry, man. I know we've gone.
You're good.
Harry.
Good. It's Schedler.
Schedler. I was right. I knew I had it right
Yep.
the first time. Harry Schedler. A big help behind the scenes as well, helping us get going with these graphics. Harry, welcome to the show. Very excited to see you and go over some of these draft picks with you. And then our next host, he is the host of the HoopBall Hawks podcast, and I'm really excited to flip this one on you. My friend, Brad Harden, joining us on the show, man. How are you doing? We're going to dive right in because the Hawks just chose Jaylen Johnson at pick number 20. I'm pretty enthusiastic. How do you feel about this?
First off, it's just a blessing to be on tonight. I'm shocked that Jaylen Johnson fell to us at 20, and it does ponder questions as far as how soon will Cam Reddish go? Is he the guy out? It's a very interesting fit in that regard, or obviously are they planning for John Collins to be gone this offseason? But he's a guy who can play multiple positions, guard multiple positions. Athletic specimen, can get after it on a defensive end. And I'm just really excited for the pick, especially as we talked about on the program. They're kind of trying to construct this team like young AI and the 76ers, put a bunch of bodies around him, obviously, to cover some of his defensive efficiencies, talking about Trae Young. And you have a bunch of athletic guys, athletic wings that can go create their own shot, defend, and are very athletic, interchangeable. So I'm just really excited for the pick. I have some other people there, but to have Jaylen Johnson fall there, who was a top 5, high school player coming out of where he came from, to go to Duke is just a blessing for the Hawks at this point.
And I think a lot of people, when they were taking a look at players that would make sense for the Hawks, initially the first place to jump to was to take a look at the backup point guard situation, because when you look at Atlanta's roster, that is the biggest hole. Now, from my perspective, and I'm sure, and I know you've talked about this too, Brad, this has been like the Hawks would be better served if they're win now mindset, which is probably the next place you go after making an Eastern Conference Finals appearance. It'd be better to devote that spot to a veteran that you could sign with a mid-level exception in this offseason. To me, Jaylen Johnson makes a ton of sense because I think he has room to grow as a player, but his ability to pass at the forward spots, both the 3 and the 4, particularly the 4, I'm interested to see if he grows into a player there. That's something that Atlanta doesn't have. And that Travis Schlenk loves tooling his roster with a series of different playmakers. And Jaylen Johnson, in my opinion, fits the profile very to a T. I don't know if this means anything about the future of Cam Reddish or John Collins. I hope it doesn't. I kind of hope that we're in run it back phase and Jaylen Johnson's just going to be there for a part of the buildup. But, there is absolutely a role for him here. Once Danilo Gallinari, he's only got 2 years left on his contract. If Gallo moved forward, then there's a role for Jaylen Johnson off that bench. And I'm just fascinated by his skill set and really an area that this team has lacked up to this point. So I'm very excited about that. even though I was big on Jaden Springer, I think that Jalen Johnson's a fantastic pick at 20. Harry,
I had him mock going 12, so I mean that's a great pick.
well, and I was going to bring that up. You're a big board. Hey, how's it going, Harry? Man, I want to kick it to you. I mean, we've seen a ton of surprising picks, frankly. I mean, we've seen people falling down draft boards with guys like Moses Moody and Alperen Sengun, really two guys that people projected in like the lottery falling very, very low. I mean, Moody almost fell out of the lottery at that point. And we've seen some guys go a little bit higher, too, with Davion Mitchell going at 9. Scotty Barnes feels like 10 years ago. He went to the Raptors at 4. In your opinion, from what we've seen tonight, what is the most what is your favorite pick that you've seen thus far, and what's your least favorite?
I mean, it definitely has to, like, just really the Warriors draft, as you guys have been saying all night, where Kuminga and it was Moody, right, at 14, correct?
Yeah.
Like those were just they pretty much got top 10 lotto picks. Like, who would have thought? As far as worse, I probably go Kispert with the Wizards, especially being in DC and seeing just the averageness that we have for about 40 years now. So
it's been a very eventful night for the Wizards too. Beyond, I mean, is there not some of that Russell Westbrook trade stink on that evaluation, in your opinion, or is it? I mean,
great for the Lakers. I mean, it will be an interesting situation trying to get LeBron and Russell Westbrook to see, like, are you guys going to hit consistently from the outside? But from the Wizards' perspective, if they don't trade Bradley Beal, I'm concerned. That's like they just have a bunch of role players, and I don't think you can really field a good team with Bradley Beal and a bunch of role players at this moment.
It is a very long climb up to contending from where they stand right now, and it'll be very, I was really sure that Westbrook being sent out would spell the end for Bradley Beal, who I read reports earlier this week that he would be really pissed off if Westbrook got traded. And we can say with certainty that the Wizards are not anywhere closer to contending, but they have reshuffled the deck, and we will see where they go with that from there. Brad, I'm going to kick it to you too. The same question that I asked Harry. Beyond what we've seen with Atlanta, I mean, you could have Atlanta be here for your answer to this question. But what is your favorite pick that you've seen thus far in the draft, and which pick are you less high on?
So, not being biased, I love the Trey Murphy pick to the Pelicans, a floor spacer to go along with Zion. I know I listened to the broadcast talking about the floor spacing ability of JV. Very, very questionable, but I see the train of thought there. But outside of that, taking my heart out of it, I love Moody to the Warriors. As soon as that pick came in, I was really excited. Obviously, I'm a big Cam Thomas guy, being from Louisiana, LSU fan. And I was a little slighted when Moody won Freshman of the Year in the SEC over him. But when you watch Moody, he's going to be a guy, and I don't know if that means Poole is on the move for the Warriors. But I think he's a guy who's going to be able to get a bucket. And I think he has a high basketball IQ. He still is really young. He needs to mature in some aspects and round out his game. But just his scoring ability at all three levels, I think it's going to be very invaluable. Obviously, if for some reason, knock on wood, Klay Thompson cannot be healthy. He's not the three-point shooter that Klay Thompson is. I'm not saying that, but just his scoring ability for his age, I'm really excited for the Warriors to get a guy like that, because I know that there was talks of them being interested in Cam Thomas as well. So just getting someone that's a bucket outside of obviously Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. And I think the questionable move tonight is probably, no offense, Jill, I love Mitchell. I was really high on him. But how many guards do you need? I mean, yes, I just imagine we talked about this at work, Buddy Hield thinking that he's going to the Lakers, telling all his coworkers, yeah, you guys suck. I'm out of here, going to LA. And the next thing you know, they get Westbrook. Well, what had happened was, I was like, it's one of those situations. I mean, a lot of guards. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be very interesting to see where that franchise goes. But that was a head scratcher for me, in my opinion.
And I actually mean that has been the most surprising pick to me. I think I still think Scotty Barnes going over Jaylen Suggs is the one that still is the most shocking to me. Although I know there is an argument to be made about that one. I mean, okay. So I'm reading some confusing breaking news updates here, by the way, because the New York Knicks, who were slated to select here, this is the pick that they received from the Mavericks from the Kristaps Porzingis trade a few years ago. They've traded it to the Detroit Pistons.
They traded both their picks.
They've traded. They've done it. Yeah, New York is traded out of the draft, and I'm shocked because I thought that Sharif Cooper was just a shoe-in fit here for New York. I mean, talk about a team that is in desperate need of playmaking, but they've traded it on, and I'm getting conflicting reports. Well, okay, well, so Woj is the one who announced that pick there. Shams Charania of The Athletic just tweeted that the Clippers are now choosing at this pick. So we're trying to figure out a little bit as to who actually has this one. I'm inclined to think that maybe Shams mistyped here. But
it'd be easier for the Clippers to move up than the Pistons.
It would be. I'm trying to figure out what the trade itself was. There's a little bit of confusion, and there's been
right now on TV they're just announcing it as the Knicks pick right now, and Adam Silver's about to say it.
Well, we can just go ahead and then I'll just bring this guy's profile up.
Yeah, you just did it.
Whoever this is who is receiving this pick, the 21st pick in the NBA draft is Keon Johnson out of Tennessee, either going to the Detroit Pistons or the Los Angeles Clippers. And I know that he is someone that you were really high on at this stage of the draft. Will, give us your thoughts on him as an NBA player going forward. And let's just assume that he's going to the Pistons. I'm sorry, Shams, I'm going with Woj on this one. How do you feel about his fit on the Pistons?
Well, first of all, I am not high on Keon Johnson.
Oh, I'm sorry. I it's Ty Jones. Damn it. Almost 3 hours in, and I'm losing my mind. So why are you not?
We're rocking and rolling. No, but Keon Johnson, he has the great size, great body type, super athletic, but he is super raw on offense. He averaged 11 points, 3.5 boards, 2.5 assists. He only shot 27% from three. But, like I said, perfect size. He's a good player. I think he will remain a good player, but not great. His shot is a little slow. He plays a little unorthodox. He is not smooth at all. On tape, he looks like he just started playing basketball a few years ago, but he just has the size and athleticism to do it, so he's doing it. But he's obviously a great leaper. Broke the combine record by far. Great defender. But other than using his athleticism, everything else he does is pretty average. So I think he has a lot of developing to do. Guys, what do you think?
Well, and just before we get a quick interjection here, I was wrong to side with Woj on that one. This is going to the Los Angeles Clippers. Okay. They are the ones who have made this trade with the New York Knicks. The Knicks are picking up the 25th pick from the Clippers in a future second. Okay. Keon Johnson is now going to Los Angeles. And does that, real quick, Will, does that change the calculus in your mind about this fit? The Clippers are a contending team. Keon has needs some time to develop. Does that, you feel better about it here then?
No, I think it's a horrible fit. I think the Clippers really needed a point guard and a center, and it's a lot of good point guards available. So it's very surprising to me that they didn't go that route. I guess they're going to stick with Reggie Jackson.
And he is a free agent this offseason. You think that they would try and retain him, but yeah, it is a little surprising. Let's go. I'll start with you, Brad. What are your thoughts on this selection for the Clippers?
I'm a bite off of Will. I think that means that they're probably going to show a little bit of loyalty to Reggie Jackson, especially how emotional he was about having the opportunity to come on to the Los Angeles Clippers, being on a successful team. Obviously, he didn't make it to the NBA Finals, but knocked on the door, and just how that team welcomed him. But I do agree that I thought, there's a lot of great, point guards. I mean, Jared Butler is still on the board. And I'm really high on Jared Butler myself, and obviously Springer, who I was really high on as well. But maybe the Keon Johnson pick, not an efficient guy at Tennessee. Pretty much a lot of the guys at Tennessee were kind of the same profile, and I think the lack of established shooting on that team led for them to not have the success that they should have had as far as talking about college. But I think him being utilized right, maybe they're foreshadowing a Kawhi, not being there. Maybe they see him as the next Kawhi. Obviously, he doesn't have the size, but he can, really defend at a high level. He's pretty, wiry as far as that. Has a lot of energy. Kawhi wasn't the shooter coming into the league. He obviously had to develop that. So maybe bringing him on a team with some veterans who could show him the ropes, kind of round out his game. Maybe look at his tape and say, hey, these are the things that we saw that we like from you. These are the things that we can get better at as far as, just getting better at three-point shooting, becoming more efficient as a player, just doing more things to round out his game. Maybe that's what they're seeing in this pick, but I definitely think that they should have went guard here. But, I mean, who knows? Like I said, Reggie Jackson is trying to turn his career around, and maybe he's the point guard that they've been looking for. But I do think, the Clippers should look for someone in the free agency as well.
I want to get your thoughts on that too, Harry, but we now have another trade to announce with the 22nd pick, which was we're all following here. The Washington Wizards now owned this pick after they received it in the Russell Westbrook trade with the Los Angeles Lakers.
Right.
The Wizards are now rerouting this pick to the Indiana Pacers.
What?
Wow. So the Indiana Pacers are on the clock at 22, and they have made a selection. Harry, you're sporting a Pacers jersey right now, aren't you? Is that
much respect?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do love Sabonis and Malcolm Brogdon. I don't know much about Isaiah Jackson though.
Right, that he is the pick here.
Will, you wouldn't? If Will, you wouldn't mind filling me in on him.
So yeah, let's go. So let me set the table here. The Indiana Pacers are selecting Isaiah Jackson, the big man out of Kentucky. I was about to be upset because the pick came first, and I thought it was still the Wizards, and I thought that they passed on Sharif Cooper, Jaden Springer,
right?
and Jared Butler. We could talk about these point guard hole for them, but Isaiah Jackson to the Pacers, an interesting fit. Will, what are your thoughts on the big man?
This makes me think Miles Turner is out the door. I mean, I don't understand this pick unless Miles Turner is moving, but he's a 6'11", 206 center from Kentucky, averaged only 8 points per game, 6.6 boards, 2.5 blocks, though, so that's key. But he's only 18 years old. He's obviously tall, skinny, and fast. He's a great shot blocker, runs the floor well. He's a great passer in the paint. But he pretty much only dunks and blocks. That's pretty much it right now. He shot good from the free throw line, 70%. So that's a good sign. But there's a place in the league for him. But I see him as a part-time player, like 20 minutes a game, kind of like Nerlens Noel. Maybe he can get to Mitchell Robinson. But, I had him mocked at 27 to Brooklyn. So I just don't get the fit.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead, Harry.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree there, Will. I mean, it's nice that he has a decent wingspan at 7'4", but they already have Goga Batadze there as a backup.
Yeah, I was going to mention.
And it seems like they're trying to become a little bit more athletic on the wings. So I'm surprised that they didn't go for another more of an athlete, not a big man.
I am very curious to see what the plan is for Goga Batadze, who's someone I've been actually very high on in the past. He is somewhat. I like his ranginess and his shot blocking ability. I think that he makes sense next to Sabonis or backing him up too. By the way, the Washington Wizards are acquiring Aaron Holiday in this swap, and that is a very interesting thing to me. Not that Aaron Holiday is not necessarily the point guard that I was thinking about in this equation here, but he does have some interesting appeal as just this sort of scoring guard who can play some point, but he's more suited as a shooting guard, in my opinion. That will be an interesting thing to evaluate, especially for fantasy purposes, given the massive usage hole being left behind by Russell Westbrook. But yeah, so just to summarize here, the Washington Wizards have traded this pick to the Pacers for Aaron Holiday. Isaiah Jackson is going to Indiana. It feels like there's another move for Indiana to make there, especially considering that they just traded for that 31st pick in the second round. They've been wheeling and dealing, but we all kind of know that this team is sort of heading for a mini blow up. At least one of Miles Turner, TJ Warren, Malcolm Brogdon, one of those guys figures to be off this team by the time we start next season, and I'll be interested to see. It probably doesn't happen tonight, but there's got to be something else going on here. I am all right. So my brain's fried. The 31st pick is now going to the Wizards. So the Pacers do not have it anymore. That might have been their move. The 31st pick in Aaron Holiday for this selection here. Man, this is all right. So that's the deal there, which now brings us to Houston. who still owns both of their first-round picks in this draft, despite the fact that they have already selected Jalen Green and Alfred Sengun. Will, what are you thinking for Houston here? Does a point guard make sense with 2 back-to-back picks and honestly one of the bigger holes on their roster outside of John Wall?
Right. I mean, at this point, I think Houston has too many picks right now. I think I would consider trading at least one of these. I mean, because at this point, 23rd and 24th pick, it's highly unlikely both of these guys are going to start for you. But yeah, it's the talent at point guard is too good to pass up on at this point. So Sharif Cooper, Jared Butler, even Bones Highland. It's a lot of talent on the board. I love Ayo Dosunmu.
I do too.
It's a lot of guys right here that they could go for.
Brad, I'm gonna kick it to you here. What if you're Raphael Stone here? What are you going to do with this pick? Are you going to select and pick a player here, or are you thinking of a trade with these 2 picks back to back?
So it's pretty much kind of a blank slate in Houston at this point. So I see it going either way. But if you're going to pick here, I'm with Will. You got to get one of the guards. Maybe you keep Jared Butler in the state of Texas, so he makes it just a short drive down from Waco down to H-Town, and chill at Papados and hit all of James Harden those spots. Not those spots, but
I knew that was coming from.
But you know the training. I got to do it. I got to do it. But hit the training facility and all the other wonderful restaurants and cuisine that's down in Houston. Maybe you go there. I'm still high on Springer and Sharif Cooper here. That would be a really young, exciting player. It'll give him an opportunity to kind of just make those mistakes. He wasn't ultra efficient, and turnovers was a big thing in his 12 games at Auburn. Obviously not playing a lot of games due to suspension with the NCAA. When he played, the kid played. And another guy that connected to potentially Atlanta being from Powder Springs, Georgia. But I think a guard, if you're going to stay here, go with one of those guards, Butler, and I think Cooper would be really exciting as a guy who loves to play, make, and create for others.
Let me throw one more guy in there. I don't know who that
pick is in, by the way. The pick is in. But
JT Thor. They definitely should take a shot at JT Thor because they can develop him.
Well, Will, I can tell you this with certainty. Well, first off, the first pick is not a guard, and second thing, you're gonna hate it. With the 23rd pick in the NBA draft, the Houston Rockets are taking Usman Garuba out of Real Madrid. Will gave his take earlier that you do not see it with Garuba. It's an interesting selection for Houston, who again took Alfred Sengun with the 16th pick. And I know that Garuba, he could play maybe some 4, but he's also they have similar skill sets, do they not?
Oh, skill sets to who? Alfred Sengun?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of just that these are 2 bigs who don't space the floor. I know that they have. I think that Garuba is considered to be a better defensive prospect than Sengun, where Sengun is a more polished offensive product. But at the same time, they don't really – they're not 2 guys who can play together. So what's your take on this selection?
I mean, I think considering they have so many picks, it's okay because, he's going to be a bench player in my opinion. He's not – I don't like him at all. But, okay, Usman Garuba, 6'8", 229 pounds from Spain, great defensive player, runs the court extremely well. But he's a very unnatural player, not very skilled, very raw offensively, only averaged 6 points and 9 boards internationally. Those numbers are obviously going to be less than the NBA. No offensive game at all. He reminds me of Sekou Demboye, who, is on the Detroit Pistons and doesn't get minutes. But Sekou Demboye is way more skilled than Usman Garuba. So how is Usman going to get minutes? I mean, and
again, if we're just going to start projecting here, you still have Christian Wood in Houston, who's probably going to be playing. If he's not in the starting 5, he's going to be playing the 4 alongside Sengun, who I think has the upper hand in between these 2 draft picks and starting at that center spot. And it's just there is really nothing on Houston's roster besides Wood and Jayshawn Tate from the year over that really matter in the grand scheme of things. I mean, Harry, what are your, oh man, man, I knew that Kevin Porter Jr. was on this team, and I forgot him all night. Oh my gosh! Of course, and for all we know, he might be their starting point guard next year. I mean, he's definitely that's what he sees himself as. I mean, you still got John Wall and his $40 million, but we'll see about that. All right, so Kevin Porter Jr., Christian Wood, Jayshawn Tate, and now Jalen Green, Alperen Sengun, and Usman Garuba Harry, if you were to put a letter grade on Houston's draft so far, and I know it's not fair because they have another pick coming up, which has been selected at this point, but before we get there, I mean, actually, you know what? I'm going to be fair to you here. I'm going to give you the full picture.
You froze on me there.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm going to be fair to you here, and I'm going to let's announce the next pick before I ask you that question about Houston's draft grade on the night, because they have announced their pick at 24 as well. We're just going to move right along now. Josh Christopher is the next selection for the Houston Rockets. So they back-to-back go Garuba and Christopher. And I know Christopher's been an interesting name, that he's been considered kind of a second-round talent in mock drafts, that a lot of people are high on his scoring acumen. Will, now that you have a full picture here, your thoughts on Josh Christopher in Houston and just what they've done on the night?
Yeah, in my mock 2.0, I had Josh Christopher actually going to Houston with the 23rd pick. So it's a good pick, but in my mock 3.0, I had him falling out of the first round because he's a very fluid player, averaged 14 points, 5 boards, 1 assist, 1.5 steals, has a great shot, great handle, very shifty, nice floater, just a good basketball player all around. I think he will fit in well on any team, so he should be fine with Houston. And he performed very well at the Combine, one of the best offensive players there. So he's a good, solid pick.
All right, Harry, now kicking it back to you. Your impressions on Houston's draft night now that we have this in the books.
Luckily, they have the number 2 pick. So I'll give them a C+. I think I'm being a little generous. Like, I think this more stems from the fact that they didn't move on James Harden early enough, and I think they could have gotten a lot more or better package. Obviously, I know the Sixers are eventually coming up. Could have potentially had Ben Simmons, and these later round guys, especially for fantasy, I just think they're decent, like, streamers. Like, are these guys really going to be top tier players in the league? So luckily they did get Jalen Green, and so yeah, probably like a C+.
I mean, so it seems like there's some holdover from the James Harden trade, which I agree. The return is it was absurdly low considering what we're seeing stars go for at this rate. And you know, as far as fantasy is concerned, that's kind of outside my purview. I mean, well, not fantasy analysis in general, but is assessing these rookies. I'm not quite sure. I am very high on Sengun, though, from what I've read and from what I've seen, from a real life perspective, but from a fantasy perspective as well. I think if he's getting close to starters minutes next year, he has the ability to rack up both defensive stats, efficient shooting from the floor. He stands as one of the more interesting picks, in my opinion, on the night. But I'm not a dynasty guy. That's going to be reserved for Rhett and Travis when they come on at the end of the first round here. I'm sure they'll have their thoughts on that as well.
I love the first 2 picks. Last 2 picks, they're just backups. They could have traded that for something else. Yeah. You know, they could have got those backups anywhere.
Are you on the same page as Will and Harry on that one?
Yeah, it just kind of seems like like the new season of Making the Band. Everybody's just trying to just like be on the roster. They're trying to audition to figure out what exactly is going to, be who's going to be the guys in Houston, who are going to be your cornerstone pieces to build off of. I know you have Wood, you have a large contract in John Wall. That's why I would have loved point guard here, especially if you got Cooper to kind of be the guy behind him. Maybe he's the guy to, take the reins, be the next Steve Francis in Houston. So I give their draft, I agree with Will. First 2 picks, great. I have no complaints there. Can't miss. Best available at that time. And these last 2 picks are just kind of just like you're just throwing a dart on a dartboard right now. You're trying to see where it's going to land. So, like I said, it's just an episode of Making the Band. Get everybody together down in Houston. Everybody get their minutes. We're going to see what's going to happen. And it's kind of tough cards dealt to a new coach down there who had to already deal with James Harden not wanting to be there in training camp, coming in, putting up 40 plus in his first game, and then ultimately getting shipped out of town. Then you have Wall, who is pretty much not available. You make the trade to get Depot and not available. So I just don't know in Houston. Like I said, I think they're just trying to just get a bunch of guys and let's audition. Let's dance at this point.
Well, it'll be fascinating to see how that plays out. I mean, Houston's probably going to have something else to say when it comes to free agency, or maybe they don't. I mean, maybe they just got these 4 rookies and they're just, like you said, throwing darts at the dartboard and see which one hits. Aside from Jalen Green, who I think we can all safely assume is going to lead that team in shot attempts heading into next season, or at the very least, be contending for it. We are moving on now to the 25th pick. The Knicks have acquired this one from the Los Angeles Clippers, and they have made a selection. Coming in here from the University of Houston, Quentin Grimes going to New York. A walking bucket, from what I've read. What do you think, Will, about this selection for New York?
I love Quentin Grimes. I mean, I wanted to squeeze him into my first round, but I didn't. I thought he would be in the 30s, so it's a little high. But I guess that's why they traded back, because they felt like they can get a little bit more and still get him. But he's the shooting guard from Houston. Averaged 18 points per game, 6 boards, 2 assists. Great shooter, very natural player. He can do it all. Can hit the step back J. Has a great handle. Can create his own shot. In my projection, I said he could have been a first round lock. His only knock is that, the school he went to was Houston. So I think he would have got knocked for that, but apparently he didn't. He has a great hesitation, great fadeaway. He played incredible at the combine. That really helped him out. One of the 5-on-5 games, he had 27 points. I think he's possibly better than Josh Christopher. So I like this pick.
I'm still shocked at the state of the point guards in this draft, where Sharif Cooper, Jaden Springer, and Jared Butler are not only all still on the board, but none of them went to New York, even after trading down and them.
Cam Thomas too, right?
Well, Cam Thomas is, from that scoring. I mean, he's falling too, and I'm pretty surprised by that, especially with Josh Christopher and Quentin Grimes going over him. I feel like those 3 are all kind of cut from the same cloth. Thomas has been consistently mocked ahead of him. People have been very high on his scoring chops. But I'm just, what am I missing here? Someone who I've read up as much as I can, but is there? I mean, and I know the deals with Sharif Cooper with the defensive, like the really glaring defensive holes and the lack of really inability to create offense for himself, even though he might be the best passer in this draft. I mean, what is your take on these point guards falling to this point, and do you see a good fit for them with these last 5 teams we have on the board?
It seems to be a positional thing. I guess teams are okay with the point guards they have right now. New York has Emmanuel Quickley. They drafted last year. He played well, so they must trust him and believe in him. So it's not like teams are reaching for other point guards ahead of these guys. They're just not drafting point guards because these guys are super talented. So it just has to be a team that wants a point guard. And the later teams in this draft are going to, hit the lottery right now, because these are guys that should have been in the teens probably, and they're going to get them at the end of the first round. That's incredible.
Well, I'll say one team that we have up next on the board, the Denver Nuggets, are certainly one who could use some help at point guard, with Jamal Murray set to miss pretty much all of this next upcoming season. They have Monte Morris and Facundo Campazzo at point for them right now. And, I mean, you could make an argument that a rookie might not be an upgrade over those guys. But, Harry, if you are in this situation in Denver's front office, is that the direction you're looking with this pick?
If I'm Denver, no. I think I'm looking for a proven veteran who is looking to potentially get on a title team. I have my little list of point guard free agents, and it's kind of my thinking. It seems like a lot of these teams may just be looking for more of an established leader, or at least someone who can provide some good backup minutes. Like we have Derrick Rose as a free agent this summer, TJ McConnell. Obviously, you have the bigger ones in Chris Paul, Mike Conley, but even Patty Mills. So I think there's a lot of good point guard depth to the free agent class, where it could be a reason why the teams are hesitant to take a point guard in these later 20 picks.
What about you, Brad? Do you feel the same way as Harry? Do you think that? We could say that we can take us back to the Hawks. They're in a similar situation where they're looking for a veteran backup point guard. In Denver's situation, though, do you feel like the best player available happens to be in that position, or do you think they should be going a different direction?
Well, I kind of cheated and saw who they are taking, but as far as the guard situation in Denver, I agree with Harry. I think you go with someone who hopefully is a little bit tenured in the league, can mesh well with your locker room. If you're a rookie, you got to bring them along. You got to teach them the playbook. You got to show them the ropes of how to be a professional, let alone play in this league. So I agree, definitely trying to get someone a little bit more tenure, especially with If they did go point guard here, I really like Jaden Springer. I'm going to continue to talk about him. He's a scorer at all three levels, and he has a high motor, especially on the defensive end. I think that's somebody that they can have to add a little bit of toughness to that Denver team that Aaron Gordon did kind of try to call out, which was kind of weird that Aaron Gordon was leading a halftime speech in the playoffs, but like really calling people out as far as, defensive like toughness going against the Suns. Obviously the Suns and foe. That did happen today. So, but obviously, I'll let you guys say who Denver picked.
We will move right along into that. I'm sorry that you spoiled it for yourself beforehand, but my favorite name in the draft comes off the board here: Bones Highland out of VCU, going to the Denver Nuggets at 26. Let's hear your thoughts on this one, Will. What are the Nuggets looking forward to here, expecting out of Bones Highland, who is regarded as one of, if not the best shooter in the draft?
Yes, I had them mocked to the Nuggets. I've had him mocked to the Nuggets from day one. So, yeah, that's a great pick. The 6'3" guard from VCU averaged 19.5 points per game, 4.5 boards, 2 assists, and 2 steals per game. I have down he could easily be the Emmanuel Quickley of this draft. He reminds me of him also. He's a great shooter, 40% from 3. And he has super long range also. He's not really a passer at all, but he never really needed to be at VCU. He was the main focus of the offense. A10 player of the year, good playmaker, can get to the rim and score. So he's not just a shooter. And those 2 steals per game are huge, and he's instant offense for any team. And I think one of the weaknesses for the Nuggets was 3-point shooting, and perfect fit.
Yeah. I mean, especially I love the philosophy of just bringing in guys who know how to get a bucket and putting them around Nikola Jokic, who knows how to get guys buckets. This is going to be I'm very interested here. What are your thoughts on this, Brad? You've had a little more time than us to take in the Bones pick. Do you feel that this is a good situation for the Denver Nuggets and him?
Absolutely. The guy is a bucket. He is. And especially I still don't know the Will Barton situation. Is he coming back? Is he not? It feel like it's kind of the soap opera every offseason for like the last 2-3 seasons. Is Will Barton going to come back? And he in this league, got to be available. You have to be available, and Will Barton is a guy that unfortunately has not. And so to add a guy who is an absolute bucket, younger knees, and is not afraid to go in there and defend on top of him just going out there and scoring. I think he's going to be a splash on this team, especially when you have Jokic already on your team. When you have, obviously Murray's not going to be there, but MPJ, another guy who can go out and just get his own shot. I think that's going to be it's going to pay dividends for Denver. It's going to put them over the hump, especially what LA did. I don't know. The West is tough, but I like the draft pick here for the Nuggets.
What about you, Harry? Do you think that this is well, let's talk about, let's open this up a little bit more to just Denver's, what Denver needs to do to really, kind of weather the storm without Murray here. Like you alluded to, and like when you were talking about him last, what do you think they should be looking at? They got their shooter, this scoring rookie who could contribute right away next year. Heading into free agency, what would you think the Nuggets' main focus should be to, get into that Western Conference Finals and maybe even NBA Finals after that?
So I would look at one of the things that they missed this year was that extra big man or versatile wing who could also guard fours. Not exactly sure how many of those are in the free agent market this year, but that's where I think, because Jokic is such a good point guard as a center already, I think you can kind of slide through without a legitimate point guard, but also that makes the pick really worthy, because then Jokic can just set the table for everyone. But I would be looking at someone who is that Torrey Craig type of player to fill that role and guard LeBron and Paul George, and if the Clippers even make it that far, but come the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting perspective too. Because we all know that this team is on the precipice. They're kind of close to being in a Portland Trailblazers situation where, they're sort of in the same plane where you discuss them and you fear that they might be capped out in their current iteration. Jamal Murray, of course, has taken leaps over the years, and losing him for this playoff run. Who knows what impact that could have had. Denver had a real interesting shot when he was a part of things in that respect, but now, it's going to be a tough situation for them. I'm still high, but I'm also, it's going to be tough to really gauge their level of success throughout the year, even when Murray returns, because what can we expect from a guy after missing an entire season and then jumping directly into the playoffs? So interesting pick there, though. I'm a big fan of the Bones Highland selection, and we are now down to our final 4 picks. The Brooklyn Nets, the Philadelphia 76ers, the Brooklyn Nets again, after they completed that trade with the Phoenix Suns to acquire the 29th pick in Javon Carter, and then the Utah Jazz at 30. I'm gonna go around here. I'm going to take you guys one team at a time. Will, you kick us off. Number 27 here. Who should the Brooklyn Nets be targeting?
I think their biggest need is either center or point guard. I had them taking Isaiah Jackson. He's off the board. I love Charles Bassey as a center. I think he would be a good fit. But at this point, Kyrie, he's up in the air whether he wants to play or not. He misses a lot of games. He's injured a lot. Take one of the point guards, any of the point guards. you're in a good shape.
Brad, you take this one for the Philadelphia 76ers. Who should they be targeting in the draft with the 28th pick?
Similar to the Brooklyn Nets, a point guard. They need to go for a point guard, someone who, like I said, can create for others. And what we already mentioned, Cooper being one of the best passers in the draft, especially who knows with the Ben Simmons situation. Obviously, you would love someone a little bit tenure. I mean, if they somehow get Kyle Lowry, bring him in back home to Philadelphia to be a part of this roster. If Ben Simmons is gone and you draft a Sharif Cooper who can learn under Lowry, because who knows how many years Lowry's going to be in the league. I think that's a perfect fit and a perfect situation if Cooper is paired with the 76ers. And I just want to say, Will, I agree with what you said for the Nets, but the only correct answer at 27 for the Nets is Cam Thomas. Get another bucket off the bench.
Oh, my God.
Get another bucket off the bench.
No, they have too many, man. They don't need that. They're fine.
I'm sorry. Let me chill out.
They're fine, man. They got way too many bucket getters on that team. They do not need another. The league
Sorry, Hawks fans. I'm sorry, Hawks fans.
Come on. This is our competition, Brad. We're in the elite now. Eastern Conference. Man, that glow is still not worn off. All right, let's move on. Well, Harry, the Brooklyn Nets have 2 picks. Assuming that, who Will and Brad just talked about are off the board, who would you go with then at that next spot?
I guess for me, I think to Will's point about Kyrie, I would definitely go for a guard. I think I'd go with Jaden Springer, and just or just see if you can sign a free agent for a veteran minimum. That'd be my route if I were them.
Well, Brooklyn is absolutely a team in need of just defense at pretty much every position, and I'd say at this point it would be. Well, you could check me on this if I'm out of turn, but Jaden Springer might be the best defensive prospect left on the board.
Probably, yeah.
At least among the top few at a position of need, like point guard. I think that Brooklyn would be making a smart selection if that was their choice.
Yeah, I don't love Jaden Springer above my God. Cam Thomas, Sharif Cooper. He's not better than those guys, but if you just want a role player,
Well, oh my gosh. Well, the next pick has been announced. The Brooklyn Nets at 27. They have determined that they've determined that they do not have enough bucket getters because Cam Thomas at LSU has been selected by the Brooklyn Nets. A very, honestly, a terrific pick for Brooklyn at this spot. They get themselves a bench gunner that they can pair with a guy like Bruce Brown off the bench, Javon Carter. Those two are very defensive-minded guards. Man, Cam Thomas is Will, you give your breakdown, and then Brad, I'm going to hop to you because I know that you were watching him at LSU and you have your thoughts as well.
I think this is a great pick for them because, when Kyrie was out, I think they kind of suffered a little bit at the point guard position, and they will not really skip a beat with Cam Thomas in there, the 6'3" guard out of LSU, averaged 23 points per game. It's credible pick value at this point in the draft. He lacked in rebounds and assists. He did have 1 steal per game. Shot 32% from 3, so that's pretty good. made the All SEC team. He's a super confident, scrappy player. He takes a lot of contested shots, which he's going to have to work on and stop doing that. He won't really need to do that in Brooklyn because he will definitely not be double teamed. But he loves jumpers and 3-pointers. In my opinion, he kind of reminds me of Kyle Lowry if Kyle Lowry was selfish. He's
That's an interesting comp. Selfish Kyle Lowry. I like that. We need to be incorporating more stuff like that when we're comparing draft picks. Like, a gluttonous John Wall or something like that. I like that going forward.
So Brad, what do you think about Cam Thomas to the Brooklyn Nets?
I like it. I like the fit. We talked about another bucket getter off the bench. That guy, he was a walking bucket. I mean, if you're Oak Hill Academy's all-time leading scorer, you're a bucket, especially the players that have walked the halls at Oak Hill. And my comp was closer to Lou Will without the playmaking right now. He reminds me a lot of Lou Will with some of his shot selection in the mid-range. He showed some flashes, a little bit of Brad Beal at LSU with the ability to have some step-back jumpers, have the little handoff, shoot the three. He like I said, he's just a bucket getter. He needs to get better at rebounding. He needs to be better at playmaking. I definitely agree with that. Defensively, he needs to just be interested a little bit more on the defensive end. But one thing that is underrated, he is a decent off-ball defender. He is known to jump in passing lanes and get the one steal that he did average a game at LSU. But I loved watching the kid. There was only one game he had less than 10 points. I think it was one game he scored 8. But other than that, I mean, like I said, if you want someone instant offense off your bench, we can call him the microwave because, boom, instant. You got a meal right there, and he's out there, giving out snacks to the defense. So he's gonna be a really good player in this league for a long time, just as a bucket getter, I think.
This is honestly just you cannot go wrong if you're the Brooklyn Nets in just adding guys that you need to be able to guard, that you can't leave unguarded. That's how
on rookie contracts. On
a rookie deal, it's exactly what they needed. It's exactly what they needed because we know the cap situation for this team, and they've got between now Cam Thomas, Bruce Brown, and Nicholas Claxton, they have 3 guys right there who, I mean, I guess it remains to be seen on Cam Thomas, but I know with those other 2 that I just mentioned, those are NBA contributors on very cheap deals, and so it's a really, really strong selection for the Brooklyn Nets, in my opinion.
Especially with Kyrie and those guys, they're going to be resting a lot. They're going to be sitting out games and not playing full games. Cam Thomas is going to get a lot of burn with this team.
Yeah, and once again, they still have another selection to make here. There are still some very talented guys left on the board at this point, but we are, we move on now to Philadelphia, who, of course, they are still in the throes of Ben Simmons trade rumors, and I think we should just start there because Ben Simmons is not getting traded tonight. It would have happened by now. So, right. I mean, let's open the conversation up to this. I mean, we're heading into the offseason now. It's not going to get easier for Ben Simmons to get out of Philadelphia. His value is probably going to go down after tonight just by virtue of all these picks no longer being picks. They're players now, and as we all know, picks are just more valuable than players in today's NBA. So it's going to be fascinating to see how Philadelphia maneuvers out of the situation. Harry, you're putting your Daryl Morey GM cap on. Yep. What are you doing here with Ben Simmons? What point what are you looking for in a trade at this point?
I mean, so right off the bat, and I think I commented on it earlier, just look for Brad Beal. Just a straight up swap between Ben Simmons and Brad Beal. Work out the picks, but if that's not available, look to Oklahoma City. See if there's any interest there regarding Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, or at least the gluttony of picks that Daryl Morey loves to stash. And after that, I've heard rumors about Dame Lillard and CJ McCollum. I don't really see them going that route. And maybe consider doing something for Anthony Edwards in Minnesota, just to throw out a different name who's kind of young. And they have some contracts that they could actually put in there to make the cap work with Ben Simmons.
Brad, same question to you. How are you addressing this Ben Simmons situation?
I agree. If you're going to trade him, it was going to be tonight. Rich Paul been working hard, but obviously not hard enough because he's still.
Daryl Morey's working hard.
Yeah, they're both working hard. They're making some phone calls, but obviously they scared a lot of people away with their offers today. The Warriors, got out of Dodge with 4 first-round picks. You want Wiggins and Wiseman? Like, sheesh, that's a haul. That is an absolute haul. So it's going to be tough. I wouldn't be surprised if he's still in a Sixers uniform this offseason. They still go get Kyle Lowry. Like I would not be surprised. I said it again, Kyle Lowry. Go ahead and get him. He don't want to be in Toronto no more. He don't want to be in Toronto. Him and Nurse, they button heads. I think Siakam's out of there with the draft pick that Toronto made today. Bunch of people, knocking heads, egos. But I think it's just really hard. It's really hard to move Ben Simmons at this point. As you said, bodies, picks turn into bodies, and it just gets real messy. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's still in a Sixers uniform playing. Who knows? I mean, he may pull a James Harden.
That would be you thought Philadelphia fans were mad at him now. Wait till we get to the start of the next season and he just decides. I mean, he's in an unwinnable situation, Ben Simmons, at this point. Not that I'm.
They call him a bum crumb. A bum crumb. He's gonna be chilling in the compound in Cali while they're doing training camp. You already know what's gonna happen.
So, yep. All right. It has now been confirmed. I am gonna give credit here because this was not Wojnarowski and this was not Shams Charania, who broke this news first. The 28th pick is in for Philadelphia. Keith Pompey, great beat writer for the Philadelphia Sixers, broke this one first. Jaden Springer heading on over to Philadelphia. A great pick if you're looking to move on from Ben Simmons, but an interesting one too, because now you have him, Tyrese Maxey, and Shake Milton, all three point guard, shooting guard type players, all bringing different elements to the table. But Will, what are your thoughts on Jaden Springer's fit with Philadelphia?
I think it's a fine pick. I would have much preferred Sharif Cooper. I love Jason Preston. He's probably going to fall to the second round, but Jaden Springer, 6'4" guard from Tennessee, averaged 12.5 points, 3.5 boards, 3 assists, 1 steal, shot 43% from 3. Has a very slow and ugly shot, in my opinion. It does go in, but in the NBA, they might try to change his form because got to have a quick release to survive in today's game. He likes to post up, but in my opinion, he was pretty much an average player. He's a good hustle player, makes great passes in the paint. More than likely would be a backup point guard, in my opinion. Not great height or explosiveness.
No, I think that's all very fair. Particularly with the shot, I know that it's not the world's best, but he does make a lot of sense as a defensive guard in this. With Tyrese Maxey and Shake Milton, I'd say those are 2 offensive-oriented guys. I do like the versatility here that Springer could have playing both guard spots and providing some of that hard-nosed defensive, acumen there. Brad, what are you in agreement with Bill though? With Will, would you have preferred Sharif Cooper in this spot?
I think if you're going offense, I think Sharif Cooper is the better choice here at this pick. But as you mentioned with Shake and Maxey there, and Maxey, he'll get in there and guard. It's not like he can't defend, but that's what Springer's specialty is. Like he can go in there, he can guard 1, 2. He has long arms. He's not going to guard a lot of threes, but he can be interchangeable. He's physical. One of the things I like, Will is right. His shot is not the prettiest, but I did like some of the mid-range jumpers that he took that I saw on tape, and I did like his ability to not be afraid, get in traffic, and finish in traffic. That's confidence. That is confidence, especially for a kid who's 18, about to be 19 years old, to already have that embedded in your game. It's pretty special in that regard. Now, like I said, if you're going more offensive minded, I agree with Will here. Go with Cooper, but if you're going to go defense, and a guy who could, some of the comps I saw with Jared Bayless, who's not a bad player, but like Will say, backup point guard in this league. I mean, I would collect some checks being a backup point guard in the NBA. I would not be ashamed by that at all. But I really like Springer. He's not a super athletic guy, but he's gonna be a guy that's gonna play hard and give effort. And Doc Rivers does like having those guys on the team.
And by the way, coming here, Wojnarowski apparently said this on the broadcast. Zach Lowe tweeting it out. It does not appear that there will be a Ben Simmons trade tonight, and that it does not appear that the Sixers are particularly close to making one, which is not ideal for probably all parties involved in that regard. We are so we will have to wait, press pause on that. These last picks have been coming in rather slowly. I thought there was a 5-minute time limit on these things, but I guess not. We are 2 picks away though from the end of the first round. Brooklyn Nets have the pick 29, and then the Utah Jazz will be at 30. But let's talk about guys that are. But now we can let's look forward a little bit to the second round. We have, I think there's some names that we're surprised that are still out there on the board. Sharif Cooper probably headlining them. Who do you think is the top guy to be taking a look at in the second round? Will, we'll start with you.
Well, I mean, Sharif Cooper, Jared Butler, those are 2 names. If they're not called, they're going to be up there. Isaiah Todd, great talent, great potential. He's still up there. Charles Bassey. It's a lot of great talent in this second round. Like picks 30 through 40 are all potential first rounders, in my opinion. And JT Thor still not been drafted.
JT Thor's still out there. I know you were high on him.
What's going on?
Harry, same to you. Is there a guy that you're eyeing as a second round steal coming up here?
I'm fairly high on Ayo Dosunmu. Mainly because of his.
I do too.
Mainly because of. He's a guard with length, and God, you can use that in any way like you see fit. Plus the fact that it seems like he has a good feel for the game and also a good rebounding point guard.
And Brad, what about you? Who are you taking a look at here?
I'm going to go with Will. Isaiah Todd, that's a guy who I kind of slated for the Hawks to potentially look at in the second round if he were to fall there. I know that earlier in the second round he's projected to be taken, but a very intriguing prospect that could have been a really nice, not replacement, but depending on what happens with the forward situation in Atlanta for years to come, he could be a guy to fill the mold. But obviously, when you draft Jaylen Johnson from Duke, that kind of takes away, in my opinion, a Todd pick for the Hawks. So, I mean, like I said, I'm just real shocked that Jared Butler is still on the board at this point. I kind of thought, a guy who just won a national title, he kind of reminds me, I think he could come in and make kind of like a Jalen Brunson type impact, be a backup point guard, have some experience, have that championship pedigree, and be solid for someone for an NBA roster for years to come.
I think he'll be perfect for Utah at 30.
We are getting ahead of ourselves. There are 2 more picks left to go.
Right.
And I agree with all those names, as well. I mean, I know you were talking about Jason Preston earlier, Will, as a guy that you were really high on that's still out there, of course. And I still like Miles McBride, too, out of West Virginia. I like, defensive-minded point guard. I think that he's among the – but, again, all these point guards have dropped pretty low. And, he could be someone who ends up going late in the second round. That could be a relatively, kind of a bargain. But we are now down to the 29th pick. The Brooklyn Nets, of course, received this in their trade earlier tonight with the Phoenix Suns, sending out Landry Shamet, bringing back 29 in Javon Carter. They now have they have submitted their pick here, and it is Day'Ron Sharpe.
Oh, okay.
So I'll admit I'm not very well read on Sharpe. I know that he's been rising up on boards in the last couple of weeks or so. So Will, give us the rundown here. Do you like the selection for Brooklyn?
Yes, I do like the selection for Brooklyn. He's a 6'11" power forward / center from UNC. Only averaged 7.6 points per game. 1 board, 1 assist, 1 block. So he needs to do more all around. But he's a rim protector, traditional big man, more than likely a solid backup in my opinion. But since his season at UNC, he's transformed his body, lost some weight, and built some bulk on him. He's shooting with better touch. And so if he can be an elite rebounder with potential for growth, which, he's killing it right now in all the workouts and everything. So they're thinking, and UNC, he was used incorrectly. And he will be a different player in the league, a better player in the league than he was in college. So it's a great potential pick for Brooklyn.
And again, the philosophy is very simple. When you have Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Kyrie Irving, the simple solution to any problem is just to get more guys who can make buckets. It is just that, it's that simple here.
I like Charles Bassey way better than him, though. But
right. I mean, and the way things are going, man, he might be available in the second round. I actually am not quite sure what Brooklyn's second round pick situation may be, but Bassey is definitely setting himself up to be, pretty interesting value pick in that second round, of course, unless Utah. Well, nope. Actually, we have a breaking news trade here, and I'm sorry, I'm about to pick up steam here because I'm still going, even though we're about almost done with this draft. But the Utah Jazz have just traded the 30th pick to Memphis. No terms on that deal have been revealed yet.
What are you doing, Utah? Take the point guard.
Why does everybody hate point guards in this draft?
Where's David and Isaac when you need them?
Well, like we heard, perhaps there's a way to salvage this night for the Grizzlies yet. I know those two are. David's just tweeting some exciting stuff right now, so he's happy about it. Worth remembering that they selected Desmond Bane with the 30th pick in last year's draft. True. He panned out very well.
Love Desmond.
Just like how I discussed that the 19-20 range was the Hawks' sweet spot. 30 might be that for the Grizzlies here. So we're going to take a look. The pick is in. It is Santi Aldama.
Oh.
Once again, I am really showing myself to not be the draft expert that I should be here. Will, tell me about Santi Aldama and act like I knew who he was the whole time.
Okay. Santi Aldama is the 6'11" big man from Loyola. Okay. Averaged 21 points per game, 10 boards per game. Those are the type of numbers you want to see in the first round pick. Like Day'Ron Sharpe's numbers do not compare at all to Santi Aldama. And he averaged almost 2 blocks per game. He's 6'11", shot 37% from 3. Yeah. That's incredible. So he's like a young, athletic Brook Lopez. So his only issue is his level of competition. He played at Loyola, but he can play the 3, 4, or 5 really and get his own shot and shoot the turnaround J. Great potential player right here that could develop into something really special.
And that's a pretty high praise with the final pick of this draft, and it's a great note to end on as well here. Just to take stock again, this a draft full of surprises. A lot of mock drafts are looking real shoddy right about now. A monstrous trade, Russell Westbrook going to the Los Angeles Lakers, setting of all the superstars who could have been traded tonight, that was not one that was on the radar. And let's just go with some final thoughts here before we move on to our last segment of this live draft show coverage. And Brad, I'm going to kick it to you first on this one. What is in your mind, and I forgive me if I've asked something similar to this already, but what in your mind was the best moment of this draft?
Honestly, the best moment of the draft is the NBA selecting Terrence Clark. I thought that was a very beautiful moment during the broadcast. You can see obviously the emotions from his mother losing obviously her son. This was his dream to be in this moment. And so I think as far as for the draft broadcast, that is the best moment. But I think if you're talking about the best pick in this draft, is that more so the question that you're asking?
It was both. Really, that was a moment too that, of course, obviously that sticks out. But let's go. We can all agree that was an incredibly touching gesture by the NBA. But yeah, why don't we go with that to wrap up here? Your favorite pick of the draft and the player that you're most excited to see play next season.
Might not be a sexy pick, but I'm really excited to see what Evan Mobley can do in Cleveland.
I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I know Perkins, he has some kind of wonky takes. But I do agree with his notion that he said on the broadcast that if he comes in as a guy who is a big that has guard type skills, that he has potential to be a really good player for years to come. But if he is a guy who happens to be a big but wants to be a guard, he'll have a good career. So I'm excited to see. obviously his floor is going to be really good in the NBA, but I really want to see what that ceiling is. And hopefully they give him the ability with all those guards there to kind of just one, they got to figure out obviously the big man situation down in Cleveland, but it seems like it is solidified with Mobley for years to come. So I'm really excited to see what he can do and what he can continue to add to his game with also a pretty decent, shooting stroke early on.
I think that's very compelling. And honestly, again, there are plenty of people who will sit here and tell you that Evan Mobley is the best prospect in this draft. For him to go to Cleveland at 3, this might be the pick that finally gets them out of the lottery.
Dan Gilbert does not deserve him, but I'm
no, not really. But I think that's a great choice there. What about you, Harry? Your player that you're most looking forward to watching next season?
So I do have a favorite moment of the day, and that was when Plumlee was traded to the Hornets. I have a keeper league, and I'm really looking forward to keeping Isaiah Stewart. And just racking up those categories.
Big winner tonight,
right?
Yes.
But as far as players from the draft, I'm excited to see what happens in Orlando with Jaylen Suggs. I don't know, what they're going to do with all 3 point guards that they have going there. So it'll be interesting to see if there's trades. And so that's the one I'm definitely interested in, especially given his performance in the NCAA tournament outside of Baylor strapping him up.
Harry, real quick, I just want to say I'm just happy to see the Magic draft people who can actually shoot. And
right. Again, we were talking. I thought Scotty Barnes was the choice there, and he was not that. But I agree with both of those. I mean, those are going to be a very fascinating, couple of rookies playing next year, and we're about to dive a little deeper, both in the real life and fantasy angles on those 2 guys in particular. But Harry, Brad, I want to thank y'all for coming on and helping us through these final 10 picks. Let the people know what you're working on, where they can find you, or just have a nice sign off, whatever. Brad, you go ahead first.
You already know who it is. It's your wifey's favorite podcast host of HoopBall Talk. I've been holding on to that the whole day. That's probably I'm signing on with that right after this. But check me out on HoopBall Hawks. I'm actually going to probably record right after this. Give my initial reaction. Obviously, you heard my reaction to the pick at 20, getting the Blue Blue Devil, Jaylen Johnson. But I'm going to work on that and continue to follow us along. We already talked about it's a big offseason for the Hawks, for them to continue this window where I think they legitimately have a shot to make some noise and potentially maybe get to the NBA Finals at some point with Trae Young. So continue to follow me. Follow me on Twitter at BradJarrett67. That is Brad, JARRETT67. Follow us at HoopBall Hawks. Check us out on all platforms. We're 5 stars like the notebooks, but really excited to see where this team is going. And it's a pleasure to be on with you, Alan, my friend. I had to return that to you. And Will, big fan of yours, man. You do like 21 Savage right now. Maybe you should be here in Atlanta. Maybe I should be somewhere.
Right.
And Harry, it's wonderful meeting you tonight as well. I'm really excited to have you all part of the HoopBall Network.
Nice meeting you as well, Brad.
And Harry, where could the good people find you, or what can they expect for you coming forward here at HoopBall?
Well, so I don't have a major social media presence yet. So for those hoopballers, you can find me on the Discord if you want to chat or anything like that at just Harry Shedler. And then regarding things coming up, just going to be working with you, Alan, on developing the video content for HoopBall.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. And again, shout out to Harry. Big time help in helping put together these graphics on the night. Really, everyone
incredible job
for that. I really appreciate you stepping up like that, Harry. Could not have done this without you. So Brad, thank you for coming on. Harry, thank you. I will check in with both of y'all sometime soon. And now, of course, we are about to move on to our final segment. But Will, I needed to single you out because you were with me for all this entire draft. It has been an absolute pleasure. Getting to go through all these picks and hearing your insights. The people need to know about where to find you and your podcast, the All Rookie Pod. Let them all know, man. You have earned it. Where can we find you?
Thanks, Alan. It's great working with you again. It's been too long, and I think this went great. I loved every minute of it. It was so much fun and exciting. All the picks. This was definitely not a boring draft at all. So.
Not at all.
But, check me out on Twitter at William is Bill. And, I have a podcast that tracks these rookies, the All Rookie Podcast. So most podcasts for rookies are following the rookies up until draft day, and that's it, the mock draft and all that. But for me, with this class, we're going to follow them throughout the whole season, track their progression, and, see who's going to turn into the next future stars in the league. So check me out at the All Rookie Podcast.
And we'll definitely have you on more videos coming up in the future. I, again, love working with you again. Thank you for all of your hard work. Go get yourself some sleep, man. You deserve it. We'll check in, and I'll check in with you later.
Yeah, take a nap, Alan.
I will in some time, but I'm still going here. We are not quite done yet. Oh shit! I cut him off. Oh, and I said that. Clearly, this is the 3-hour 45-minute part of these proceedings here. So, like I've said, we have one more segment to go to here, especially for you fantasy basketball enthusiasts. This one's for you. We need to break down everything that we just saw tonight. We have a ton of things to dig into, and I could not be happier to be joined by the newest podcast hosts for HoopBall.com. They are the Dynasty podcast. Punt intended, not no punt intended. Bringing on for the first time Rhett Bauer and Travis Fuller. Gentlemen, thank you so much for waiting. This draft ended up going way longer than we thought it was going to. It has been a long night, but an exciting one. How are you two doing? And welcome to the show.
Just great. Not super great as a Pacers fan, but glad to be here regardless.
Hey, at least as a Pacers fan, you had some picks. I'm still waiting on the Bulls to make a pick here, so it's been a long night.
It's weird being in a situation where, rooting for Atlanta, and I can walk away feeling somewhat satisfied. This has been a weird stretch where this has continued to be the case for me as a Hawks fan. I'm pretty excited about Jaylen Johnson going to here at 20. Guys, I don't really know where to begin. Although you are fantasy basketball dynasty experts. I'm more of a this is our first time speaking. I'm more of a standard league redraft kind of guy. So I'm really excited to have your perspectives here. I'm really fascinated to hear your thoughts just on this class in general. Now that we know where all the top picks are, and where some of the lesser ones have maybe fallen into better situations, how are you viewing this draft class? I mean, and let's just start with the top five. You guys take it from here. What, in terms of dynasty rankings, how would you categorize these top five players?
So the players that went in the top five were the players we expected to go there, but not in the order that they went. Scotty Barnes going 4 threw a wrench in the overall draft, but doesn't really change, in my opinion, what the dynasty ranking is. I still think it's Cade, Mobley, Green, Suggs, and Barnes in that order. Mm-hmm. And they all went to where we kind of thought, but obviously Barnes didn't. But they still have forwards there that he would have been contending with if he had gone to Orlando at 5. So I don't think it changes that much of the value. Trav, what do you think?
Yeah, I completely agree. The consensus was that there was a big 4 coming into this draft. And from a dynasty perspective, you wanted one of those top 4 picks.
Right.
And I still don't think that's changed. I still think those top 4 picks are valued. Now, it could hurt a little bit Suggs going to Orlando, and I'm sure we'll dive into that a little bit more with all the guards that they have there. Mm-hmm. But eventually, from a dynasty perspective, long-term, talent is going to win out. And obviously, Suggs is tremendously talented, and he still deserves to be in the top 4 in terms of your rookie drafts.
Yeah, so the Suggs pick was really, that was where things really got surprising, because it just felt like a hand in glove fit, stepping into Kyle Lowry's now presumably vacated role in Toronto, playing next to Red VanVleet. And, he'll have some competition at point guard in Orlando. Do you all expect him to be the starting point guard there starting next season? Because I feel like he has to be.
He should be. I think he should be. I mean, you don't invest that pick in him and then put him behind Cole Anthony.
Yes.
You could say Markelle Fultz because they gave him that extension, but I think it's far more likely that they just end up moving Fultz and starting Suggs, hopefully next to RJ Hampton. But I could see Suggs and Fultz starting together as well as 2 guys who can play both positions.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Suggs, is he doesn't necessarily have to play the true point guard on a team. I think that's his best position, and that's where I would definitely put him long-term. But he can be a little bit of an off-ball guy if need be, which I think is just only going to help him get more playing time. Similar to how RJ Hampton was able to get playing time with them playing point guard, shooting guard, and even a little bit of small forward for them.
I'm really interested to see how that all ends up panning out, especially you mentioned, Orlando does have. There's a lot. I mean, they have a bunch of guys who can play both guard spots, and I assume that, like you both indicated, that Jaylen Suggs is the guy who will be the primary beneficiary there. But then, between R.J. Hampton and Cole Anthony, also absorbing minutes at the two, it's going to be. They're an interesting team to follow, and we haven't even really touched on Franz Wagner, who. I think most people were expecting him to wind up in Sacramento. Do you feel that Orlando's a good spot for him? Does that impact your projections for him from a dynasty perspective at all?
It does, because when he was going to go to Sacramento, can you name me 3 wings on Sacramento's team? No, you can't, because they don't have them.
I don't think I could do that.
So now he's going to an Orlando team that has Jonathan Isaac. They have Chuma Okeke, and RJ Hampton can slide up to the 3. I don't think Wagner's going to be a 3 if he grew to 6'11". That's just, I know it's positionless NBA, but that still matters. It makes it tough to defend as being that big, but it's definitely not ideal. But I think he's still going to provide some much needed spacing for that team, because all of the guys we just talked about, none of them are good shooters besides Suggs, which is probably why he's going to be in the starting lineup day one.
Right. They're really going to be an interesting team to watch next year. But I started there because that was the most surprising pick, but I'm burying the lead around Cade Cunningham, the headliner of this draft. Compared to in terms of just real life hype and just anticipation, Cade has been pretty well regarded as far as number 1 picks are concerned. There's a lot of interest in him in Detroit. I happen to think that he's honestly going to be a really snug fit in between Killian Hayes and Sadiq Bey in that starting lineup. But tell me, what are you guys expecting from him both next season and beyond? Do you feel that where would you compare him to other number 1 picks in the past?
Yeah, me and Rev talked about this pretty extensively with Cade coming out and what that first pick is going to be worth in a dynasty draft 1.1. Where do you put that? And we have Cade. I think we're going to have him inside our top 15 or close to it. Just extremely talented coming out. There's not a lot of point guards out there that are 6'8". And to me, his height, I don't remember a player. The last guy that I can think of that had very similar height coming into the league is Ben Simmons. Mm-hmm. Just a guy that you knew immediately halfway through the year, first quarter of the season, that he's going to be the number 1 overall pick. That's kind of the hype that I remember from Simmons, and it's very similar to Cade. And he's going to be a top 15 pick. He's probably going to be a fringe first-round pick in a startup dynasty league, which is kind of scary if you're in that spot to take him. But the talent's there, the opportunity is going to be there. And I was really impressed with his post-draft interviews, the way that he handled himself, the way that he was just really well-spoken. Seemed like a guy that was ready to go to work in Detroit.
And it's funny because you mentioned Ben Simmons, and people are probably wondering why we didn't think Cade was as hyped up as Zion. But in regards to fantasy, there were questions about Zion's game. There's a floor with guys like Simmons and Cade when it comes to fantasy, because they're going to be elite assist guys. They're going to be great on the boards, great with steals. And the thing with Cade compared to Simmons is he's going to be a good shooter too. So his fantasy profile is just ridiculous. And top 15 seems crazy for a guy who hasn't played a second in the league yet. But that's just kind of where he is, and people are taking him even higher than that, drafting him over some proven guys like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and LaMelo Ball. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see where reality meets expectations.
And expectations are definitely high for him. I've heard, from a redraft fantasy league, I've heard people talk about him going somewhere in the top 30 or 40 picks just next year in his rookie season alone. And, when I was charting last season, Tyrese Halliburton and LaMelo Ball, because about midway through the season, they were both putting up really obscene fantasy numbers in 9 category leagues for rookie guards. And I went back through Basketball Monsters data. They have a lot of good historical data on this stuff. And I was, charting out the top finishes for rookie guards in fantasy. And Kyrie Irving over the last 10 seasons had a per game number of 38. That was the highest point. Do you think that, so assuming that Cade's going to go, if Cade's going to get drafted up this upcoming year in that range, do you think it's fair to say that he could surpass Kyrie for that top spot of rookie guards over the last 10 years from a fantasy perspective?
I think his fantasy success is going to be kind of tied to how they play him and Killian Hayes. One of them is going to sacrifice those assists and that primary ball handling duties. And I think it's probably going to be Cade because of how much better of a shooter he is compared to Killian. So if Cade isn't getting those 6 assists a game or something like that, it's going to be tough for him to break into that top 40, even if he does have good percentages, decent points, threes, steals, all that stuff. But, you know, Devin Booker scored 25 points a game, had 4 assists, 4 rebounds, almost a steal, and he was 70th. So there's a certain level of all-around production that you have to get in order to break into that top 40. I think Cade can do it. I don't know if I'd be taking him as my 3rd best player in a redraft.
Yeah, and a 9 cat too, what I've seen a lot, and it's something that I would be the most concerned about as far as him getting inside that top 40, top 50, would be his efficiency. Especially for a rookie. I could see that field goal percentage being in the low 40s. He was a pretty good free throw shooter in college, but I could see his free throw shooting, not even being 80% this year. So we've seen if you're not good in one or the other, as far as the percentages go, that can really tank your overall rank quite a bit. Just ask RJ Barrett.
Well, not to mention turnovers, too, for a rookie guard. That's going to matter a lot.
Yeah. And it'd be interesting to see, too, like going back to your point about, who is really going to be the ball handler versus who's going to be more of your offensive creator. I would assume that Killian Hayes is going to be playing that more traditional role. I think that makes more sense, that suits his game better, which I would hope would, limit, Cade's turnovers to, or maybe not limit them, but, would hopefully give that a little bit more of a cushion to whatever blow you would be taking with him on his team. I want to move on to the other top picks in this draft, but while we're still on the Pistons, one of the big fantasy winners for redraft leagues next year from tonight's proceedings was Isaiah Stewart. Mason Plumlee shipped out to Charlotte, paving the way for Stewart to kind of step into a starting role, probably in the minutes in the high 20s. Does that change the equation for y'all in terms of how you view him as a dynasty asset, or was this always just kind of built into his value?
It absolutely does. I was low on Beef Stew just because I felt like the Pistons would end up drafting some sort of big. I just wasn't sure how confident they were in him to give him that borderline 30 minutes a night. But they are clearly very confident in that, and he's probably going to finish inside the top 70 this year in a redraft format. Because
that's what I would say too, yeah.
And that's probably selling him short a little bit too. It's just insane in what he did in a couple minutes last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about in a previous pod where we saw him more as a long-term, we saw him more as a career backup center. But man, if they believe in him, then there's no reason that we shouldn't. As far as moving him up our rankings, if he's going to get high 20 minutes, I definitely see him inside the top 100. I think he can get that top 80 as well with what he's able to do on a permanent basis.
Agreed. Yeah. I mean, and we really did start, we saw a lot of flashes of this whenever he was getting those minutes without Mason Plumlee last year. And again, I think people's expectations for him coming into the draft were far lower than what he ended up proving in his rookie season. And I do think that there is an element of chemistry that he's established with Killian Hayes and Sadiq Bey, watching these guys play together for those stretches last year. I'm excited to see how all 4 of these young guys bring out the best in each other's games. Like the Pistons, I think it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I agree. I think Stewart is probably one of the safest bets in the redraft format for these Pistons, of the Pistons outside Cade Cunningham next year. And it'll be fascinating to see how his career develops from here. Let's talk about Jalen Green and Evan Mobley. And I'm curious here. I would, if I were to peg it here, I would think that Evan Mobley has the far higher fantasy ceiling, considering
without a doubt.
The position he plays, the passing ability, the floor spacing. He has the. I mean, he reminds me a lot of an Anthony Davis, Karl Anthony Towns level talent. Now in Cleveland, he's not necessarily going to have the runway that those two had as rookies. It depends a lot on who Cleveland puts around him, between Jared Allen coming back, Kevin Love, and Larry Nance in the fold. Let's start with Mobley. I mean, what are your expectations for him next season and beyond?
I think he's going to be really, really good next season. He just has a floor as a fantasy player because he gets those blocks, and we know how much blocks can inflate somebody's value, but he will do so much more than that. I don't know about next year because of the fit, like you said, with Jared Allen, Sexton, if he's still there, Garland. There's going to be a lot of pieces around him taking shots, and so his value may just come into good efficiency and just the big man stats you've come to expect. But I will say, like, Mobley there's no question he should be 2 in your draft. You should not be taking Jalen Green over Evan Mobley in a fantasy draft at all.
Yeah, 100% agree. That's what I was going to say as well. Yeah. Consensus number 2 coming into those rookie drafts. And with Mobley, what we've talked about, you mentioned the blocks being so important, but bigs that can shoot the 3 ball and not hurt your free throw percentage, guys like Karl-Anthony Towns, that's why they're so valuable, is they really just don't hurt you anywhere. You don't have to punt. They fit every build that you have. And I think Mobley's going to be one of those guys. Now, it'll be interesting to see what they do with Jared Allen now that they have Mobley. Maybe they let him go if he gets a big offer somewhere else, because I see Mobley's true value in this league being the 5 spot.
And I'm glad that you said that, because I was going to follow up there. I mean, Mobley makes sense as a 5, I think, in the future. I mean, what degree do you think that shifts the calculus on how you assess him going forward if he's playing more 4 in Cleveland, if that's how they decide to go about things and retain Allen on a long-term contract?
I don't think it should change the math very much. Obviously, if he's playing at the 4, Jared Allen's going to be in the paint, which is going to mean less shots contested, which is going to mean less blocks. But I think Mobley is versatile enough and just a good enough player that it's not really going to matter who you have around him. He should still be the 2nd pick in a rookie draft. It just might take a little bit longer for him to be that elite fantasy player that we think he's going to end up being.
Yeah, it's either going to work out, and that's great. You're gonna love the stats that Mobley brings, or it's not going to work out, and more than likely Jared Allen's going to be the one on the chopping block, not Mobley.
Right.
And what about Larry Nance? Do you feel that he makes sense as a power forward going forward, like as a fit next to Mobley?
I mean, Nance is a lot older than you think. So,
well, I mean, just talk about just generally, not dynasty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that Nance can fit with just about anybody. Honestly, he's another guy that I think is versatile enough between what he showed last year with passing and improved shooting that he can just work with everybody. But yeah, I would say he's a pretty good power forward to have next to Mobley. If they decided not to bring back Allen and they wanted to start a Coro at the 3, Nance at the 4, Mobley at the 5.
Right. Well, so what are the expectations for Jaylen Green? I assume that in your rookie drafts, he's probably still going number 3 overall. Would you two agree with that?
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
In Houston, it seems like the keys are just ready to be handed to him to just have the offense flow through him. Christian Wood, it was kind of that guy last year. It just makes more sense for that to be Jaylen Green with his ability to be a 3-level scorer. I would have some concerns about drafting him next year, because I think he's going to have some pretty tough efficiency concerns. I think, as we see a lot of the time when you have a gunner moving into a situation as bare bones as the one in Houston is, where they are really kind of building from the ground up, the efficiency is the first thing to drop. I mean, what are your expectations? Let's start for him in Houston being probably the guy next year, but then how do you view his value going forward?
He's going to get as many shots as he can take.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be pretty
No.
on the old field goal percentage there. But I think it would be wrong of Houston to not give him as much as he can handle. I mean, he's going to need those reps, and they just need to take it. They want to be bad anyways, so they're fine with him shooting 30 times a game and only hitting 10 of them.
I'm hesitant to say that his field goal is going to be just awful, because we all said that last year about Anthony Edwards coming in, and he actually really surprised us. Now, his field goal percentage wasn't great, but it was a lot better.
He ended at 42%, which is not good. I know he closed out
second
hot,
half,
but
he closed out pretty well. And Green shot 48% in his G League last year. So I'm not saying he's going to do that, but I wouldn't necessarily think he's going to be a huge drain either. I don't want to go too far on the guy. I think he has a lot of talent, but we'll see how he fares up against NBA players.
The one thing I'd say about the Anthony Edwards comparison, it really is just about the talent that's built around him. And I know that Minnesota they were without Karl Anthony Towns and D'Angelo Russell for a lot of stretches last season. But even having Malik Beasley, who actually Beasley missed a lot of time last season too, at different stretches throughout Edwards' rookie year, I feel like that there were other options for defenses to give attention to and for Edwards to defer to as well. And again, I'm not saying I don't really know what to expect. Like you said, Travis, it might not, because the efficiency in the G League was really high. And I think that's also, this is a tough question because this is kind of the first, he's a trailblazer, as is Kuminga in this respect, in kind of charting this path through the G League as a prospect. Do you find it more, given the numbers and the efficiency with which he was able to score, do you think that that's more impressive at that level? And do you think that that is a sign of better things to come in the league?
Yeah, I like it a lot, actually, because he's facing professional basketball players versus, I'm not saying collegiate guys aren't good. They obviously are, especially in those major conferences. But he's doing it as an 18-year-old kid facing these professional athletes that have been playing basketball for 5, 6, 7 years in their career.
Yeah.
So I think it's really impressive what he was able to do and get that experience. And that's why I really liked him. And I like Kuminga a lot. I know we'll probably talk about him here real soon.
Yeah, I think the G League these two are going to be it. Like, these are the test cases. And
fascinated.
It's going to be so great to watch them. It's just, we're just going to have to watch Jalen Green because Kuminga's probably not going to see the floor too much to use him as a reference point.
Man, I do want to touch on the Warriors picks, because that's really interesting too. And I don't want to take too much of your time, because I mean, we could just go all night with all these different angles here.
Yeah.
The last bit on Houston though. Well, you know what? No, I think that's enough on Houston for now. We can go forward with this next question I had. Of these players, is there one player whose fantasy draft stock rose the most tonight based off of what situation they were brought into? Like, is there a player that fell too far that now may be in a more featured role? Or, I mean, who comes to mind that would fit that description?
Are you talking about rookies? The
guys selected tonight. Yeah, sorry.
I think Travis is going to disagree. Well, maybe not. I think Josh Giddey is a huge riser. He should have been inside the top 10 in most rookie drafts just because he has a stat set that makes sense for fantasy, in that we know how difficult assists are to find, and he has just such incredible vision that it's just one of those things where it's going to play. He's going to play no matter what. But him going to OKC, OKC wants to be bad. And they took him at 6, which was a surprise to everybody. I was watching your guys' reactions. I was watching Corbin. He could not believe Giddey at 6.
No, it did not go over.
So we talk about this all the time when it comes to dynasty, is don't get trapped. Don't get tricked by guys on terrible teams who put up crazy numbers, because teams aren't invested in, like Moses Brown, Isaiah Roby. The Thunder are not invested in them. The Thunder are invested in Josh Giddey. They used that pick on him for a reason, and he's a great fit with SGA, I think. And I think he won a lot rather than going somewhere like Memphis or Golden State or Indiana. I know he was rumored a couple of those places. I think OKC, he's going to get 30-plus minutes right off the bat and handle the ball a ton.
Yeah, I agree with that, as a guy that really rose in this draft based on where he went. Another guy that I've really liked for months now, really, and Rhett, you're going to know who I'm alluding to. And I really like the fit a lot, and that's James Bouknight. I think he's going to come off the bench there. I almost feel like they can move on from Devontae Graham now, and they don't really
Malik Monk.
Yeah, and
those guys.
They don't really need to spend that money to bring them back now that I got a scorer like Bouknight off the bench who can come in. He can play the 2. He can play a really small 3 in those lineups that I know they ran last year when they had Graham, Rozier, and Ball all in there at the same time. So he's a guy I really like. He picked up a lot of steam these last few weeks as far as a guy that could have potentially gone number 6 there to OKC. He ended up falling outside that top 10, but as far as from a fantasy perspective, I still really like him and would take him inside that top 8 in a rookie draft.
And conversely, the converse of that question, who stock took the biggest hit based off of where they went tonight?
I mean, Isaiah Jackson isn't going to play at all for the Pacers.
That was a weird one.
I'm going to stop talking about that before I just take over this entire show.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to Yeah. I'm not trying to open any wounds there.
No,
there's some questions they have to answer.
I think the easiest one is Jonathan Kuminga. We thought he was going to go to a team like the Magic or OKC where he'd immediately get some playing time. He's going to have growing pains, but at least he was going to get the minutes and be able to show that potential that he has. Now with Golden State, you almost have to hope for a trade because I just don't know how many minutes they're going to give him off the bat or even as the season progresses for a team trying to compete now. I just don't know how he's going to develop there, at least in the short term. So for a guy that was potentially coming in being a top 5 pick in a dynasty rookie draft, he's probably fallen a little bit.
And what about the other rookie that Golden State selected tonight, Moses Moody, who a lot of people have talked up as being an NBA-ready prospect? It seems unlikely that Kelly Oubre is coming back into the fold, so there does seem to be a role that he could step into. It still remains to be seen how much. I mean, I know because Klay Thompson's coming back and Andrew Wiggins; those two will be the starting wings there. But do you feel that Moody is do you feel that Moody's landing spot has any real impact on how you perceive him as a dynasty value going forward?
I think the depth issues that Golden State has in that they just need basketball players. Like they just need guys who can play, and Moody can play. I do think the Oubre situation will determine whether or not he has like actual value or whether he's more of a long-term fit. But also, I don't think the Warriors are done this offseason.
No.
So there's a very good chance that Moses Moody isn't even on the Warriors by the time the season starts.
That's interesting. We felt the whole time that I'll say this. It felt like the entire draft had the trade to make and none of them were able to pull the trigger. Like it just, all of these teams that could have feasibly traded down or up in some capacity, it just never got done for any of them. And I found it, in particular, Oklahoma City, I found it fascinating that they, for the most part, stood pat with their bevy of assets. They didn't make any real big plays. They
did. They traded 16 for 2 future firsts because they
don't have enough. I mean,
exactly.
let's be honest. But they're in desperate need of that. God, I can't. I'm not. How do you view Oklahoma City? Like, this is an impossible amount of picks that they have at their disposal. I mean, like, what impact, if any, does that have when you're just trying to assess these guys long term? Because I feel like within a situation like them, is anyone really safe? Like even SGA was being thrown around in trade rumors for Cade today, which you understand, but like I don't know, like that's such a volatile situation that has no end in sight. Like I saw someone, I think I saw someone make a comment that like Sam Presti is building a house that he'll never live in. Like he's just like consistently putting brick on brick. Like it's just. To what end? I mean,
it's ridiculous to me. And Travis and I talk about it all the time. Is like, I don't want anybody on OKC except Shea and now Giddey. Like, I guess Kemba, but he's in a different class. That doesn't count. Like Dort, Basley, Maladon, Roby. No, I'm not going to invest in them because OKC's got 15,000 picks over the next 6 years that they're just going to either, or maybe they won't draft them, and maybe that's the guys they're going to have. They'll just keep turning 1 pick into 2 every year for the next decade.
It's the gift that keeps on giving. It's just,
oh my gosh!
You never have to get fired because you'll never have anything to show for your record. You just keep filling up picks and picks and picks.
And the funny part about it is, if any of these guys are good, OKC's going to sit them with some phantom injury because they're going to be winning too many games. So then you're out here looking at SGA sitting the last 30 games because he was injured. Maybe he was, but.
Well, Lou Dort wasn't, and they were load managing his 22-year-old. Too much. They do that again next season. I mean, we need to start talking about relocation. I do not want. I can't. Come on. Like, to what end, guys? Like, we gotta play some of your guys. Anyway, I have a lot of negative thoughts about the Oklahoma City Thunder and the New Orleans Pelicans and how they go about their business, but I will reserve that for another podcast, another show.
I thought the Pelicans did good tonight, though. Not to jump around, but
no. I'm fine with that because they did do well tonight. I I don't know. I just everything that they did last year and
Yeah.
how all of their moves have been just correcting those mistakes.
Exactly.
I'm not sure how I even really feel about the Valanciunas fit next to Zion. I think Valanciunas is a much better player than Adams. And again, not to jump around here, but I mean, do you feel like that Zion is all limited by the fact that he keeps getting paired with these just gigantic presences in the paint? Like, doesn't small ball 5 feel like the ultimate way to maximize him both as a player and as a fantasy player?
Yes, but J-Val's a lot better than Steven Adams. So
he is.
That alone is going to matter because J-Val can step out and shoot, and he's not afraid to do so. We're not hearing off-season reports about J-Val getting a 3 like we did about Steven Adams. He's already got it. But yeah, it's ridiculous how poorly they have done building a team around Zion when from the second they got the number 1 overall pick, they knew what his strengths and weaknesses were going to be. Mm-hmm. They knew what kind of team they needed to put around him, and they decided to put a bunch of non-shooters. And like you said, that they're getting credit for fixing the mistakes that they made in the first place and using extra assets to do it. So,
and frankly, if that space is going to signing Kyle Lowry, you're not winning a championship with a 35-year-old Kyle Lowry. Not next year, not the year after that. Like it just like.
No, it's the third year of the $100 million contract they're going to give him. That's when it's going to. That's where it's really. That's where I mean, look, I'm getting pre-angry about that one. They haven't done that yet. But if that is the move, then I'm just like, what do you? I mean, you guys are. This is like LeBron, early 2000s era dropping the bag on Zion. Anyway, we've been bouncing around a little bit here. There's just a couple more guys I'm curious about that I just like his prospects. Travis, what do you think about Alperen Sengun in Houston? Do you feel that he is going to have a large? Do you foresee him starting alongside Christian Wood, or do you see Wood as an impediment to his development?
No, I think they traded to get him to start him. I think he'll see some big minutes early on. Me personally, I'm not huge. I'm not as high as a lot of other people that I saw put him in their rankings. I'm not so sold on him just yet. He is a little bit undersized for the center, and I want to see how he does against NBA competition, big, lanky guys that he's going to face every single night. Mm-hmm. So that is interesting, but he is young. He obviously showed a lot of offensive ability in the Turkish league, so that is interesting. And he landed in a great spot. I think that's the biggest takeaway from tonight, is landing in a spot he's going to get a lot of minutes. The nice part about Christian Wood is he can play that 4 just because of his ability to shoot from 3. And Wood's a great defender as well. So that kind of may help with any shortcomings that Sengun has on the defensive end. So I love the fit. I'm not sold on him as a player yet. I'm really interested. I'll be watching him a lot if he's in the summer league and the preseason.
Do you share similar thoughts on Sengun's outlook in Houston, Red, or do you feel lesser, more so? I think you might be muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sengun comes in and takes Kelly Olynyk's minutes, and we saw what Kelly Olynyk was doing with those. Not to say that Sengun's going to be a top 20 player for a couple months, but
no, that was
yeah. But it is interesting because they prioritized him. You know, we keep going back to it. They traded future firsts to get him, and he can fit with Wood. He was a very good player overseas, so it'll be very interesting. And clearly, again, the Rockets don't care about being bad. So if he does have some hiccups, he's still going to be out there. They're not going to pull him like Wiseman and probably Kuminga.
I mean, the stats that he displayed with in the Turkish league is just I don't know. There's something to it that just I'm interested to see what he does look like in that Kelly Olynyk role. Like you said, different players. Olynyk is a much better floor spacer, but there is a track record of success playing a guy with that kind of skill set next to a Christian Wood. And I'm curious if they even bring back Olynyk, which I think he's going to be looking for. He might have earned himself more money with that run towards the end of Houston, but he also does make sense playing alongside what they have. He worked well within their system.
It's just funny thinking about a team trying to pay Kelly Olynyk for what he did last year on a terrible Rockets team.
I know.
You're not going to give him that role. Yeah. So, what do you expect?
It's a very valid point. What about What about Davion Mitchell? I don't really know where y'all had him, how y'all thought he was going to be if he was in like the best situation from a fantasy perspective. But I'd argue that he fell into perhaps the worst situation with De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton. What do you think that does for his value going forward, and more so the value of Fox and Halliburton long term?
I don't think Fox and Halliburton shouldn't be impacted at all. Those are two cornerstones, and Davion Mitchell, I don't understand that pick at all. It seems like they wanted Wagner and they just didn't have a backup plan, which would be very Kings. That is on par.
Yeah, they just probably went straight best player available on their board without really taking fit into account, which isn't good for a team that actually seems like they're trying to make the playoffs and that long playoff drought that they've had. But I don't mind the landing spot as much. I don't see Davion Mitchell being a big-time scorer, starting point guard type player. And if we saw what Halliburton did last year off the bench for the Kings, I don't think Mitchell's going to get that many minutes off the bench unless Buddy Hield gets moved. But I do like him coming off the bench because Halliburton can play point guard or shooting guard on that team. Mm-hmm. So you can slide him either which way. Mitchell can come in and play some backup minutes. Maybe they mess around and look at a lineup towards the end of games with Fox, Mitchell, and Halliburton as a small lineup that can really D it up. But to me, ball handling and defense is going to play in the NBA, and he's crafty enough and enough of a playmaker to find some playing time. So I really didn't mind the fit too much. As far as his upside goes, it's pretty limited, but I like him as an assist and steals guy.
I mean, it will be interesting. I mean, obviously Sacramento has a move left to make. I think they were rope-a-doped tonight. I think the Lakers kind of abused them through the media with that Buddy Hield thing and left them holding the bag at the door. Obviously, something's going to happen with Buddy Hield. It'll be interesting to see if there's any other casualties in whatever trade materializes from that clearly untenable situation going forward. I mean, Jesus, we say this often, but rough night for Sacramento.
It's never ending. I feel like it's just like a rough decade or quarter century. I don't know.
So before I let y'all go, and I really do appreciate your time, what's one prospect that we haven't touched on yet that you think I don't know that you're excited about just in the vacuum, but in a situation, just like who should we also be focusing on for dynasty purposes and redraft leagues next year too?
So my guy, and it's been my guy for a while, Zaire Williams. Travis disagrees, but I think he's
so does David Williams. Perhaps the HoopBall Grizzlies guys definitely disagree as well. But I am curious. Well, I want to hear some pro Zaire talk.
So he's just the exact type of player type that every team wants and every team needs. And Grizzlies specifically because they were relying on Kyle Anderson to play that. And that's just not a long-term solution. Memphis may want to make the playoffs, but they also took a step back this year, taking on Adams and Bledsoe. Bledsoe probably isn't hanging around, but losing their second best player in JVal, maybe most important player in JVal, to gain some assets and move up to take Zaire. So I think definitely not from a redraft perspective, you should, unless you're in super deep leagues, you should not be taking Zaire Williams inside the top 150 in any league. Definitely, probably not even in a dynasty startup draft. But for a rookie draft, I just think Zaire's going to get minutes because they don't have a player like him on that roster. And clearly they cared enough about moving up to get him that I think he should be a priority for them.
That's interesting. I mean, he definitely fits that archetype, like you said, of players that Memphis kind of lacks. They have a lot of interesting guards around Ja Morant, and they do have these versatile forwards like your Kyle Anderson types. Brandon Clark's still on the roster. I'm interested to see what they end up doing with him. But yeah, I do. Obviously, they've invested a lot. They didn't make that trade for Steven Adams. So I mean, it will be. I am fascinated to see his development next year. Well, Travis, what about you? Who is a guy that we haven't touched on yet that you feel deserves more attention from either dynasty or redraft perspective?
Yeah, so I'm going to go a little bit deeper and give a guy who I kind of like as more of a sleeper, long-term appeal for those that are in bigger leagues, and that's BJ Boston. out of Kentucky. He was a guy that was a top 10 prospect coming into this year. Kentucky, as we know, had a really poor season.
Yeah.
Just didn't have the shooters, didn't have the normal team that they have. So I feel like a lot of their prospects didn't get the limelight that they normally do. Not going to lie, Boston looked pretty bad last year. His shot wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. You get a lot of comps to Brandon Ingram, more so on his body type, not so much his skill and his game. But he's somebody I think that can grow into his body. He has all the attributes that you want to see in an NBA player. So he's a guy. I don't know if he's been picked yet. I haven't been following along.
I actually was just as you were talking about him. I was just checking for, and no, he's still out there.
Talk about fit because he's not on.
Yeah, so he's not on a team yet. So that's unfortunate.
Yeah, no. We're Kessler Edwards was the last player taken off the board. He just went to Brooklyn. So,
but just for a sleeper guy that I kind of like, have my eye on for those in bigger leagues. Maybe you can pick him up in the second round and stash him. I like seeing guys that were coming into college, a top 10 guy, and he has the body, he can grow into it, a guy that can get better, even if he has to go to the G League for a year or two. Somebody that can really improve and become a player, maybe similar to a Brandon Ingram type.
I like the deep cut. Yeah, I'm always a big fan of the second round picks. In fact, I'm waiting to see. I'm gonna stay awake to see who the Hawks take in a few picks here because I am about to pass out here. But guys, I really appreciate you waiting it out, and it's been a long night, and this is in your wheelhouse, and you devoting your time to just talk a little bit of fantasy hoops with me is always incredibly appreciated. You're always welcome to come on any video projects that we're going to be doing here going forward. But tell the people about your new podcast, pun intended.
Yeah, so we call it punt intended because in fantasy basketball, you are intentionally punting. You do not want to be no pun intended. I think that's a football podcast somewhere. But yeah, we talk about Dynasty, everything about it. Whether it's just league questions, trade questions, different outlooks, looking at guys, team-specific stuff, different league sizes. So we take a ton of questions all the time, trying to do mailbags all the time. So if you have any questions, please reach out to us. We're always more than happy to field those. And we talk way too much about Dynasty as it is, so we might as well be talking about your team instead of ours.
Yeah, and this is just the start for us. We're going to be breaking down these picks more in depth on a future podcast, going through each guy, how it's going to not only affect the player itself, but also the team and the current players on that team and what that can mean. So definitely be on the lookout. We'll be putting in a lot of time, but like I said, this is just the beginning. It really gets going from here.
Well, they are. This is Rhett Bauer, Travis Fuller. I said that I pronounced your last name right. It's Bauer.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. I want to make sure I hit that one. Again, follow them on Twitter at Rhett_Bauer, at Travis_Fuller92. Check out their podcast. I'm really looking forward to listening to those episodes through the off season. I play keeper leagues. I'm not, but I want to try and get into Dynasty. I feel like that's the next real step up there. And
it is. Come play in the big leagues.
I absolutely. I am down. Again, check them out, guys. Thank you for coming on. Get yourself some rest. I know I will. It's been a fun night.
Yeah, thanks for having us on. Really appreciate it.
Yep, really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Well, that's the show. For those of you still sticking around and watching, I really appreciate all the support. This has been a really fun thing to do. Going forward, I am going to be heading a lot of the video stuff that we're doing here at HoopBall. We've got some off-season content coming up with free agency starting next week. We're going to have a panel of people coming in, breaking down that stuff as well. It's clearly a lot left to unpack here from tonight's draft and the free agency ahead. What happens with Ben Simmons, Bradley Beal? A lot of questions still. And I know we didn't really dig into the Lakers trade from a fantasy perspective all that much, but I mean, look, there's still plenty of dominoes to fall there. Again, thanks to HoopBall for allowing me to do this. It was a lot of fun to organize, and all the people that we had on: Will, Jillian, Corbin, David, Isaac, Brad, Harry, and Rhett and Travis. You were all amazing. Drop a like on the video if you enjoyed what we did here. Subscribe to the channel if you want to see more stuff like this too. Follow me on Twitter. My name, it's right there. I'm exhausted. I'm going to go get some sleep. You all do as well. I hope you enjoyed the NBA draft coverage here at HoopBall.com, and looking forward to talking to y'all later.